less is more. And so hopefully, you know, each album is a little bit less complex and less, you know, trying to stuff fewer things in. I think the first album I probably was like, this is the only album I'll ever do, so I got to put every idea I've ever had in.
Right.
And so each subsequent album is like, okay, let me try to focus on one clear idea that, you know, I can convey with the music.
Mm-hmm. As a producer, you've also done like a number of remixes. In the opening, I think I had a mention about you did a Herbie Hancock remix. So tell us a little about that.
So the story with that is Herbie Hancock's album Headhunters was like a huge influence on me. After sort of the Beatles, that's probably the most influential record on me as a pianist, as a producer, anything. And when it was coming around to the 40th anniversary of that, 2013, a friend of mine, we realized we both had this passion, this love for that same record. So we decided to do a 40th anniversary concert. And so to promote the concert, I said, you know, just for fun, let's do a remix. So we took his song Watermelon Man, which is a song that Herbie originally wrote in 1962, then completely revamped for his 1973 album.
Right.
And so at that, you know, I thought, let's do a 2013 version of it, whatever that meant.
Oh, cool.
And so it ended up being this sort of trap, like electronic, trap, hip-hop, soul, jazz thing. And it actually got so much love on SoundCloud, and we were hearing people in Singapore and Australia and London and Brazil playing this record. This song that I had just put out on SoundCloud to promote this show. So I thought maybe we should do something with this. So we ended up doing the 4 songs from Headhunters. We did new versions of that, and this label in England put it out called True Thought. So that's this vinyl record.
Oh, it's good to see a vinyl record, man.
Vein Melter. It's you know, it's the 4 songs from the 1973 Headhunters album, but they're like remixed, flipped in sort of electronic versions.
Awesome. You know, man, when I'm watching you play, man, I think about the producer, the engineer, the writer, the performer. Which side of Jesse Fisher do you most associate yourself being? Producer, like, you know?
And don't forget interviewer. Like when I was in college, I was on the college newspaper. I was in your chair. I was interviewing people. So being in the center of attention and stuff that's not like my personality.
So you really feel as if you're more of like a behind the scenes kind of guy,
Definitely.
more comfortable being in the
Oh
studio?
yeah, if I had enough money to hire someone else to play piano in my own band, like I would definitely do that. I would hire Chris Bowers or you know, Aaron Parks to play piano in my band. I think the reason I do this is because I love composing and I love writing music and I love these musicians, and like hearing them play my ideas is just such a thrill.
Yeah, but even as like a pianist, you don't find like your musical contribution, you know, to work with this fine group of musicians.
I mean, it's
you don't like that? Come on.
It's fun.
Come on.
I don't like being in the spotlight, but
I'm trying to drag you into the spotlight and keep on pushing
in the
yourself
spotlight
away
right now. But it's a thrill to be able to play with these guys. I mean, all of them, everyone in the band is like internationally touring artists and sidemen. So it's definitely an honor to have them be working with me and to be having them interpret my music.
Yeah. I mean, on top of this, man, you also have like music that's in like TV shows and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get my ASCAP check every once in a while.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a few songs I've co-written have been in TV shows like Criminal Minds and I forget what else, some other like network shows. I'd like to do a lot more of that. I think kind of the sad thing that's happening now is that people don't really spend money to buy an album, which is something that I grew up with.
Right.
But, you know, that's the way it is, and a lot of people are spending money in different things, buying concert tickets. And I think the main way that we as musicians or composers can actually earn a living is by creating music that's going to go for TV or film. Right. And that's where people still have actual budgets, and they can say, look, here's some money, we want your song, we're going to put it in our TV show. And I think naturally what we do as composers, I mean, all of us up here are composers and arrangers, we tend to try to find that emotion first and foremost. And I think that's why a lot of the music would work well for a film or to tell a story, you know.
I mean, so with all these, with that stream, you know, of revenue as a musician, I mean, if you had to talk to like a young musician right now who was new to the game in 2016 with the changing musical landscape, you know, but they were like, I just want to perform. What would be your, like, you know, words of wisdom at this point in your career to a young and up and coming musician or composer?
Don't do it.
Don't do it. No. Come on.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, when I was young, everyone told me that, don't do that. And most of the musicians who I knew growing up were not professional musicians. You know, they were physicists or teachers or carpenters or some other job. And not that they were bad musicians, but that wasn't their career. I didn't know anyone that, I didn't know you could have a career as a musician. Like, I didn't think of it that way. Mm-hmm. And when I started getting into it as a career, people were telling me this is a bad look. You know, you don't want to do this. Right. And the sad thing is now, 20 years later, it's infinitely worse. There's much more competition, much less opportunity. The economy just in general is worse for everyone, not just musicians.
Well, but I mean, you still, you know, and when we're both musicians, and we're both finding like multiple ways of like just being creative and being successful. I mean, there has to be like, you know, some words of
I mean, if somebody told me not to do it, I would do it anyway, which is what happened. And I did do it. But, you know, not everyone who tries is going to make a living. Like, I know a lot of people who are 10 times better than me who are not making a living because they're not willing to go in different lanes. Right. I think the key, you know, in anything in life, not just music, is to be able to sort of feel where the current is taking you. Mm-hmm. And like in my instance, I really, really wanted to be a jazz pianist, and that was my passion. Mm-hmm. And I tried, and like, you know, there were other things that were happening that were a lot easier. And it's not to say don't try something that's challenging, and I still am trying. But it turned out once I started, you know, being a producer and an engineer, and a year ago I opened my own studio in Brooklyn, and without even trying, my phone was ringing off the hook, and I'm booked up for weeks or months in advance at the studio. And that turns out, for whatever reason, that seems to be my path. Right. And it's not to say I can't still play piano, but the fact that I can do both, and I don't mind doing some graphic design or doing some video editing or playing at weddings or playing in church or doing other things that are related to playing jazz piano, but they're not actually playing jazz piano. The fact that I'm willing to do that means I can live comfortably, I can have a family, and I can, you know, have nice things.
Right. I mean, but I'm seeing the Herbie Hancock tribute record, the remix record, sorry, in your hand. I mean, and I'm assuming Herbie has been like a really, really big influence on your career.
Yeah, well, and in more ways than one, not just as a pianist, because he was very smart as a businessman. Right. From the very beginning, from the first record he put out, I think he was 22 or something. Right. You know, the record company wanted him to record songs that other people had written, because that was the standard practice. And he said, I'm going to only record my own songs. Right. You know, and I think Donald Byrd was his mentor. Right. And he thought he was going to lose his record deal, but because he persevered and he said, I'm going to only record songs I've written, that means he got twice the amount of revenue because he was getting money as a composer and as a musician, and he didn't have to sacrifice his voice. Right. So I think him as a bit, and then later on in the 70s, he had no problem doing disco music. He did electronic music. He did collaborations with kora players, with African music players. He did collaborations with hip hop music. You know. He was the first person to put a DJ scratching on a record, so
yeah, but I mean that's kind of like,
very
but I mean, but you're incorporating that same thing in what you're doing. Yeah. So you know, as we get into this, your last two songs, but I think the last one is Chameleon that you're going to do.
We're going to do. Let's see, what time do we have?
You have enough time, and you can stretch if you choose to on these last two songs.
We want to do. Let's do our version of Chameleon, because this is another sort of extremely famous sort of jazz record that Herbie put out in 1973 that we sort of decided to flip in a different way.
Cool.
So.
Your version of Chameleon?
Yeah, our version of Chameleon.
All right, Jesse Fisher. I'm sorry to say our time is up, but hopefully you have been sufficiently energized and revived. Thank you, Jesse Fisher, for stimulating our vitality. Be sure to pick up Jesse's new album, Daydreamer, wherever you buy or stream music. To keep up with Jesse, find him on Instagram at Jesse Fisher Music and Twitter at Jesse Fisher. I'm Kenyatta Beasley, and I hope that you had a great time with us. Make sure you stop by our Brick House studio every Thursday to hear more of the best music that Brooklyn has to offer. You can also check out tonight's installment and past episodes anytime at youtube.com/Bric Tv, or check out our Bric Radio podcast of this episode at soundcloud.com/Bric Radio. All right, Jesse, take us out of here with another performance right after this.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is it the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, is it like a family to me now?
Daily Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
Thank you for being with us today and choosing to spend your time with American Princess and Gotham Whale.
We're going to be pulling out of the dock momentarily. Captain Tom is going to be getting us off the dock.
We're going out the inlet this morning, out of Rockaway Inlet, and then out to the Atlantic Ocean in search of the whales and dolphin. And we'll see what we can find. My father started the business in 1945 when he came back from World War II. He bought a boat, and we've been boating ever since, my whole life, fishing, cruising, and then now whale watching. In the early 60s and 70s and right up to the 90s and 2000, there was very few whales. We would see one whale a year. The last 6 or 7 years, the waters have gotten a lot clearer, and there's been a tremendous increase in menhaden. Now, menhaden or bunker is a fish that the whales feed on. Today we have a little wind to deal with, and that sometimes is a problem. When we get out the inlet and it's too rough to go in the ocean, we have to look up in the bay, and that limits us. That probably limits us 50%.
I'm going to need all of you today to have your eyes on the water to help me locate the whales. Gotham Whale, we're a nonprofit organization. We do marine education, outreach, and research on humpback whales in the western New York Bight. Paul approached Captain Tom Palladino of the American Princess, told him about what he was hearing. It was corroborating with what Captain Palladino had already heard himself. And so they formed this partnership between the American Princess and Gotham Whale. They are our platform, and we are the research and education arm.
We're the only group that is studying them, specifically reporting what we see, where we see it, when we see it, and we're accumulating that information to give an overall picture of where they are, what they're doing, and where they're likely to be in the future. It's just amazing to think that these animals are right here in Brooklyn. However, there's a wonderful print that was done by a Dutch explorer in 1678 that shows the entrance to the harbor, the Verrazano's Narrows, and he drew a number of whales right in the same area that we're seeing them. So instead of having the Coney Island amusement in the background, they had whales just in the same spot. But of course, they were hunted out almost to extinction during the golden era of whaling.
It's been 40 years since the Clean Air and Clean Water Act came into being, so that legislation from the 70s is still bearing fruit today. We need to have people see how beautiful these creatures are and how important it is for us to protect them and the resource they live in.
sides, on the left-hand side and the right-hand side.
Early part of June, we were seeing multiple whales each time that we went out. And then for some reason that we have not identified, the whales went away. If the whales stopped coming, that would be a real disappointment. Well, we had one report of a whale in the area yesterday, so we're hoping he'll stay around. But of course, as our boat captain says, they have tails and they move around. The weather is good, the seas shouldn't be too rough. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed, keep a keen eye on the water, and we're going to hope that we can spot them.
Directly in front of us. Who would ever believe that there would be humpback whales in New York City? There are so many children that live near the water. They can see the water, but they've never been in or on the water in any way. Nature is imbued with the power to heal. Bringing people out here onto the ocean to be able to see the magnificence of the creatures that live underneath the water in their natural environment, get them connected, they will be more apt for the rest of their life to know how important it is to preserve and protect this environment.
Down he goes.
You're thinking about songs while you're running?
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
That doesn't help. Just blank and you're running.
Just running.
I think of the song, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I think of steps. So like what pace I'm gonna go. Like
yeah,
one,
that's what
two,
I do too.
one.
So
I'll go like, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I go on the beat, you get it? Is anyone listening to my technique?
Anyway, before my race, I said what I have to do. And then I say like I have to flip my trail leg over or I have to,
Well, that's because your race is 8 seconds.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but this guy came.
Well, Jean turned us up for some type of magazine.
Our first news reporter, they came to practice. and he videotaped us, and we got on the news, and then other people just came.
Our coaches dropped us off every single day. When I'm a gymnast coach, I'll be so sad. I would be so sad to drop someone off at a shelter.
So, Sports Illustrated contacted you girls.
Sports Illustrated Sports Kids of the Year, Ty, Rain, and Brooke Shepard.
Rain competed at the Junior Olympics.
We first met Brooke, Rain, and Ty last March in a Brooklyn homeless shelter, and Tyler Perry offered to pay rent.
I was happy and like annoyed because like, oh my gosh, it was like so much attention and it was like so annoying.
Because I want to be famous and stuff, so it's already like a pre-famous, and then they'll see my real talents when I'm an adult.
She likes to sing opera. I don't know if she likes
It's not
that.
opera.
Yes, it is.
Just because I'm a soprano doesn't mean I'm an opera singer.
No, you are opera.
Brooke, Miss Rapper. Shh.
I've always wanted to act. Well,
Did you hear that laugh, Rain?
Mom, did you laugh at me?
Yes,
she did.
We're here in Brooklyn at Pratt Institute, and these are the Colgate Games. Yeah, Ty, Rain, and Brooke, I can see, if not all of them, at least 2 of them going to the Olympics. They love these games. So this is like the end of the indoor season for them. So they really give it their all.
When their babysitter took them to Pratt, enrolled them in the Colgate Women's Games. And just 3 months later, we were given an eviction notice. So track to us, it makes us feel as if we fit in.
So once they ring the bell, it's gonna be her last lap. And she's gonna run faster. She is? Yeah. Billy, when they ring the bell, it's gonna be her last lap. Go Rainy! Go Rainy! That was it. So when she comes, she won.
My mom and my coaches motivate me. They do a lot of things so that me, Ty, and Brooke can run very, very fast. My goal is to get to college and to the Olympics.
I mean, there's never a good time to be homeless, but this was the perfect time because it occupied their minds. It meant our survival. It meant a future for them. We always had something to look forward to. We never gave up hope.
The opportunities. See, if I keep on running, not only is it fun, but I know that I'll get accepted into high schools, like people in colleges, people will look at that. If I know if I just do well and put in the hard work, like they say, you're gonna get what you give, and I'm gonna get something fun.
Keep going. Don't let anybody get in your way. Don't let nobody judge you. Stay who you want to be. Don't change yourself for somebody else and except your mom, for their likings. Keep trying and stay at the goal. Follow your goals, and remember, what was it? A goal is just a wish if you don't work for it.
I would say staying school kids. That's supposed to be my line, okay? And also, if you're in this situation or something, or you're feeling emotional, just don't take it out on other people because they're only trying to help you. and don't live in your misery because you don't get anything from misery. You have to always look forward and try to make your future better and brighter and not sad, and don't pity yourself because people will just think you're selfish or something.
And never lose hope, because hope is a place of happiness.
That was a line for Disney.
Training, like when I was in the shelter, was like torture. I go back to the shelter and I get so mad, and I was upset. And then the next day I was so happy to go to school. Then I was even happier to go to practice, and it kept going like that and like that. And it was just miserable.
Don't back off, Kayla. Alani, no gaps.
Good. Please run through the line. Stop stomping on the line, Layla.
Come on.
People were like, walking that third lane, what?
Well, we need some earrings. We beautiful. Me and you. Okay? Don't let nobody say nothing different. Missy, I should have called you. She needs some product for her hair. She's been crying and crying, but I gotta teach her how to run the first quarter. Relax.
Up and down with your arms, Nyjah. Up and down. So she use her arms, she moves up.
Yeah, why waste those?
Up and down with your arms, thank you.
Wait, put her in front sometime. Put her in the front and tell her if they pass her, they stop and stay in the front.
Bye. So I wanted to, the Colgate Finals is this weekend. Where's Cheryl? I thought she was gonna give out. Anybody who is not running in the finals, if you don't have a ticket, speak to Coach Cheryl tomorrow because she can give you tickets.
Okay.
When you get tired of crying, then you accept what needs to be accepted. You hear me? You can't cry forever. You understand? Be grateful for what you do have. You have 2 hands, you have 2 legs, you got a brain. All right? And it's all right to feel like, well, maybe my classmates just laugh or whatever. Laugh, clown, because all you're gonna wanna know me. You understand? Okay. Get up. Stop feeling sorry for Rain, because there's nothing to feel sorry about. Feel sorry for the people Saturday in your race.
All right, we're ready for the mid-school 55 meters hurdles. Lane 7, Alexis Sapnis, Medium, Pennsylvania. In lane 6, Ajane Thompson, Rahway, New Jersey. Lane 4, Peyton Rollins, Medford, Maine. In lane 3, Ty Shepard, Brooklyn, New York. Points are so close because Ty finished second
bad start, but I felt in the middle, I actually did what I was supposed to do and flick my trail leg. If I had gotten a better start, I would have probably won or came second or something.
On the track.
Winning shows the people that train me and the people that care about me, I'm not just doing this for fun. I'm actually like working towards a goal. When I win these big things, it's like, yeah, I'm looking at what's next. What's gonna happen next? Like, so I guess there's always gotta be a challenge in front of me. And then I'll work to it, and then I need another challenge. I really, really want my name in history, and it's gonna happen.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
So where the tears are all going?
Yes.
They turn to a smile? Good. You did so good. Well, we gotta work hard now.
Yes.
So we gotta go on.
So we can run 4:35. Oh, 4:30.
I felt like they had not only did they have a place in this world, but they literally had a place right here in Brooklyn.
Running is like a sanctuary for me. I guess I just love it. I don't know.
I don't know who argues more, Rain. Them two or us two?
You two argue a lot.
Oh.
And we don't. They argue so much. Point blank, they're annoying, and
Point blank, she's bossy. You doesn't know what she's doing.
Yeah, I do know what you're doing. I'm bossy because you don't listen. I wouldn't be so bossy if
No,
you just
you're bossy
listen.
either way. Because if we listen, you'll be like, okay, no, do that. Oh, no, do that. No, do that. No,
You know what I hate?
That's only during cleaning.
You know what I hate? When you're like, do this, and then what we're about to do, you like, do that.
Do
and
that
then
too.
No,
You
you
do
do
that.
that. You do that like 5 times, and then we're finally like, no, I'm doing this. And then you're like, no, do what I say.
Exactly.
No, I don't. No. I say, I know exactly what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing in the kitchen.
I went from the kitchen to the bathroom to the room to the hallway to the room.
Today,
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on Bric TV.
We're going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, it's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people, people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of, to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so, yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
we'd like to acknowledge and pay deep respect to the indigenous peoples, past, present, and future, in particular the Lenape and the Canarsie. We acknowledge and are extremely grateful to them for the land that we are gathered on this very moment. Please join me in this acknowledgement with much respect and gratitude. How do we begin to undo 400 years worth of ties, respecting the ties that bind us while dismantling the knots that would keep us in bondage? A national anthem, a foundational document, an original sin. One nation under God, indivisible, our collective birthright. Square that with the constant drumbeat for a remedy for grievances that stretches back to the 1607 arrival of America's first undocumented immigrants. On the east bank of the Powhatan River, about 2.5 miles southwest of modern-day Williamsburg, Virginia. In what was once the Sukumana country of the indigenous Powhatan people. A relationship that started with dancing and feasting and evolved less than 2 generations later into a treaty that confined the Powhatan to reservations and required the declining indigenous community to pay yearly tribute to the English for the privilege. If the dictionary definition of compensation or money or material payable by defeated country to another country or individual for losses suffered during or as a result of war is to be believed, then America's first formal experiment with reparations left its indigenous people in debt to an alien enemy combatant. We've come a long way since 1646. What about reparations now? With all due respect to that historical context, we have some contemporary thought leaders here to share their respective insights. It's a question with deep roots leading to a national conversation that's finally starting to bloom. And we're here to do our part and confront it as a community. Welcome to this Bric Be Heard Town Hall presented in collaboration with Seeding Sovereignty. Taking a walk right now to introduce you to those folks I prefaced just a little bit earlier. You can see the town in our town hall is here. Thank you guys for joining us. So if you're watching on television or on the internets right now, or if you happen to be in the room, we appreciate it. And I'm going to do the honor of introducing the folks who are assembled for our panel here. Start with the chief.
This town hall is BS. You want to discuss reparations?
We do want to discuss reparations, and we're going to do it as a collective. So if you would like to take part of the conversation, we'll have the conversation.
It's BS.
Thank you.
It's not a campaign slogan for the Democrats to try to fool black people into voting for them. It's not a game. Reparation is not a game.
You know what?
There's a reparations movement, and ain't none of them on it.
The reparations movement is happening, and if you'd like to participate, you can stay.
Reparation is not a game. Reparation is not a game. Reparation is not a game.
All right, is everybody else secure in their seats? Let's have a conversation. And I can assure you, no one in this building, no one in this zip code thinks that reparation is a game. Agreed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and my community? All right, forward. I'm going to introduce you right now to Chief Perry. Thank you for being here right now. It really is an honor to have you here, especially in the face of people who would make that we're not here, but we're glad to have you. Just to let you know, Chief Dwayne Perry is the chief of the Ramapo Lenape Nation, and he is no stranger to the front line. He's also a Vietnam veteran, and he's been engaging in a fight right now for his very community. So thank you for spending some time with us this evening, Chief. All right, now I'm looking at Noah Millman. Noah Millman is a Brooklynite. He also happens to be a screenwriter, and he is a columnist and critic at The Week. Thanks for joining us, Noah. Coleman Hughes is a columnist and contributor at Quillette, the New York Times, as well as the Wall Street Journal, and he's also written for the National Review. Thanks for joining us, Coleman. And L.Joy Williams, in addition to being a brilliant political strategist, is also the president of the Brooklyn chapter of the NAACP. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. The Reverend Mark Thompson is here. He's one of the early founding members of NCOBRA. We appreciate him being here. He's been a voice on reparations and the fight for liberation for a very long time, and we're happy that you were here this evening.
Thank you.
Finally, Professor Catherine Franke is here. She's a professor of law, gender, and sexuality studies at Columbia University, and you may be very interested to know is the author of the just-released book. Oh, it gets better. The book is titled Repair, Redeeming the Promise of Abolition, and just by way of a little letting you know what it's about, it makes the case for racial reparations today by telling the story of an experiment in South Carolina and Mississippi in the 1860s where people were actually given land as a form of reparations that was later taken away from them. So, historical context, and it's all in the book. So, we're going to start with, Professor Franke. Welcome. So I'm going to Bernie Sanders you all for just a moment. I'm saying we're talking about reparations, but what is it? I'm going to ask each of you, starting with you, Chief, to give me your working definition of reparations.
Well, my thought is perhaps the most important thing that reparations can do is present history and knowledge as it really occurred, not as a paradigm to abuse and to manipulate the society. A good example would be my people were instrumental in ensuring the success of the American experiment. However, they said, we'll let you guys stay alive in place. That's okay. That meant we were the first slaves in the state of New Jersey. So reparation, I think, have to start with the integrity of true history, of knowledge, before we can work beyond some more finite approaches.
So Noah, from where you sit, how would you define reparations today?
I'm probably the least qualified to do that on the panel, but when I think of what reparations means, it is an attempt to reconcile with the past between communities that one has suffered at the hands of the other. And whether that is in the form of monetary or whatever, it is an intracommunal agreement, effectively, that what we are doing now is settling a long-standing grievance.
L.Joy, I know you're a fan of a very large perspective on just exactly what reparations meant, but if you had to top line it and give your elevator pitch, as it were, what would you say reparations are now?
Well, I would begin where the chief begins. Is the first thing is the acknowledgement and the truth-telling of our combined history. And so that means not telling the story of the American experiment if we're simply talking about reparations here. There's a larger conversation about reparations. But if we're talking about it here, then we have to tell the true story, and it can't be through the lens of the white colonizers who were here. So it has to be a holistic conversation, starting with there. We're talking, you mentioned the book. We're still uncovering stories and places of, what was done, what harm was done. That is part of reparations. Part of it is uncovering everything and then being able to tell the true story. Following that is then the discussion on how do we repair? how do we provide whatever resources or what have you that contributed to where the community is. The other piece that I take from the UN's definition of reparation is there's also at the end this making sure that it's not done again. And so when we're talking about reparations overall, it's uncovering, it's truth-telling, it's, yes, the discussion on how do we repay. And for me, that doesn't necessarily always have to be in the form of a check and written out from who and who writes the check. There's a repayment, and then there's also a commitment not to repeat it again. And that comes in different forms as well. So for me, I would say that is my working definition of reparations, beginning with the truth-telling. And because people are afraid of the conversation of a check and who receives it and who writes it, we never start at one, which is truth-telling and uncovering.
So Noah, how do these Coleman perspectives jibe with your idea of reparations?
Well, I think we've seen in the past few months that the word reparations increasingly means whatever anyone wants it to mean in the moment. Last year, there was a bar in Portland that had a reparations happy hour where white people donated into a pot and black people drank for free for a few hours under the heading of reparations.
It was something like that. I happen to know that the black people got $10 in cash each. It wasn't about them getting free drinks. They left with $10 to do whatever they'd like, just as a point of fact.
Okay, so that's reparations for some people. To me, reparations is something of a misnomer because the wrongs of history are generally too deep to actually be completely compensated. No Holocaust survivor really was made whole by the check they were given, no matter how large, by the German government. So I think it's easier to say what reparations is not than what it is. What it really, I guess, an approximation would be, it's a full-hearted recognition that a wrong was committed. Something happened that should not have happened. And more than that, it's an apology that feels more sincere because you're attaching something tangible to it, because words are very cheap. That's what it should mean, I think.
Looking at you, Reverend Thompson.
Well, first of all, thank you for having this important conversation. One correction, not an original founder of Cobra. I just want to correct that so I don't get in trouble. And I don't think do I look that old, brother, to you? But it's all good. But again, thank you for having us. I agree with what everyone has said. Obviously, reparations, the root word is repair. And so if we're talking about oppressed people in this country, and particularly, and let me just say, I'm in solidarity with my brother, the Native American people. A lot of the conversation around reparations right now is around Africans who were enslaved. And as a descendant of African people who were enslaved, for many of us, reparations means spiritual repair, cultural repair, repair through the means of education, health, economics, society. All of those things go together. And so it is obviously much broader than individual checks, but helping to build and establish institutions so that at least African Americans can catch up with white Americans. White Americans had help in terms of the Homestead Act, which didn't include us, housing loans, FHA, that helped build the suburbs, Social Security did not include us. And someone said, we see gentrification going on right now. So there were all of these helping hands given. And we as African Americans, not to exclude the indigenous people at all, none of us can ever catch up because everyone else got a head start and we didn't. So until we deal with that, that's why I think it's also important. And I know that Cobra feels like that, and the National feels this way, and the National African Americans Reparations Commission, and the new HR 40 deals with it in this way. We can't only talk about slavery. We have to talk about slavery's vestiges, because as soon as slavery was over, we had the Jim Crow era and everything that resulted from that. And now we live in an era where we have modern day lynchings by the hands of law enforcement. We have a racist criminal justice system. So the clock just keeps ticking and the toll keeps going higher and higher. So the sooner America addresses all of these injustices, the better.
Well, I'm saying, we got to pace ourselves. We got 90 minutes to go here. We got a lot to go to. Professor Franke.
It's hard to add anything to these amazing insights that the co-panelists here have contributed. But let me say, reparations are a tool and they're an opportunity for us to recover a kind of history, as Aljoy described, but to not relegate it only to history, but make it part of our national memory. So what we need to do with reparations, say for the Native American community, may be very different from what we would do for African Americans or for others in this country. So reparations are designed to repair a fundamental cultural form of injustice. And if we think about it specifically in the context of slavery, what we did with enslaved people was we legally freed them, but we never made them free. What we did is we abolished the institution, and then we said to a group of people who were abjectly poor, who could not read and write because it was illegal, actually it was criminal, to teach enslaved people to read or write. What we said to them is, go on, live your lives now as free people. What we needed to do at that time was give them the material resources in order to be actually free and full citizens. But we also needed to use those resources to recognize retroactively the terror, the rape, the death, the family separation, the humiliation of being enslaved. So reparations then were both backward-looking in terms of recognizing the fundamental soul-killing nature of this institution, slavery, but also forward-looking in terms of creating the very possibility for people to be free. We haven't done it in the United States since then, and we need to do it now.
So listening to each of you share your perspectives, I wonder why this moment? Why, after doing a number of these town halls, we have definitely met with very passionate members of our community and been able to sit across from each other and share contrasting views, but still share and speak and be engaged. Why are people prompted to act so passionately and in some cases be so amazingly siloed as we talk about reparations in 2019?
You mean, why is it a conversation that has now gotten to the level that it has?
That, and why are people walking out of a room before hearing one word about what we're actually engaged in this evening?
Well, I'll start with the first point. I think it's because of political power. So as you amass political power in this country, political and economic power, you get to be contributors in terms of setting the agenda and setting what is at stake and what, you know, the conversation is. And so as people, as marginalized groups gain more political voice, more economic power, particularly more political power, you then have an opportunity to bring to the forefront issues that, you know, to some people may have been, you know, a small group here or there. You now are able to make it a central point in, say, a presidential election or something like that, because you've now amassed power as voters. You've now amassed power in terms of elected leadership who can bring this voice to the table. The first iteration of just a commission, we ain't even talking about giving people checks. We just talking about a commission and study, like the thing, was I was born in 1978. It was 1978, right? And having that conversation. But if growing political power allows those people, us, to be able to set the agenda. And for me, the conversation about having a full throttled, whether it's a commission or conversation or movement about reparations, connected to that is gaining political power so that you can set that agenda. So the more you see marginalized groups gaining political power and economic power, we're able then to set the table and determine what's on the menu. And reparations just happens to be on the menu because we have greater political power now.
I think there are two sides to this. This is absolutely right. We have people of color running for president as serious candidates, and many of them, and their constituencies are pushing them to talk about this issue. We also have somebody in the White House who is an abject racist and isn't shy about it. So the evil, the ugliness of white supremacy is out in the open in a way that we haven't seen before.
Wait,
which isn't to say, Which
It's been racist and
I'm not saying
supremacists before.
No, I'm not saying we haven't had it before.
Oh, okay.
No. But I think Donald Trump is giving voice to it and giving the blessings of the presidency in a way we haven't seen before. It's out in the open. Well, I mean,
maybe
Let's say
yeah, right. In recent period. So I don't want to say that we've not had white supremacy in this country before. I mean, that's been the founding value of this country from the first time that Europeans arrived. But I think there's something about the way that Donald Trump has inhabited it with a kind of joy that has also motivated people to think deeply about racial repair in this country.
Well, I think also we can be very specific. Donald Trump is no longer using the Nixon Southern strategy or the Lee Atwater strategy, quite frankly, which was a little more subtle. There were certain code words. I agree with you, Joy. We've always had racism and white supremacy, no question about it. People were, doing the hagiography of H.W. Bush, but, let's face it, he did Willie Horton. I haven't forgotten that. Yeah. But again, that was somewhat subtle. Donald Trump has thrown all that out the window, so he is an openly white supremacist individual. And right, it's a white lash. I agree with the audience. I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing, in answer to your questions, reparations come to the forefront. But I think we also have to give credit where credit is due. Our brother Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote the piece. And it's good and bad in many ways. It was great that he wrote it, but I think we all would agree. He wrote it, and it was in a mainstream white publication. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, as much as the black press and black institutions and black organizations have been struggling around the issue of reparations for a century or more, it wasn't until it was published in a mainstream white publication, oh, this might really be about something. And lastly, to Joy's point in terms of constituencies and power, even more so, I think, than presidential candidates, Catherine, Democrats control the House. So you can't talk about a new empowerment for women and Latinos and other people and African Americans in general, and not finally have to consider the John Conyers legislation, which has been out there for almost 30 years or more, and now it's been renewed, and you can't really hide from it. Why? It's a very logical question for somebody to ask, well, Democrats, are you finally going to pass H.R. 40? And right now, there's serious discussion about doing that. So I think those are all the contributing reasons.
I think it may be somewhat Pollyannish, but I think also an element that's being missed is that as the population in general, we sort of have an intellectual parity that didn't really exist even 10 years ago. So that allows for sort of an intellectual outreach to a more expansive thought, particularly like a real code word is reparations. That's war. So now you're able to expand on the different meanings and what does that really look like. And that would not have happened if the society itself hadn't matured forward a bit. I'm not saying there's not all of these problems, and I can give a whole soliloquy, can't speak, on the fact that Jim Crow is happening now.
Right.
Manipulation of zoning is happening now. I'm in a fight for our lives over our own property from people who feel it's entitled to manipulate the politics, to manipulate the security forces, to manipulate the communities. That's happening now, but on the other hand, it also gives some hope that our allies have all of us here. We have a like thought towards humanity. And I think if we sort of keep that light in front of us, we'll be able to walk forward and we shall overcome.
I don't know if we want to still talk about the sort of the political situation, but I'm curious just from a chronological perspective. I don't disagree with any of this, but my sense from the outside was that this national conversation really started in an active way in the second Obama administration when we had a black president. And I wonder to what extent a lot of this reflects disappointment with what that administration ultimately represented in terms of progress on some of these issues. That Black Lives Matter was still needed after we had a black president.
Yeah.
Well, I want to go back 1 second to 2007 when the president addressed the NAACP and warned about reparations, saying this may not be the fight right now because it would give other folks license to say we're done with the black question, where we should be galvanizing ourselves to fight for specific injustices in the courts and in society. And if we just put all of our steam into reparations, we don't have to, they will say that reparations is done. We don't have to pay attention to everything that's happening.
Yeah, there is, I mean, we are now having the benefit of time away from an Obama presidency to really evaluate as a whole sort of how that presidency had an impact on our lives and on the country overall, right? The more time and distance that you have, even I would say even from the Trump presidency, the more you have distance from that election, from that presidency, you're able to see it in a different light. And so as we get further along, we start to have these conversations immediately afterwards about what was he able to do for the people that helped him get there in terms of voters, but then also from the community from which he came. And so the conversation of reparations is not new in society overall. And when I talk about that connection of political power, right, and here was this hope that people had, well, now we have a black man in, office. Clearly, he's going to do something to address or repair, the harm, right? And then there's a lot that you can say that the administration did that did, etch away, but how no one person is going to be able to repair the centuries and sort of decades of racism, Jim Crow, enslavement, and all of that packed up. That's a ditch that you got to really, get down and dig in. And so I think over time we'll continue to have the conversation about the failure of an opportunity, but there's also within our own community the dialogue and the disagreement about whether or not we need to pursue reparations. And just to add, what I was going to add is there's HR 40, but Charles Barron has a bill here in the state of New York to set up a New York commission, right? Because there's also, living in a states' rights society, there's also the individual states and what they did to contribute to the harm of communities of color and marginalized groups as well that we have to look at, right? So it's not just a federal conversation, it's a state conversation, it's also a corporate conversation, particularly from some of those corporations that still have existed, mainly banks and insurance companies and things of that nature, that we have to have this holistic conversation about. So yes, I don't personally don't put all of the blame on one particular person because they were in a position of power. Am I disappointed that he didn't go far enough? Absolutely. But is he the sole person to blame?
For not
blame. Right. Well, I mean, I'm talking about that in general. He's not the sole person to blame for the entire institution.
I would also say that sometimes there are just changes in the culture and ebbs and flows. So when Ta-Nehisi Coates 5 years ago now wrote the case for reparations, he specifically said that he suggested, despite liking Obama, that Obama not pursue reparations. 2014 felt different culturally than 2019 did. And we should also remember, right around 2001, there was a wave very similar to this one, where there was debates about reparations, and it was a hot debate in 2001, and then a couple years later, it just kind of fizzled. And I think there's some kind of difficult to explain, difficult to pin down the causation, just kind of ebb and flow with this conversation that is probably likely to continue. I don't expect this moment to continue for 5 years, maybe a year, maybe 2, I'm not sure. But it's probably going to ebb and flow again based on history.
I think a missing element with all of this is we need to have or somehow come to a decisive understanding, a focus of where we're going with it. Otherwise, it's going to become an intellectual exercise. And you're right, it's going to ebb and flow, and before you know it, nobody's even going to know what you're talking about. So I think that maybe perhaps not this forum at this moment, but we do need to convene and sit down and say, what are we talking about?
Well, it sounds like a good moment.
And I think, and I think a good example is the doctrine of discovery. I mean, I know people know more about it than the Pope. What's it doing? It's just been watered down into an intellectual discourse. So.
And I think connected to that is who are the actors that need to participate in the reparations process? I think that's one of the things, is that we call and demand for reparations, but it doesn't mean that if you're relying on American government to control and chart out a process for reparations, we will be waiting for 400 more damn years for that to happen, right? I think the overall process, in starting first, we're talking about telling the truth and uncovering the dirt. That process is happening, right? And that doesn't have to come from the government actors to do that. That can come from professors researching. That can come from elected officials, uncovering documents. That can come from Ta-Nehisi Coates writing in detail, about the case. That can come from The Color of Law, which, a book that details the housing discrimination and the laws and the Supreme Court cases that were ignored outright in order to create that. So part of it is the uncovering and the digging, and that doesn't all have to happen by the government as the actor, and I don't think it actually should. I think the uncovering, the truth-telling has to come from the outside, continuing to bang at the door to tell the truth on that. And that process is happening now. And so even though it may not be, the terminology may not be reparations, sort of uncovering that, New York life insurance charged black folks more, and then they had that's part of the reparations and uncovering conversation. Talking about the banks and insurance companies, or talking about Wall Street and property that was taken, or even just finding out where you came from and your genealogy, because that was hidden and that was, you were separated from that. That's all part of the conversation.
It sounds to me, and forgive me if I'm wrong about this, that we have a little bit of disagreement anyway about what the word should mean. That you have a very expansive conception of what reparations is, and particularly that it is effectively an open-ended process, because there's always going to be more to learn.
Yes.
And so I guess what it sounds to me like what you're saying is that reparations is a way of thinking about social justice generally that focuses on what the sources are within society that caused the situation that we see today. What are the harms that were historic that have continued down into the present, either in terms of continuing to happen or in continuing to have ripple effects from things that happened in the past, the things that were done in the past. And I'm curious if that's what you're saying, really, why you think from a political perspective that's the right way to frame things in terms of getting what you want to accomplish.
Well, because I think it's so connected and embedded in our society. And to your point of, we have a reparations conversation. We've decided this is the reparations commission. This is what we're going to do. We're going to open books and we're going to give checks and we're going to do that, and now it's done. Well, that still doesn't address a criminal justice system that still has, right? Yeah. That still doesn't address housing policy that's still on the books to this day, right? That still doesn't address all of those connections. It's similar to how I tell young people, just saying, sometimes saying things are just racist without talking about how specifically is racist is like throwing the bomb in the room, right? Because it's like just racist and then everybody's off guard. To say specifically, oh no, there was an actual law that said black people couldn't live here and that's what the racism was,
gotcha.
Right? Like gives context and saying this was deliberate, it was planned, it was written out, thoughtful, and continues to this day. And that's the uncovering the dismantling that needs to happen. So reparations is not an event. Even if we have a conference or a commission or a study, like there's still so much interconnected in our society that we have to unpeel and disconnect.
Well, to be clear on that.
I'm sorry, just for 1 second.
Sure.
I just want to let you guys know we've been here for a half hour already. So if you have some questions that you would like to get in on the conversation, you can make your way to either of these aisles, and I'll be hopping by. You can see that guy back there, and we'll bring the voices in. So thank you. Thanks.
Well, what I was going to say is, first of all, in terms of addressing the moment, much of the progress that has been made in the reparations movement over the past number of years has happened outside of the context of mainstream media coverage. So even if this moment right now, this very popular, may seem to ebb, and things do ebb and flow, we have continued reintroduction of H.R. 40 and a new H.R. 40 because of a movement that made it happen. That wasn't on television, so everybody in the room should know being a part of the reparations movement may not mean you get your name in lights or that it's constantly covered. That's number one. Number two, to address the conversation between Noah and Joy, those who've been working in the movement, for example, in COBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and they're also part of a larger coalition, the National African American Reparations Commission, have helped to rework and redraft H.R. 40 in such a way that some of the academics and thought leaders, and obviously some politicians, would be a part of a commission to determine what forms reparations should take. Mind you, the original H.R. 40 was going to study whether or not there should be reparations. So this is different now. There's consensus that there ought to be, and now it's a question of what form it should take. And the 10-point program that some of those thought leaders in COBRA and the National African American Reparations Commission have put together is online, IBW21.org, and also in COBRAonline.org. And it charts out even some of the things you just named, how specifically we address issues of land, economics, access to capital, which is larger than just an individual check. Because we get individual checks now every 2 weeks. But again, we don't have the capital that others have had to build successful businesses. What do we do to change the criminal justice system? So it may not be a group gets together, says this is reparations, and then it's resolved in 6 months. Right. This may be something ongoing. They also make the case for there to be institutions for the ongoing study of oppression and what has happened to African Americans. Institutions that go in and revamp the education system. I remember when we used to debate about more African-centered education. That's not a popular term anymore. But we know that a lot of our educational systems still educate people from a very white-centric point of view. How do we overhaul that? How do we change what's in the textbooks? How do we support our HBCUs, which still need support, particularly our medical schools, like in Meharry and Howard, where people need to be educated to deal with the health disparities that are ongoing in the African American community. So, all of those things, in that 10-point program, if you want to go online and look, are laid out very, very specifically. But that's just one stab at it. This commission will consider everybody's thoughts in the process. That would be the plan anyway. And I also agree with Joy. Everybody in this room and everybody watching around the country lives in a state of cities. City councils and state legislatures aren't waiting on H.R. 40 in Congress. They're doing their own things to address reparations in their communities. So what some of you can do is do that at home as well.
So I'm hearing a lot about the theme of justice and restoration, and it just puts me in the mind. Earlier I was looking at the 4 pillars of restorative justice. So the 4. Inclusion of all parties, number 1. Encountering the other side. Making amends for the harm. And finally, reintegration into communities. So taking those 4 pillars of restorative justice into account, how would restorative justice be different or dovetail with reparative justice, Professor Franke?
Well, this is my chance to be the law professor in the room, although there may be others that could jump in if they'd like to. Reparations is actually a more narrow concept than restorative justice. Reparations addresses, in the law, at least the way we think about it, and I think some of us have a more political conception of it, but at least in the law, as repairing a specific injury or a specific harm, even if it's massive, like white supremacy or slavery in this country, right? Reparative justice is about repairing an entire society. And that can be a much larger project. And I think sometimes the question of reparation gets collapsed into what I think we would all also agree that we are in favor of, which is creating a non-racist society. And so some of the measures that we would take to excise structural racism from every corner of our society may be more than what we would actually say would be entailed in reparations for slavery. So one way to narrow the question and maybe just distract attention from the happy hour version of reparations that Coleman was talking about is to keep bringing us back to the history. That the contemporary criminal justice system and its deep racist roots began the day that slavery was abolished. Right? The imprisonment of black men, mostly black men, but not only, but mostly black men in the 1860s was a response to their cry to be free. Right? We didn't imprison black men when they were enslaved because why would you imprison something that's working for you? Right? We allowed discipline on whatever manner to take place on plantations by the slave owner, him or herself. But once we abolished slavery, we created public prisons for us to collectively punish people as an act of racism in so many contexts. And we would trace the criminal justice reform, I think, backwards and recover that memory and reclaim it as part of our present, of understanding those roots as coming from that original evil from the founding, really, and before the founding of this country. But there's one last thing. I don't want to leave out Chief Perry and the issues of Native Americans, which it's so often the issues of reparations become overwhelmed by the very compelling issue of how to deal with the ongoing problem of not having repaired slavery or the enslavement of black people in this country. But the kinds of reparations that we might talk about for Native people have so much more to do with restoring sovereignty, right? And an identity as a separate national group or tribe or collectivity. And those sorts of collective injuries and the genocide of the acts of discovery, it was a sort of a lovely term that covers up that genocide and killing from the very beginning, those kinds of remedies look very different, I think, than what we would look for in the context of how we have treated and mistreated African Americans. So I want to make sure that you continue to be part of this, this conversation.
Everybody, how do we need to look at how do we provide a comfort level now that will allow us to set our people free? A good example, right now we're looking at systemic denial of education generationally.
Right.
So now we have people for unknown generations that have been encouraged to get out of school at 15 or 16. The only good living wage job you can get is, say, driving a snowplow for the town. But if you wanted to be a lawyer or a doctor or an editor or a professor, it's not there because you weren't allowed you were denied the education. So in effect, what you have is indentured servitude going on now. And for those people trapped in that sort of cycle, in that morass, what do we do to bring a comfort level, to bring enough strength to say, hey, it's okay to speak up. When Johnny drives a snowplow, I'm Johnny's cousin. Where are the people, what does the allies look like that step forward to resolve those forms of modern day slavery? And if it's happening for my folks, I'm sure it's happening for a lot of other people.
I fear that we're kind of talking around the main issue, though, because there are many people, including people on the right wing, like the Koch brothers, who support criminal justice reform. The First Step Act, obviously they support it because it's costly, right? So for a totally different reason. But the First Step Act just passed bipartisan, reducing mandatory minimum sentences, right? So when people hear reparations, which is this very controversial topic, I don't think they're thinking, oh, they mean criminal justice reform, they mean repairing society. What they're thinking, and what the public meaning, I think, right now in America is programs or benefits or a check or a deeper program that is allocated to descendants of slaves and not to other people. And I think that's the crucial variable that makes it, for most people who hear that term, controversial. It's not that it's just criminal justice reform,
What do you mean
right?
by most people? When you say most people?
Well, reparations in America at large, it's a very contentious topic. People yell at each other on cable news over it. When they hear that word, I don't think they're thinking, we've been talking about criminal justice reforms, a lot of structural issues that exist in this country, but I don't think that's what people are thinking when they hear the word reparations, and I don't think that's what they're opposing when they oppose it either. So I fear we're talking around the most controversial part.
Well, clearly we aren't. I think what happens is a lot of these talking heads are people on television who don't know anything about reparations and haven't been involved in it. The people around this table, so to speak, obviously have a more holistic view, and the movement does as well. And if people who are legitimately involved in the movement were allowed to have more open conversations and allowed to be on some of these panels that don't include people who really know about reparations, I think the public would be much more informed about it. As far as the Koch brothers and what Jared Kush and everybody does, you know, they don't deserve credit for that. The criminal justice reform movement has been going on since, as you said, since we were first criminalized as a people after slavery. So they're just riding on whatever popularity that exists right there, but they're riding on the backs of those mostly people of color who started that movement over a century ago.
Well, the other thing I would add to that conversation, because whether it's reparations or any other kind of work on behalf of marginalized people in this country, is that there has to be some kind of PR thing that has to happen to make people sort of be more accepting of your humanity and your dignity and the rights that you deserve being in this country. And I always call BS on that. I don't need to make you feel better about what I'm rightfully entitled to. Right. And so there's a different kind of organizing model of negotiating, sort of organizing from a position of power. I'm not going to ask for anything that you are giving me out of charity. I'm going and fighting for something that I am deserving and that I'm owed. That's a different level of organization. I'm not asking to borrow $10. I'm asking for the money and for the land and for the support and the resources that marginalized people in this community. That's a totally different thing. So I'm not interested in trying to massage, even as a strategist, I'm not interested in trying to massage people's ego or package it differently in order to get what a human deserves in terms of rights and responsibility.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I mean, I mean, sort of the whole conception, as I understand it, I hope I'm following this all, is of reparations is that it starts with the conception of a debt, right? So it's not charity. Yeah. It's never. I mean, even when you go back.
You're not doing me a favor.
I mean, the word can change.
We did y'all a favor.
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to draw your attention to a slide that we actually compiled. Mark, you were just a second ago asking about what people. So we have some general ideas about the public perception of reparations. So overall, the opposition to reparations, when we're looking at a large group, is 68%. If we break that out, millennials are opposed to reparations by about 49%. Whites, as a general, are opposed by 81%, and we're looking at the public perception about reparations and those opposed to it. So at the bottom of that scale is 35% of people who identified as black say that they are in opposition to reparations. So looking at that, we see that young folks are getting on board, black folks continue to be overwhelmingly on board, but white America, not so much feeling reparations at the moment. Lorraine.
So that actually is sort of the basis of my question. As someone who does believe in the theory of reparations for African descendant and Native people, recognizing that we got voting rights, we got a form of reparations immediately following slavery, a form of. It was quickly taken back because of violent white supremacy. We had a form of voting rights again, civil rights again, Fair Housing Act again in the 1960s, which has been almost essentially eroded via the courts and through the resurgence of violent white supremacy and the respect for and the institutionalization of violent white supremacy 2019. Given that, and given Derek Bell's theory of interest convergence that says white people are only willing to support black interests so long as and up until the point that it helps white people, and as soon as it no longer benefits white people, they will pull back. What sense does it make under this reality to continue to push and invest black energy into fighting for reparations, which would have to come from folks who believe what we just saw on the screen, as opposed to recognizing, yes, it is owed to us, and just like any other assault or major trauma victim, it would be wonderful if the oppressor would acknowledge it, repair it, and allow us the space to move on. But if they never do, we still have to correct, heal, and move on regardless. And so my question is, cost-benefit analysis, do we continue to put another 100 of years into trying to get back what they took back in the 1860s, while we're losing ground and what we lost in integration because what we thought was going to give us in progress, we now no longer have our own businesses, our own economy, our own ability to employ our own people. We have lost so much trying to integrate into this space that has been so explicitly hostile to us. is this more than a theory and a discussion, or is there actually something concrete that I will be able to say that my great-grandchildren will be able to experience the benefit of what we're arguing for now? So, and I do believe in it. I'm just saying, is this a space that we should be investing energy after the past 200 years?
Absolutely.
Yes.
A cost-benefit analysis.
I would say yes, until we burn it down and create something new. Then within the space and the institution that we're in, yes, you continue to seek grievance.
And also, I would add to that, how many centuries were we enslaved, sister?
Enslaved
Yeah.
before the
Before Emancipation Proclamation, how many centuries?
Oh, about 200 as a country, but then there's the 1619 up until the
I'm
country
sure
is formed.
there were some people in those centuries. Some people were born and died who were enslaved.
Yes.
I'm sure there were some who said, you know, we never gonna get out of this.
Yeah.
When Dr. King was alive, there were some who said, we're never gonna change this. The price of freedom, as Frederick Douglass said, is eternal vigilance. What you leave to your descendants, your grandchildren and their grandchildren, is just that, eternal vigilance, to continue the fight. Other cultures do it. The indigenous people are here. They haven't stopped. So it's ridiculous. Those who are victims of the Holocaust don't stop. So it doesn't make sense for us, and see, that's why we still need to continue to fight for reparations. First of all, we never had it. The right to vote, no, we never had it. The right to vote, desegregation, the right to intermarry, those were not reparational. They weren't even considered that. As a matter of fact, the proof that they weren't is because they always threatened to be taken away. To be very specific, the field order, Marshall's field order, was reparations. 40 acres and a mule. We never got it. That was reparations. That was never given us. So we've not had it yet, and we can't give up the fight. One of the arguments that is being made in terms of what would be a form of reparations is education, is access to culture, is being re-educated about who we are. Dr. John Henry Clark used to say the greatest thing stolen from us was our ancestral memory. Not knowing when people lost everything in the flood in New Orleans, you know the thing they complained about, not the furniture and the cars, but the photographs. We don't know who our ancestors were, where we came from. So what reparatory justice would do, that could also be included. Who are we? Who can I connect with? Who would I have been if my ancestors were not captured and brought over here? That is something that will always be worth fighting for, this generation, the next one, and on and on.
And some of that action, to my earlier point, some of that action, to my earlier point, you cannot give over to a government entity to do, because they're not going to have the same care and the same concern. Just as the sister who just asked the question says this all the time, or like you giving over education of your child to a system that is racist and doesn't, and doesn't believe that you are, equal as a citizen or as a human. So why would you give over your children's education to someone who is racist? The same thing, we can't give reparations in its totality over to an institution to control. We have to control it for ourselves and say what it is. And part of that's why I talk about what this current institution currently understands and moves with is political and economic power. And so the more that we advance in political and economic power, then we can control and set the table of what happens.
So I have a question, and this is also prompted by something in your writings, Noah, looking at reparations and seeing the strain that we're talking about now about empowering people and educating children in a culturally specific way that is in line with developing them as whole people. Are we calling reparations a sort of separatism by another name? Is it possible to repair and have one nation when people have been so aggrieved and obviously in need of correction? What does that do to our fabric as a country if something needs to be addressed in that way that is completely foreign from what has been in place to this point? Can we stay a united state if people are repaired to the way where they get their dignity and still be integrated into a country?
Brian, the reparations that actually were delivered to formerly enslaved people in the Sea Islands and in Davis Bend, Mississippi, were in the form of 40 acres. They were in the form of a mule, but they were also in the form of community safety and exclusion. So Sherman's field order said, you're going to get this land, and we're going to keep white people away. And so part of what I think we also have to be talking about is healing. And healing, I think in this context, can probably take place best with communities on their own. You don't need me there to help the African American community to heal. I can tell the stories, but I think for some period of time, Black folks need to be with themselves to figure out what this new world should look like. And that to me was just one of the fundamental crimes of what happened at the end of the Civil War, is people were given land, lots of land, right? In these various contexts, Lincoln is assassinated, Johnson becomes president, and the first thing he does as president is grant amnesty to the former slave owners and give them their land back. And it was violently taken.
In reparations for slaves that they lost.
Exactly. Well, no, not exactly, because that's the one thing that they didn't get. But that was certainly the ethos of the time.
Okay.
But the idea then is that repair could only happen with the Black community themselves to build a free life. So
you can clarify something about something that I wrote, which is, I don't think I was saying that reparations are a separatist movement. I think what I was saying was that the concept of reparations is inherently intercommunal, right? One, and as such presumes that a separation already exists. Right. Presumes that there are distinct identities.
Distinct to a nation state.
Could be traditionally, yes, from a nation state to a nation state. It doesn't have to be, but presumes a divide that already exists. It's a way to repair the divide, but because it presumes that a divide already exists, you have to organize politics around that existing divide. And I think that's the political question at the heart of what you were saying was, is that the most, just from a purely pragmatic perspective, whether emphasizing the divide that does exist and organizing around it is the best way to get the most practical results. I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's underlying the question is whether that's right or wrong, and I don't know.
I think perhaps a working strategy, I was going to mention before you so eloquently sort of outlined it, is that I think we're a bit too egocentric with this reparations, in that, I know, don't let your heads blow up yet now, just wait a minute. It's just that there is a very powerful tool that's been used throughout history to keep people of color down. It's being used right now to keep people of color down. Now, what is that tool? It's this tool that Lyndon Johnson, let me paraphrase him. He said, as long as you can make the dumbest white man think he's smarter than the smartest black man, you will control him forever. That's the tool that is keeping us fighting about reparations. Ain't no white man in no nice house coming down here. They got a knucklehead coming down here looking for you. So what I would suggest is maybe in the terms of reparations, maybe one of the things that could happen is maybe a little better outreach in terms of general education. I'm not at all trying to suggest we put these people on par. These are people that specialize in hanging people. And if you think about it, and I don't want to be mean to any white folks, but this is a fact. I've been on this earth quite a while. I have never met any people of color that sat down and said, hey, it's Tuesday, let's go hang some white boys. That's a white thing. And it's a dumb white thing. I'm just suggesting maybe you can hang it out a little bit.
I agree with, there are so many things to fix. There's so many systems to fix in America today. And that really seems like a separate issue to me than the pure issue of reparations. When I hear the talk of burning the system down, replacing it with something new, what I think of is not some kind of utopia where we've abolished racism. What I think of is Zimbabwe in 2000, where black militias marched onto white farms, said, rightly, you took this from us, we're going to take it back. Right? They literally did that at gunpoint. And what happened? It completely destroyed the economy of the country. Zimbabwe used to be called the breadbasket of Africa. After that, it couldn't. Are
you saying that's what's going on with the reparations movement? You're comparing the reparations movement?
What I'm saying is you don't burn the system down. You don't
No,
burn the
I want you to continue the example.
So I'll
and that if you're going to use the example,
I
of
was
the reason-
continuing the example.
No, but I want you to explain why the
I was
economy.
about to.
Explain why the economy's bad.
Okay, so, well, you march onto somebody's farm, you take their farm, they've been there for decades, they know which fertilizers work with the soil, which don't, right? Every patch of land is very different. You don't know how to do it as well as they did because it was their patch of land. Investors pull out because crops are failing. Now you're no longer the breadbasket of Africa. You know what I'm saying?
That's the reason why the economy.
But I
Yes,
still don't understand
that's
what
mainstream
how that
historical
analogy
fact.
relates to
Okay,
reparations.
just
Mainstream
to
history.
keep us on
Google it.
track. I happen to know we have a question here, but I can tell you that since about 2009, white farmers have been compensated about $69.4 million for the loss of the land that they had taken from people before they got expatriated from it. And much of the impetus for that compensation of those farmers was to not draw the ire of the Western world and get reinvestment in Zimbabwe. So, we have a
And
question.
what about the fact that calories went down 45% for the average Zimbabwean in that period?
But what does this have to do? What does Zimbabwe have to do with what we're talking about right now?
Well, they've tried to do reparations, land-based reparations
It's
in
an
Zimbabwe,
example.
but you can't blame the reparations movement for the collapse of the Zimbabwean economy. You just can't.
Why? It's a direct consequence.
You've got random facts.
No,
They don't connect.
What? No, they're not.
Talking about
This
a
is
holistic system that was opposed to black people taking control of their own land.
You guys should Google Zimbabwe in the
have
2000s.
a corporate and a banking society that then decides that you taking back what it originally belonged to you means that I'm not going to invest anymore. That is the collapse of the economy. The collapse of the economy happens because white institution and white supremacy says you can't take something just because I had it, even though you originally owned it. So that's what that is. It's not just because they didn't know which seed to go in the ground. Are you kidding me?
So you know something
Okay.
that all of the mainstream historians and economists and journalists in Zimbabwe don't know. You know something they don't know.
No, but
I would say expand,
They took
and
the
I did
baseball
study
went
that
home.
case, and I would say expand who you are reading about that.
Yeah, I think that the struggle for reparations is a legitimate struggle in and of itself. At the same time, there's the struggle around police brutality, environmental racism, structural and institutional racism. And to me, the key question I'd like to get a response is, how do you integrate? Now, as if Obama said, put reparations on the shelf and deal with the issues, the real question is, how do you link the two? How does the struggle for reparations play itself out in the course of struggling for land rights, for instance, for black farmers as well as Native Americans, the fight against police murder, the fight against the kind of racism that we see throughout the society? I'd like to hear if there are any thoughts about how that gets integrated, because to me that's the basic question.
Well, that's the part of what we know is that there is so little land in black hands. And because of that, black people have very little control over their own communities, whether it's how they're policed, what sort of stuff gets dumped in their water, right? And so one of the things I recommend in the book is that we increase the estate tax. And we tax what is the largest intergenerational transfer of wealth we have ever seen, ever, right? And most of that wealth lies, and you've got another slide somewhere that I saw go by earlier, most of that wealth lies in white families.
Right.
Why have white families accumulated wealth in scores more times than black families? Because of land ownership, right? Here it is, the median household income.
So, of course, Ta-Nehisi Coates brought this issue to the forefront, and he, in modern times, he brought it to the forefront, couching it in the story and the truth of housing discrimination, and particularly the redlining. And we happen to know that household income is most often, household wealth.
Yes.
Most accumulated through land and property. And this is just one of the breakdowns of the wealth gap in terms of race. In the median income, household income in 2016, we're looking at Native Americans just over $39,700. black people below them, just below at 39,400, and white Americans' household median income from that same year. The numbers
you
are
should
there.
actually have wealth numbers up there because the disparity would be much larger.
It would
Yeah.
be.
Oh, the disparity is
I mean,
much
disparity
larger.
income is smaller than it is.
Yeah.
And I think also when you're talking about going deeper, right? Because the conversation, people think wealth gap just means, oh, he has $5 more than I do, or, you know, more in his savings than I do.
Tell us the difference between income and wealth.
Rather than talking about the the overall wealth, but there's also the strategic, somebody sitting at a desk and contributing to this conversation on even the land that black and marginalized communities do own, valuing it lower than others, which actually has an impact on our communities overall, because where do education dollars come from, right? So if that is when I talk about just saying racism alone, or just saying and not talking about the strategic ways in which this decision has to be made. A decision has to be made in terms of valuing land over another, and sort of talking about robbing people, or even the conversation on gentrification, which is a whole nother town hall, but talking about devaluing land that marginalized communities even own, which also strips of wealth.
No.
I think some of the discussion about economics ties into something that we've been talking about how open-ended the question of reparations is. Because from a business perspective, the business isn't based on justice. And it isn't. So if you're interested in wealth generation, if you're interested in sort of what conditions allow businesses to grow, allow people to accumulate wealth, it's in an honorable way, let's say, if not a just way, not cheating people. It's having rules of the road and an understanding that the accumulation is possible and knowing what will happen. A one-time decision, a closure that transfers wealth from one group to another is very different from an open-ended process that says this is potentially going to go on. We're going to discover more things. We're going to keep this process going. And I think I guess I take the opposite view of you about what people are afraid of, to the extent that people are afraid of reparations. I think people are less afraid of a sense that, there's going to be a check written one time to somebody who's not me. I think there would actually probably be more support if there were a sense that this was an end of the discussion, and that's actually not the end of the discussion, as you're saying. It is an ongoing.
It's similar to the Voting Rights Act, right? Think about how the parameters of the Voting Rights Act was, that it wasn't just simply about one event to fix. It was creating a check and a monitor in a way that allowed to monitor this process going forward, right? That you had to present a plan, of changing voting laws or changing polling sites or, drawing districts and things of that nature, because we recognized at that time that this was an ongoing, voter suppression was an ongoing thing that was going to happen, right? And so we created a system, if you will, to keep institutions that being the states, in check, because we knew this was a tool that would consistently be used. And so that's what I'm sort of arguing in terms of the reparations conversation, is that people in power in general are always going to drum up new different ways to keep their power, keep their wealth, and keep their money, right? And so it's an ongoing conversation. That's just part of the human condition, right? It's just the more power you amass and the more money you amass, you want to keep it. And so you're going to do everything possible in order to do that. And so that's why I'm saying this conversation overall, there has to be this ongoing conversation and not just a one-time thing, oh, we sorry, here's something, and now we're done.
I'm a little bit.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Just on that theme, we actually recently had a chance to meet a woman from a community that has experienced reparations in the American context. It was a one-time thing that is in danger of being lost only to scholarship. So I invite you to take a look at this story.
On the morning of December 7th, 1941, my mother got a phone call from my sister's best friend's father, who was an editor at the Daily News. He said, "Tell your husband to come home right away." And my mother said to him, "Are you crazy? It's not even noon." And Mr. Wagner said, no, really, you tell him that Japan just bombed Pearl Harbor.
Citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria.
The day after Pearl Harbor, the one family said, we are loyal Chinese Americans. We're not like the Japs in apartment 52. And so then we used to go to school together and play together. They no longer, played with us. Some of the Japanese Americans were sent to Ellis Island. There were Japanese Americans like my parents and others who were here on the East Coast, many of whom were not put in a concentration camp. But there were effects financially and emotionally that were a kind of damage that was different from being put in a camp. Our neighbors were sending their daughters to a summer camp, sleepaway camp. And so they asked my parents if my sister and I would like to go. And on visiting day, one of the things that happened was everybody came to visit and take their children away somewhere on Visitor's Day. And so my parents didn't come, and my sister and I ran into the woods and we cried and we said, our parents don't love us the way real American parents do. Many years later, my mother was a widow by that time. And so she used to eat dinner with us every single night. And I said to her, you will have to fix your own dinner tonight because we're going to visit our children in camp. We think it's important to visit children in camp. And so my mother burst into tears, which is the first time I'd seen my mother cry, and she said, we would have come to visit you, but the FBI wouldn't let me leave Manhattan. And I said, what are you talking about? The FBI, leave Manhattan? And then she explained something that we had not known the entire time of the war, was that the FBI had my mother under house arrest because she was born in Japan. Because my father had been in the ROTC in college and because he was born in Hawaii, and it became a marriage where my mother was made safe by the fact that my father was not going to get put under house arrest, but she was. How do you pay back somebody when something happens? How do you say, I'm sorry? And so the Japanese Americans who were put in concentration camps in the West Coast, they lost their homes, they lost their farms. I think we expect reparations to be tit for tat and you're repaying somebody. I think there's too many implications for what damage has been done to simply be able to pay back reparations. What we have to look at is how we define racism and classism and privilege and the idea that some people are entitled to one kind of life and other people don't have the right to have that kind of life.
That was Suki Terada Ports, born 12/12/1934. She's a force. So a part of that act was that $20,000 you saw to each of the 100,000 surviving folks who were interned in those camps, largely on the West Coast. But there was also an educational component to make sure that the story lived on. And another leg of that agreement was that people who had resisted the orders and were essentially outlaws were forgiven.
Right.
So that's the context of the act that the United States tried to make right for what happened to folks of Japanese heritage during World War II. We have a question here.
You mentioned that, it would take more conversation, more study to figure out exactly where we can allocate reparations from. But Israel didn't have to do that. So why do we have to do that? And when you mention Conyers' 1984 initiation of the reparations study, that's ridiculous. All these years and you're still talking, and now Sheila Jackson Lee picks it up? No more conversation. There's a reason why you have over 20 candidates on the Democratic Party is because they lost their black base, and we are finished. We are done, and we will get ours by hook or crook, as Malcolm said, by any means necessary. I don't want to hear about what Ta-Nehisi Coates is talking about during former President Barack Obama's presidency. We are clear in that. Those two presidencies were a presidency for the LGBTQ, had nothing to do with African people, although we put him in office 98%, twice. So then I say to you Africans who are in the room, are you still going to take lip service, or are we going to rightfully take what is ours? You cannot mellow out racism. White supremacy invests over $1 trillion into itself yearly. There is no way we can dilly-dally with that at all. You are who you are. Be what you are. But we are coming into our own. And the new voices of independent black media and others are fed up. So either you're on the same page with us, or we're going to run you over. I don't want to hear about institutions that will help us to educate ourselves a little bit better, to work within a white supremacist system. That no longer works. I know my heritage. I have certificates from 2 uncles who fought for our freedom during the American Civil War. My uncles did that. Lincoln didn't give us nothing. Those black men and women fought for our freedom. 2 of my great-great-grandparents owned speakeasies right here in Brooklyn before the Irish came and rioted and took it from them. I'm clear on who my people are. I am clear on my heritage, and I want what's mine by hook or crook.
So, Reverend, I know that you have talked about what that would look like in a form of reparations that also includes, as we just heard about, an independent media that is not centered on stories of othering people of color. What else would be encompassing this idea of reparations? By hook or by crook?
You asking?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, and again, if you go to the website, IBW21.org, and you go to the Reparations Resource Center, one of the things it talks about is support for black media. And because that's a part of the process. A lot of, you know, part of our struggle again here as Africans in America has to do with knowing who we are and our own self-esteem. That's why we don't say anymore that we come from slaves. We come from enslaved people. And frankly, before that, I mean, that's if we're talking about America. We actually come from the first civilization that was ever here on the earth. The first, you know, teachers, doctors, lawyers, the first civilized, and the first people to interpret humankind's relationship with God. Those people in antiquity are my ancestors. My ancestors came over here in the 1200s and 1300s before Columbus to hook up with his ancestors and establish trade between Africa and North America, the red people and the black people. But a lot of us don't know that. Right. And no matter what, you know, our sister knows her heritage and her lineage, but the average kid growing up, going to public school in one of these 5 boroughs does not know what I just said because it's not taught in our schools. We talk about STEM and math and science. What if we began to have taught in our schools that we were the first scientists? A black kid can look in the mirror and not be intimidated by math and science anymore if that black kid knows that she or he is a descendant of Imhotep. So those are the types of things that any reparations program must also include, educating ourselves. We can't become so self-congratulatory militant. I got it, somebody else got to get it on their own. No, we have to develop institutions using reparations to do it, and whatever else we can come up with until we get reparations, to educate our young people that through education and through our own media, like this right here. This isn't on a major television Big Five network, but this is an institution that ought to be supported so that people can get this information.
I'm closing in on 9 minutes, so we really want to get some more voices in.
I think one of the sicknesses in our society is this whole zero-sum mentality. And just to give you an example would be education. You know, affirmative action, or people getting into higher education. I mean, I think it's a good thing, whether it's healthcare or education or training, for any person to develop their talents. I think that's a good thing. I remember my friend Woody, who's a professor at Virginia Tech, I asked him why was there so much opposition, more opposition now than before in terms of, say, affirmative action. He said in the 60s it was a period of expanding enrollment, and now we're in a period of more contracting enrollment. I just had a question for Professor Catherine Frank, looking at the statistics there and the opposition of 81% of white people. I mean, if you're a white person, you'll be the representative white person, I suppose. So what, from that perspective, that zero-sum perspective, if it's not zero-sum, what benefit is there for white people for reparations?
It's an excellent question. Thank you for it. I think the project of reparations is really about setting us all free.
Yeah. Everyone.
It's everyone. Right? And it's absolutely for African Americans about being freed from the badge, the stain of inferiority that is the residue or the afterlife of slavery, that justifies all manner of criminal justice, violence, police violence, lack of education, all the stuff we've been talking about. But white people need to be free too of this history, of the burden of that sin. Not that we need to be forgiven, because I don't think reparations is the same thing as forgiveness. But I think we need to have a conversation amongst ourselves as white people about our responsibility for this racial order that has continued since the founding of this country. I did an event last night about the book and about reparations, and we talked a long time about white people's responsibility to be free from that history, and how these are conversations it's good for us to have as a mixed group of people, but we need to be having those conversations as white people to see this as our project too, not just a project of African Americans that gets forced on white people, but that we sign up for it as well. And it's true, your earlier questioner about that cited Derek Bell's idea of the interest convergence dilemma. He was a professor of mine and a wise man. I don't want to be as cynical as he is to resort to this kind of zero-sum idea that we all have stakes and skin in this game, and white people need to see what ours is.
Yeah.
One of the other questioners brought up the Israeli example, which I think is interesting as a point of comparison, just because at the time, very early in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany, it was Germany that was eager to settle reparations with the Jewish people, with the state of Israel, because that was their ticket back to being part of the family of nations.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? They just lost an enormous war, which they started, and so they were in a position of needing that ticket back. It was controversial in Israel, because it would have meant saying this chapter is closed. It didn't mean that everything was done in terms of fighting anti-Semitism. That continued to be a process in Germany. It didn't mean that everything was done in terms of even individual claims, that they're still going on now for things like stolen art and other property and things. But from a collective perspective of the German state versus the Jewish people, that was settled, and that was a very controversial matter. Malcolm Begin was against it. So I think it does, notwithstanding the dramatic changes that have happened in the power dynamics within America, it does tell you one difference in the power dynamic, that it's shaped the other way, that you have an 81% white opposition to the idea, even independent of what it actually is actualized as, independent of whether it's
also worth noting that almost all of the successful examples of reparations, whether it was the very touching video we just saw, or whether it was the reparations paid to the victims of the Tuskegee experiments, when black men were injected with syphilis, have been to the specific individuals who were harmed, not to their grandchildren. right? My ancestors were on Thomas Jefferson's plantation. We can prove it. We have the documentation. The question from a public policy perspective is, in a condition of limited resources, where we are trying to fix the broken public education system, where we have healthcare costs that are so far gone compared to our peer countries,
which disproportionately affect black people.
Let me just finish my point. My point is that we can either allocate limited resources based on who needs it the most, or you can give it to someone like me because my grandparents were on Monticello. The second thing doesn't make sense, and doesn't make sense to most Americans, and it shouldn't make sense.
Well, I think that's absurd. Let me just address that. I think that's utterly absurd. And let me we out of time? Let me say it quickly. Let me just say this very quickly. You know, it's...
Neither one of you can say it quick enough, because I know what we have to go into. But we are literally on our last 60 seconds. This conversation, oh, she's giving me a come on. It was 90 minutes. We can part 2 in the hallway, but before we do finish our broadcast hour and a half, I do want to thank each of you for being here and adding your voices, and thank you for your tremendous questions and your presence. It always goes by so quickly. And thank you to Seeding Sovereignty for collaborating with us on this project. Thank you for being our town in the town hall, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Welcome to East New York. I'm going to show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer? Is it like a family to me now?
Gator Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
Today, humanity is just one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from nuclear annihilation. We need the treaty of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons as much as ever.
As the UN Secretary General warns of possible nuclear annihilation, we look at the growing threat of nuclear war as tensions escalate between the United States and two other nuclear powers, Russia and China. We'll also look at why the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency is warning the situation at Ukraine's largest nuclear power plant is completely out of control. Russia's using the plant as a shield to attack Ukrainian forces. Plus, we look at why the American right is embracing Hungary's authoritarian leader, Viktor Orban, who just met with Donald Trump and is addressing CPAC today, the Conservative Political Action Conference. This all comes just days after Orban delivered a racist speech that drew comparisons to the Nazis.
We cannot accept in any way the kind of communications that includes talking about races, few races, and mixing of races. Within the Jewish community, this evokes a very painful era and painful memories.
One longtime aide to Orban resigned, describing his remarks as a, quote, pure Nazi text worthy of Goebbels. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Northern California, the death toll from the McKinney fire has risen to 4 after authorities found the remains of 2 more victims Wednesday. Slow-moving thunderstorms have slowed the spread of the blaze, which has consumed 57,000 acres. But the rain triggered local flooding and shifted concerns to the threat of mudslides. This comes as the northeastern United States is baking under a heat wave that is threatening to top records across the Northeast. In Washington, D.C., 7 U.S. veterans and their allies were arrested outside the U.S. Capitol Wednesday as they protested the military's role in driving the climate crisis. A 2017 study found the Pentagon emits more greenhouse gases than many of the world's countries, including Sweden and Portugal. On Wednesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres slammed oil and gas company greed, saying government should tax profits made after Russia's invasion of Ukraine pushed fuel prices to new highs. Guterres said the largest fossil fuel companies earned nearly $100 billion in profits during the first quarter of this year alone.
I urge people everywhere to send a clear message to the fossil fuel industry and their financiers that this grotesque greed is punishing the poorest and most vulnerable people while destroying our only common home, the planet.
On Capitol Hill, Arizona Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema has signaled she wants changes to a budget reconciliation bill containing many of President Biden's legislative priorities on energy, taxes, and health care. In a private call with Arizona's Chamber of Commerce Tuesday, Sinema questioned part of the Inflation Reduction Act that would impose a 15% minimum tax on corporations. Sinema also questioned a provision to close the carried interest loophole, which taxes private equity and hedge fund managers at lower rates than most U.S. workers. Meanwhile, environmentalists are sounding the alarm over billions of dollars in new tax breaks and subsidies that oil and gas companies would receive as part of the compromise deal agreed to last week by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin. On Wednesday, Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders said he'll offer amendments that would strip out a requirement tying new investments in green energy to mandatory lease sales of millions of acres of public lands to oil and gas companies.
In my view, if we are going to make our planet healthy and habitable for future generations, we cannot provide billions of dollars in new tax breaks to the very same fossil fuel companies that are currently destroying the planet.
The U.S. Senate has voted to add Finland and Sweden to NATO in a major expansion of the military alliance and the first since North Macedonia joined NATO in 2020. Wednesday's Senate vote was 95-1, with only Missouri Senator Josh Hawley voting no. All 30 NATO members are expected to complete the ratification of Finland and Sweden by the end of the year. Indonesia, Australia, and Japan have begun joint combat exercises with the United States on the island of Sumatra. Though the drills are held annually, these are the largest ever and come just after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, which China condemned as a provocation. Earlier today, China's military fired several ballistic missiles into the waters around Taiwan as it began large-scale air and naval drills near the self-governing island, which China considers part of its territory. President Biden signed an executive order to help patients seeking abortions to travel to states that still allow the procedure. Biden signed the order as Senate Republicans blocked a Democratic bill to protect abortion care providers from violent threats and attacks. Meanwhile, Georgia's Department of Revenue said this week it'll allow state residents to claim fetuses and embryos as dependents, a tax deduction worth up to $3,000. In June, a federal appeals court upheld a Georgia law defining a developing embryo as a person as soon as fetal cardiac cells begin activity, typically around 6 weeks of pregnancy. In Indiana, Republican Congressmember Jackie Walorski and 2 members of her staff were killed in a head-on collision on Wednesday. The driver of the other car was also pronounced dead at the scene. Walorski served on the House Ways and Means Committee and was seeking re-election to a 6th term in November's midterm election. She was 58 years old. In Guanajuato, Mexico, journalist and businessman Ernesto Mendez was shot and killed Tuesday night along with 2 other people after gunmen stormed a liquor store he owned and opened fire. Mendez ran the online news source Your Voice, had previously reported threats. He's the 13th media worker to be killed in Mexico this year alone. In Austin, Texas, far-right conspiracy theorist and InfoWars host Alex Jones admitted from the witness stand Wednesday that the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre in Newtown, Connecticut was real. Jones' admission came at his civil trial, where he faces a $150 million defamation lawsuit from families of school children killed at Sandy Hook. For years, Jones spread conspiracy theories that the Newtown shooting was a government hoax and the victims' families were paid actors, resulting in online harassment and death threats for Sandy Hook families. The 2012 massacre claimed the lives of 20 school children and 6 educators. This week, Scarlett Lewis, whose 6-year-old son, Jesse, was among the 20 children killed in the massacre, confronted Alex Jones from the witness stand.
I wanted to tell you to your face, because I wanted you to know that I am a mother, first and foremost, and I know that you're a father. And my son existed. You're still on your show today, trying to say that I'm implying that I'm an actress.
This week, lawyers for the Sandy Hook families revealed Alex Jones' attorneys sent them every text message Jones sent for the past 2 years, apparently by mistake. On Wednesday, the House committee investigating the Capitol insurrection signaled it may subpoena Jones' messages as it investigates his contacts with planners of the January 6th attack. Donald Trump has welcomed Hungary's President Viktor Orban to his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, ahead of the Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC, which opens today in Dallas, Texas. Trump's scheduled to deliver closing remarks Saturday. Orban is speaking today. CPAC's warm welcome of Orban came just days after he delivered a speech in Romania that drew comparisons to Nazi rhetoric.
There is a world in which European peoples are mixed together with those arriving from outside Europe. Now that is a mixed-race world. And then there's our world, where people from within Europe mix with one another.
So far, none of the prominent conservatives scheduled to share the stage with Orban at CPAC have condemned the racist remarks. That includes far-right TV personalities Sean Hannity and Glenn Beck, Senator Ted Cruz, and Congressmembers Lauren Boebert, Matt Gaetz, and Jim Jordan. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. a top Justice Department official said Wednesday. His agency has investigated more than 1,000 threats to election workers over the past year. Assistant Attorney General Kenneth Polite told the Senate Judiciary Committee Wednesday that the pace of violent threats has increased sharply since former President Trump and his backers falsely claimed the 2020 election was rigged.
Threats to the election community remain a national public safety issue requiring a national response, regardless of politics. The trauma experienced in this community is profound and unprecedented.
The warning came a day after Trump-backed candidates who deny the results of the 2020 election won primary elections in Arizona and Michigan. The National Labor Relations Board has ordered a union of striking coal miners in Alabama to pay $13.3 million in damages to the Warrior Met Coal Company 16 months after they walked off the job to protest huge cuts to their pay, pensions, and health care benefits. The NLRB cited the strike's financial toll on Warrior Met's labor and security costs, as well as, quote, lost revenues for unmined coal. In a statement, the United Mine Workers of America called the NLRB's ruling a slap in the face of workers and said it has no intention of paying the fine. Union President Cecil Roberts said, quote, "Is it now the policy of the federal government that unions be required to pay a company's losses as a consequence of their members exercising their rights as working people? This is outrageous and effectively negates workers' right to strike," he said. In more news from Alabama, a subsidiary of Hyundai has been accused of using child labor at a factory that produces parts for the Korean automaker. Reuters reports underage workers, in some cases as young as 12, recently worked at a metal stamping plant operated by Smart Alabama LLC, which supplies parts to Hyundai's flagship U.S. assembly plant in nearby Montgomery. Labor advocates are sounding the alarm over a bipartisan House bill that would gut protections for workers in the gig economy. The Worker Flexibility and Choice Act would amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to end minimum wage and overtime protections for workers at companies like DoorDash, Uber, and Lyft. The National Employment Law Project warns the bill would, quote, radically erode fundamental worker protections in the United States to the benefit of big corporations, allowing them to require workers to sign away basic rights as a condition of work, unquote. The bill is co-sponsored by 2 House Republicans and Democratic Congressmember Henry Cuellar of Texas. In May, Cuellar defeated progressive primary challenger Jessica Cisneros by under 300 votes. After winning the endorsement of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Democratic Majority Whip James Clyburn, who joined Cuellar on the campaign trail. And radical activist and longtime member of the Catholic worker movement, Tom Cornell, died August 1st at the age of 88. Cornell, who blended traditional Catholicism with radical activism, used his actions and writings for bringing Christian nonviolence and war resistance to the forefront of Catholic life. Cornell worked closely with Catholic worker founder Dorothy Day and was a co-founder of Pax Christi USA. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Democracy Now! Co-host Nermeen Sheikh. Hi, Nermeen.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency is warning the situation at Ukraine's largest nuclear plant, Zaporizhzhia, is, quote, completely out of control. In an interview with the Associated Press, Rafael Grossi said Tuesday, quote, every principle of nuclear safety has been violated at the plant. What is at stake is extremely serious and extremely grave and dangerous. In recent weeks, the Russian military has deployed heavy artillery batteries and laying anti-personnel landmines at the plant. Ukrainian officials say Russia's using the nuclear plant as a base for its artillery, knowing that Ukraine cannot attack a nuclear power plant without risking a nuclear disaster. Zaporizhzhia is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. We begin today's show with Sean Burney, senior nuclear specialist with Greenpeace, who's just returned from Ukraine, where he was conducting the investigation at Chernobyl, the site of the 1986 nuclear disaster. Russian forces occupied Chernobyl for a month immediately after the invasion of Ukraine began in February. Sean Burney, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you talk about the situation at Zaporizhzhia and what you found at Chernobyl?
So thank you. The situation at Zaporizhzhia, it's unusual for Greenpeace to agree with the International Atomic Energy Agency, but Mr. Grossi is absolutely right to be deeply concerned. The occupation began on the 4th of March, and since then, hundreds of Russian forces, as well as state employees of the Russian nuclear state company, Rosatom, have been on the site. So that's bad enough. The fighting around the plant, if anything, is more serious in terms of what's actually going on at the site itself, because nuclear power plants are dependent upon reliable off-site power. And already we saw in March and April the loss of so-called grid connection. These are incredibly important because nuclear plants also require electricity to maintain operations, to maintain the facilities, for example, the cooling pumps that pump water into the reactors and keep the reactors relatively safe. And what we saw in March and April is a loss of grid in a number of grid lines. And the reason for that was because of fighting 50, 60, 80 kilometers from the actual site. So even if nothing happens at the site itself, nuclear plants are extremely vulnerable to external attack and in the context of a war zone. And that's exactly what we are in the situation at the moment in southern Ukraine.
Sean, you've said that it's the situation, of course, is extremely high risk in Zaporizhzhia, but you've also suggested that the role of the International Atomic Agency is highly political. Could you explain why?
It's a really complicated situation. This is a nuclear plant in Ukraine, obviously, but it's under Russian military control with the Russian nuclear state agency Rosatom on site. And the IAEA and Mr. Grossi have been trying to get access for a number of months. The problem is, if you, as an IAEA, go to Zaporizhzhia, are you therefore getting that approval of the Russian state, the Russian government, to access a nuclear facility in another country that actually still is a sovereign nation and for which the Zaporizhzhia plant still belongs? So there's lots of behind-the-scenes tensions in terms of whether the Russian state has any right to say to the IAEA, yes, you can come and visit us. So the politics of this are really complicated. It's not really clear to us what safety role the IAEA would play. We have Ukrainian nuclear employees working on the site. We have Russian military and we have Russian state nuclear agency people. So what role does the IAEA play in that? It has a safeguards function, which is to ensure that nuclear material is not diverted for military purposes, but there's absolutely no evidence that any nuclear material on the Zaporizhzhia site would be diverted by the Ukrainian government at this stage. That's clearly ridiculous. And the Russians, they've got so many nuclear weapons and nuclear material in their own country, they don't need to divert from Zaporizhzhia. So it's not really clear what is going on with regards to the IAEA's ambition to go there. I think in part it's also driven by Mr. Grossi's personal ambition. He seems to want to be seen as the savior of everything. And actually, the situation is a lot more serious than the individual ego of any one particular individual at a UN agency.
And Sean, we'll turn in a second to your report, the Greenpeace report, the investigation into the Chernobyl plant, which Russian forces occupied during their invasion for over a month in the early days. But could you talk about what your concerns are with respect to Zaporizhzhia, people saying that it could actually, if the plant is damaged, the situation could be worse than what happened at Chernobyl?
Well, clearly it's an intolerable situation that Russian military, Russian nuclear state employees are occupying Ukraine's nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia. For the workers, for their families, whose job it is to try and maintain the safe operation of those reactors, that's clearly an outrageous situation and it must be terminated and ended as soon as possible. The only way that can happen is for the Russians to withdraw immediately. Again, that's not going to happen. So what sort of scenarios are the most severe? The loss of cooling function to the reactor cores. There's 3 reactors out of 6 that are currently operating. That would be a major problem. We know that the generators that provide emergency power at Zaporizhzhia have got long-standing problems, not particularly reliable. The battery power is also extremely limited. So loss of power is really the most severe issue that concerns us. Also at the site, there are thousands of tons of spent spent fuel. That's the highly radioactive fuel that comes out of the reactors. Much of that is in dry stores, which are of less concern. But the material that's in the pools, that's the swimming pools that are inside the reactor buildings, they need to be constantly cooled, which means that in the Zaporizhzhia site, you've got much more radioactivity than was ever released by Chernobyl in a war zone where the personnel are under direct military threat at all times. So the ability to respond to any event, particularly a more severe event like loss of cooling, is extremely compromised. So at that point, you're looking at potential massive releases of radioactivity, potentially even greater than Chernobyl. That's not scaremongering. That's just the reality of having nuclear power plants in a war zone.
And on the issue of Chernobyl, talk more extensively about what you found in your report that says that the damage at Chernobyl, as you said, is so much worse than we understood.
So for a number of months, we've been in discussion with the Ukrainian government, and we had the opportunity, a unique opportunity, to actually conduct a survey, radiation survey, and also to meet with scientists whose responsibility is to manage and oversee this enormous exclusion zone around the nuclear plant from 1986, still highly complex, highly radioactive, with many, many problems. And then the Russians occupied on the 24th of February, left on the 30th of March. And the reports coming out at that time seemed to be confused. And so basically we went in there to listen and hear from the scientists who experienced the occupation. And these are laboratories that are fulfilling vital safety work on radiation moving through the environment. This is an ongoing disaster site. And we clearly saw that the Russian military had damaged, destroyed parts of their laboratory, stolen databases, smashed computers, removed hard drives. But then we also went into the area which they manage. It's 2,600 square kilometers. And we were only able to go to one very small specific area because, unfortunately, the Russian military have also decided to place landmines throughout the territory, some of it organized and some of it completely chaotic, tripwires, anti-personnel mines. So the impact on the scientists whose job it is to monitor radioactivity in the Chernobyl zone, also to provide warnings to firefighters, all of that has been compromised by the Russian military occupation. What we found was that radioactivity levels, in particular one area where the Russian military were, yes, it was high, but if you moved only 500 meters away, it was many, many times higher. And so the idea that this is a situation under control, that the radiation levels are normal, which is what the IEA and Mr. Grossi communicated in April, is clearly not true. And so the situation is incredibly complex, and basically turning this into sound bites saying that things are normal, it doesn't give any information whatsoever. So we have some severe doubts about the accuracy of what the IEA was trying to communicate back in April. This is an ongoing crisis at the Chernobyl site. The workers, the scientists, the state agency, they need as much help as possible because this is of national and international significance in terms of what radioactivity is doing to the environment there and what it potentially poses as further threats in the future.
Sean Burney of Greenpeace, I wanted to bring in Dr. Ira Helfand, the immediate past president of the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, which won the Nobel Peace Prize, also co-founder and past president of Physicians for Social Responsibility, and serves on the international steering group of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which also won the Nobel Peace Prize. Dr. Helfand, as you listen to this report, Sean Burney, just back from Ukraine, both about what's happening at Zaporizhzhia, where the Russians are basing themselves there so the Ukrainians cannot attack because that would create a nuclear catastrophe, and his findings at Chernobyl. Your response?
Well, clearly the situation around the nuclear reactors in Ukraine is extremely worrisome, and it just underlines, as Sean was saying, the fact that these reactors are not designed to function in a war zone, and it calls into question, I think, the entire nuclear power enterprise globally, because we just can't afford to run the risk of this kind of catastrophic accident occurring with the enormous public health implications that would follow from that. Tens of thousands of people were exposed to doses of radiation from Chernobyl that led to them developing cancer and dying. The exact number is very difficult to come by, but the estimates are that it's at least in the tens of thousands and perhaps higher. And we can't afford to continue to operate these nuclear reactors given those kinds of risks.
Well, we want to thank Sean Burney for being with us. Sean Burney of Greenpeace, who's just back right now from Ukraine, where he investigated what took place at Chernobyl and is talking about the situation at Zaporizhia. And we'll link to your Greenpeace report, Investigation Inside the Chernobyl Exclusion Zone. Dr. Helfand, we'd like you to stay with us as we talk further about the threat of nuclear war. Stay with us.
Eastern world, it is exploding, violence flaring, bullets loading. You're old enough to kill, but not for voting. You don't believe in war, but what's that gun you're toting? And even the Jordan River has bodies floating, but you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? Can't you feel the fears I'm feeling today? If the button is pushed, there's no running away. There'll be no one to save with the world in a grave. Take a look around you, boy. It's bound to scare you, boy. And you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Blood so mad, feels like coagulating. I'm sitting here.
Eve of Destruction by Barry Maguire. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres warned this week humanity is, quote, one miscalculation away from nuclear annihilation. He made the comments at the opening of a major UN gathering here in New York to review the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The meeting comes at a time when tensions are escalating between the United States and two other nuclear powers, Russia and China. This is part of Antonio Guterres' remarks.
The clouds that parted following the end of the Cold War are gathering once more. We have been extraordinarily lucky so far, but luck is not a strategy, nor is it a shield from geopolitical tensions boiling over into nuclear conflict. Today, humanity is just one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from nuclear annihilation. We need the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as much as ever. And that is why this review conference is so important. It's an opportunity to hammer out the measures that will help avoid certain disaster and to put humanity on a new path towards a world free of nuclear weapons.
During his speech, the UN Secretary-General also announced plans to visit Hiroshima, Japan this week. 77 years ago, on August 6, 1945, the United States dropped the world's first atomic bomb on the Japanese city, killing an estimated 140,000 people. 2 days later, the United States dropped another atomic bomb on Nagasaki. It was August 9, 1945, where at least 74,000 people died. To talk more about the threat of nuclear war, we're joined by two guests. Zia Min is with us, physicist, nuclear expert, and disarmament activist, co-director of the Program on Science and Global Security at Princeton University, co-author of Unmaking the Bomb, a fissile material approach to nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. Dr. Ira Helfand is with us as well, immediate past president of the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, recipient of the 1985 Nobel Peace Prize, also co-founder and past president of Physicians for Social Responsibility, serves on the international steering group of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017. His new piece in The Hill is headlined, "Are Russia and NATO Trying to Wreck the NPT?" Dr. Ira Helfand, explain.
Well, there have been multiple threats by Russia and some threats by NATO to use nuclear weapons in the context of the war in Ukraine. This is a totally unacceptable situation. And in response to that, my organization, IPPNW, organized a statement with 17 other Nobel Peace Laureates demanding that Russia and NATO make an explicit pledge that they would not use nuclear weapons under any circumstances in the context of this war. They have refused to do that. Now they're coming into the NPT meeting demanding, as they always do, that the countries which don't have nuclear weapons continue to refrain from obtaining them, while they themselves will not even promise not to blow up the world this week. And it's an extraordinarily hypocritical situation, and I think it is the kind of behavior which has put the NPT at risk. The great powers try to blame the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. They try to identify that as a source of risk to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, because 121 countries around the world have come together and said that they will honor their obligations under the NPT and not develop nuclear weapons. But the real threat to the NPT comes from the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, the NATO members, the United States, the UK, and France, Russia, and China, who are obliged under the NPT to enter into good faith negotiations to eliminate their nuclear arsenals, and who have steadfastly refused for the last 50 years plus to honor that obligation. And that's the problem that we're facing. And the behavior of NATO and Russia in the Ukraine conflict has just underlined this total failure of the permanent members of the Security Council to uphold their part of the bargain inherent in the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and I think that's what puts the treaty at risk.
Dr. Ziamia, could you comment on your concerns about what's going on at the Zaporizhia nuclear plant, which is, of course, the largest in Europe and one of the largest in the world?
The Zaporizhia nuclear plant, I mean, as Sean Burney mentioned in your earlier segment, and as Ira also observed, nuclear plants were never designed, intended, or imagined to be in war zones. They are dangerous enough, even in peacetime, given the history of nuclear accidents, complex technologies, institutional and human failures that we've seen throughout the history of all complex technologies. But what we've seen for more than 40 years now are attacks on nuclear power plants. It's worth remembering 40 years ago, Israel attacked a nuclear reactor in Iraq, and that was the first attack on a nuclear reactor by another state. And during the Iran-Iraq war, reactors were attacked. And the reactor in Dimona in Israel was also attacked. And now we see nuclear reactors being attacked by cyber attacks also. So I think what we have to ask is not so much the details of a specific reactor in Zaporizhia and the war in Ukraine, but the fact of, can we feel safe in a world where these incredibly dangerous technologies coexist in a system where we can barely manage even ordinary technologies, never mind technologies with catastrophic failures, but ones in which states go to war and actually target not just cities and people, but also other kinds of industrial facilities, including nuclear reactors. And so one of the things to keep in mind is that India and Pakistan long have lived with the threat of attacks on each other's nuclear facilities. And in 1988, they actually agreed a treaty between them to not attack each other's nuclear facilities because of fears of the consequences of such attacks. And this may be the kind of thing that other states should also pick up on and ask the question, until we can shut down all nuclear facilities safely and make sure that these problems can't recur in the future, at least we should have agreement not to attack them.
Zia, now you worked with your colleagues at Princeton earlier this year on a simulation looking at what might happen in the event of an escalation, how a conventional war between the U.S. and Russia could turn into a nuclear one. Could you talk about that simulation and what you found?
So several years ago, the Princeton program on science and global security tried to think about how to understand what would be the consequences of current US, NATO, and Russian nuclear war plans as far as we could understand them. And so after thinking through what those war plans involved using publicly open sources and what we know about the number and locations of US and Russian nuclear weapons, the postures, the targets, we actually tried to then go through step by step of what would happen in a conventional war, which escalated first with the use of one nuclear weapon on the battlefield, to then retaliation, to then escalation to a second stage of a larger use of nuclear weapons by both sides, then to all-out nuclear war and the consequences that would follow. And it found that, within a matter of a few hours, there would be the better part of 100 million casualties. And the US Strategic Command accepts publicly that all of their nuclear war exercises, they are on record, all of their nuclear war exercises end in all-out global thermonuclear war. So the war plans they have always end up with the end of the world. And so that's what we were trying to explore, and that's what we were trying to explain.
And Zia, during the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty Review Conference, France, the UK, and the US issued a statement saying nuclear weapons, for as long as they exist, should serve defensive purposes, deter aggression, and prevent war. We condemn those who would use or threaten to use nuclear weapons for military coercion, intimidation, and blackmail. Your response?
This is basically the US, France, and the UK saying, our nuclear weapons are good, your nuclear weapons are bad. Even though, as we all know, the US and the UK and France make nuclear threats, it's called nuclear deterrence. The very practice of nuclear deterrence is military coercion, intimidation, and blackmail. It's just that when we do it, we call it deterrence. When they do it, you call it for what it is, which is coercion, intimidation, and blackmail. And Daniel Ellsberg, bless him, pointed this out back in the 1950s in a famous lecture on coercion and blackmail in the nuclear age, saying that nuclear weapons fundamentally, except during times of active war when they're exploded, are instruments for the threat of nuclear war. They're intended to be instruments of coercion, intimidation, and blackmail. So all I think we need to do is to accept the fact that for the first time, these three weapon states have recognized at least the fact that nuclear weapons are about coercion, intimidation, and blackmail. It's just the rest of us understand this applies to everybody's nuclear weapons.
Yeah, finally, earlier this year, you attended the Vienna conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Talk about the significance of that treaty, why it was formed to begin with, and what the substance of the discussions were.
So the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is the first international treaty that bans nuclear weapons absolutely and unconditionally. And it also is the first and only treaty that bans the use and even the threat of use of nuclear weapons. If we had actually had the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons in force with the US and Russia and so on involved, there would have been no question of the threat of use of nuclear weapons by anybody. And the origins of this treaty go back to the beginning of the nuclear age. This was the first decision ever made by the United Nations in 1946. Before anything else, they said we need a plan for the elimination of nuclear weapons. What this treaty does, which entered into force in 2021, was to basically fulfill that first goal of the United Nations system. We now have an international legal instrument that bans nuclear weapons and bans the use and the threat of use of nuclear weapons. And in Vienna, the countries that came together as members of this treaty actually made a statement specifically talking about the threat and use of nuclear weapons as we see it today. And they said that this threat and use of nuclear weapons, including by Russia and by anyone under any circumstances, is a violation of international law, is a violation of the UN Charter, and should be condemned explicitly and implicitly and irrespective of the circumstances. So you couldn't ask for a clearer statement against the threat of nuclear weapons, unlike the kind of statement that we saw that you asked about from France, the UK, and the US, which says our nuclear threats are okay, everybody else's threats are bad.
And finally, Dr. Helfand, the UN Secretary General heads to Hiroshima for the 77th anniversary of the U.S. dropping the first atomic bomb in the world on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, followed by the dropping of the second bomb on Nagasaki on August 9th, 45. If you could comment on his comments saying we are closer to nuclear annihilation than ever. He'll be meeting with Hibakusha, that's Hiroshima bomb survivors and young activists, and also whether you think what's happening with the increased tensions with Ukraine, Russia, and China are, and now bringing Finland and Sweden into NATO, are escalating tension.
Well, I think the tensions clearly are escalating, and we are closer to nuclear war than we've ever been. And we need to recognize that. You know, the song that you played earlier in the show, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. That's the problem. We don't believe it because it is such a horrible reality that we're confronting, but we better start believing it because it's true. Fortunately, we have to also understand that this is not the future that needs to be. There's nothing that makes nuclear destruction inevitable. It's not as though, you know, we're dealing with some force of nature that we have no control over. We know how to take these weapons apart, and we need to do that. And, excuse me, here in the United States, we've launched a national campaign called Back from the Brink to try to force the United States government to change its nuclear policy in a fundamental way, to recognize that nuclear weapons do not make the world secure. They are the greatest threat to security, and they need to be eliminated. And to get the United States to play the role which it should, initiating negotiations with the other nuclear armed states for a specific, verifiable, enforceable, time-bound agreement so that they will come to eliminate their weapons, so they will meet their obligations under Article 6 of the Non-Proliferation Treaty and meet their obligations under the new Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And at the current session of the NPT in New York, I think it's incredibly important that the non-nuclear weapon states hold the permanent members of the Security Council accountable, that they demand that NATO and Russia, in fact, issue a statement pledging they will not use nuclear weapons in the context of the war in Ukraine. And they go beyond that and demand that all 5 members of the Security Council's P5, the permanent members, begin now, during this meeting in New York, the negotiations to eliminate their nuclear weapons, as they have promised to do for 50 years, and that they bring in the other 4 nuclear armed states into that process. And that can happen. This is not some fantasy. This is practically what needs to happen if we're going to survive. And the leaders of the great powers, Biden, Xi, and Putin, need to sit down with themselves and recognize the fact that the policies they are pursuing are going to lead to the end of the world that we know. They're playing this game of chicken, this game of king of the mountain, see who's going to come out on top of the struggle for power and wealth in the world. And they don't seem to understand that while there may be a winner, the mountain that that person ends up sitting on is going to be an ash heap, what's left of our civilization, because they're destroying it. And they need a totally different approach. They need to understand that to deal with the nuclear threat, to deal with the climate crisis, to deal with the future pandemics that we will experience, they need to cooperate. They need to work together, or else none of us are going to survive.
Dr. Ira Helfand, we thank you for being with us, immediate past president, International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, Nobel Prize-winning organization. We'll also link to your piece in The Hill are Russia and NATO trying to wreck the NPT? And thanks also to Zia Min, the co-director of the Program on Science and Global Security at Princeton University. Coming up, we look at why the American right is embracing Hungary's authoritarian leader, Viktor Orban, who is addressing CPAC today. That's the Conservative Political Action Conference, which is taking place in Dallas, Texas. Stay with us. As the World Turns by Jessica Pratt. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. Donald Trump's welcomed Hungary's President Viktor Orban to his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, ahead of the Conservative Political Action Conference, known as CPAC, which opens today in Dallas, Texas. Trump's delivering closing remarks Saturday. Orban is speaking today. CPAC's warm welcome of Orban comes just days after he delivered a racist speech in Romania, criticizing what he called race mixing in other European countries.
There is a world in which European peoples are mixed together with those arriving from outside Europe. Now that is a mixed-race world. And then there's our world, where people from within Europe mix with one another.
Orban's comments sparked outcry even from within his own government. One longtime aide resigned, describing Orban's remarks as a, quote, pure Nazi text worthy of Goebbels. Budapest Chief Rabbi Zoltan Radnodi also criticized Orban's remarks.
We cannot accept in any way the kind of communications that includes talking about races, few races, and mixing of races. Within the Jewish community, this evokes a very painful era and painful memories.
So far, none of the prominent conservatives scheduled to share the stage with Viktor Orban at CPAC have condemned his racist remarks, including the far-right TV personality Sean Hannity, who did a week of programs from Hungary and interviewed Orban there, and Glenn Beck, Senator Ted Cruz, Congressmembers Lauren Boebert, Matt Gaetz, and Jim Jordan. To talk more about Hungary and the American right's obsession with Viktor Orban, we're joined by Kim Lane Shepley. She's a professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University, specializing in the rise and fall of constitutional government, focusing in particular on Hungary. So we're going to talk about Hungary and here right through to the insurrection, Professor Shepley. But start with Orban's speech today and his significance.
Well, Orban's speech, what you were playing was one paragraph out of a speech that went on for an hour and 15 minutes. So it wasn't as prominent in the speech as the international press attention. But still, it was a shocker for Hungarians because for the first time, Orban used language that had not been heard since the 1930s and 40s. And he used a word in Hungarian that was the word that referred to Jews at that time. So it's no wonder that you're getting this reaction from both one of his advisors who quit, who was one of his few advisors who was Jewish, as well as from the rabbi you quoted from Hungary. I might say that it'll tell you something about Orban's Hungary, that when Zsuzsa Hegedűs, his advisor, quit, Orban then wrote this letter, you know, dear Zsuzsa, we've known each other forever. You know I'm not a racist. And within a few days, she said, oh, yes, Viktor, I know you're not a racist. And she offered to come back. So it will tell you something about Orban's Hungary, that criticism never lasts long and he manages to squelch it quite quickly. He's a dictator, which is a bigger, you know, which is an additional problem, I guess, in addition to his racism.
And of course, what counts, though, is what he's doing in terms of, I mean, it counts a lot in Hungary, of course. But the fact that the American right, CPAC, has invited him today to give this major speech on the opening day.
Exactly. Well, I think one of the reasons why Orban used that language in Hungary is that he knew he was coming to CPAC. And Orban is quite well informed. He'll understand that a lot of Trump's base loves dog whistle or even not so subtle racism. Orban will understand perfectly well that white supremacists form a big chunk of Trump's base. And frankly, I think Orban was playing at least as much to this American audience as he was playing to the Hungarian audience when he gave that speech. If you've been following Orban since he came back to power in 2010, and he's been in power continuously since that time because he's rigged the elections so no one else can win them, it turns out that he's been saying these kinds of things about mixing of races for a long time. He dog whistles anti-Semitism. One of his political campaigns, he was demonizing George Soros with a lot of language that was clearly anti-Semitic. He's the guy who stood up against the wave of migration from Syria and Iraq and other places, making references to a kind of another Islamic invasion of Europe. So none of this is really new. The thing that was new was the use of that particular language, and that means that CPAC could not possibly be surprised that Orban is going to come and dog whistle white nationalism.
Professor Scheppel, could we talk, I mean, you've just said a little bit now about his record and the fact that he's been in power for over 15 years, 12 of them consecutively since 2010. What do you think accounts for his appeal? As you've pointed out, he's a lawyer, but he has appeal far beyond Hungary. I mean, as you've said, that the elections are rigged in Hungary, so the fact that he's remained in power is not an indication of how much support he has. But why is he supported, or why have people abroad also expressed an interest in him, foremost, of course, Trump?
Well, of course, Trump loves winners, and Orban, is a winner of every election he's been engineering. But I think that Orban presents, especially for the American right, a kind of irresistible combination of culture war issues. So now we see racism, white nationalism, but in the past he's demonized LGBTQ people. He's railed against gender studies and gender fluidity. When he rewrote the Constitution of Hungary in 2011, the Constitution says that fetal life is protected from the moment of conception. So he's been on every single culture war issue for the last dozen years that also has been, the program of the American right. So the culture wars are really Orban's specialization to kind of whip up hysteria. The thing is, though, that these culture war issues in Hungary disguise the fact that underneath the surface, Orban has been changing the laws of the country so that gradually he has shut down all of the independent institutions that might tell him no. And in fact, since the COVID epidemic started, he's been governing by decree. He wakes up one morning, issues a decree, that's law. So essentially, Hungary is now a country that is a dictatorship in which he's rigged the election laws. He's rigged almost all the other laws. And I think what the American right sees in him is the use of culture wars as a kind of cover for creeping autocracy. And you see it because the Republicans are right now engaged in a campaign, a very Orban-like campaign, to rig the rules of the election by changing laws in the U.S. states so that the Republicans are going to win no matter who wins the popular vote. That's the kind of thing Orban did in Hungary. Some of the specific tactics the Republicans are using here exactly mirror what Orban did in Hungary. So I think, come for the racism, stay for the autocracy. I think that's what's in it for CPAC.
Professor Scheppel, you've called him the, quote, ultimate 21st century dictator. He himself refers to himself as a Christian Democrat. Could you explain what the significance of this is and how it fits into the European tradition of Christian democracy? I mean, most recently, German Chancellor Angela Merkel came from the Christian Democratic Party.
Yes, so let me start with Christian democracy and back into dictatorship. So Orban's political party is called Fidesz, and it's associated at European level with the European People's Party, which is the Christian Democratic Party in Europe, that Angela Merkel's party was also involved in. And because Orban's party was in that Christian Democratic European Party, those people, including especially Angela Merkel, have acquiesced in Orban's rise to power because they saw him as an ally. So Christian democracy is this incredibly useful cover for Orban because it gave him protection in the EU, because other Christian democratic leaders for a long time thought he was one of them because of his public rhetoric. Now, Orban is, like Trump, Orban has the support of evangelicals and conservative Christians without ever setting foot in church. And in fact, in Orban's first couple of years in power, he presided over taking the number of registered religious organizations in Hungary, sort of churches and synagogues and mosques, et cetera. There were 350 of those. And in his first year, he cut them down to 32. And by removing the tax-exempt status from the others, he literally pushed hundreds of mostly small evangelical Christian denominations out of the country. So you can decide for yourself whether that looks like Christian democracy. But on the question about dictatorship and being the ultimate 21st century dictator, I think that when we think about dictatorships, we have in mind, Hitler, Stalin. They come with big ideology and they repress their populations. In fact, the modern human rights movement really grew out of a list of the, horrible things that were done under those dictatorships. So what's a 21st century dictatorship? Well, it governs in a very different kind of way. So first of all, the mass human rights violations that we saw in the 20th century are not Orban's stock in trade. In fact, if anything, what he does is he exerts economic pressure against his opponents. And of course, in a world that's been made safe for capitalism, economic interests are not protected by rights. So if you lose your job, if your business goes under, if you're denied social welfare benefits, if there's no unemployment insurance, you can't claim any of those things as a matter of right. But you can certainly feel pressure if the government controls all of those things and keeps you in line with these kinds of economic pressures. So Orban has kind of analyzed these 20th century dictatorships and stepped into all of these places that, still allow him to exercise this immense pressure on the people that he's trying to control without ever stepping over the line of violating human rights. So that makes him a very different kind of dictator.
Professor, last year, Fox News host Tucker Carlson took a show to Hungary. I had said it was Sean Hannity, but it was Carlson, where yes. Tucker Carlson repeatedly praised Orban's immigration policies. This is what he said.
That is exactly why Democrats become hysterical when you mention the obvious successes that are on display here in Hungary on the immigration question. They don't want you to know that there's an option to the chaos and filth and crime growing all around us. We don't have to live like that anymore. Actually, we could have a functioning country.
So if you can comment on this and the whole white nationalist trend in the United States, some of the people actually modeling themselves on Orban as Orban followers.
Yeah, in fact, it's exactly on immigration that you see the sharpest parallels, between Orban and Trump. So, if you know what Trump did to stop immigration, he first built a wall. Well, Viktor Orban first built a fence. Then Trump pushes the people who are seeking asylum back across the border to wait in this kind of limbo before they can get into the country. Orban set up these things he called transit zones, which again were a kind of limbo as people awaited, entry. The similarities between Trump and Orban are so extreme that there was even a point about 6 months before the U.S. started doing it when Orban started separating parents and children. Now, they didn't lose track of which parents were connected to what kids, as happened here, but they decided that they had no human rights obligation to feed the parents in these transit camps, but they did have an international obligation to feed the children.
We have 10 seconds, Professor.
Oh, yeah. They took the children, fed them, and then brought them back to their parents so the kids couldn't share food. So all of that was stuff Trump copied.
Well, Professor Kim Lane Shepley, a professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University, specializing in the rise and fall of constitutional government, focusing on Hungary. That does it for our show. We'll do part 2 with Professor Shepley and post online at democracynow.org. Democracy Now! Produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke. Messiah Rhodes, I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
What's led us to this moment, again, is everything from Brexit to, again, this new neo-fascist movement that we're living in, to a kind of a conservative policy that constantly threatens the lives of people. We're tired of living in a police state.
I refused to see him die. I did not look at the newspapers in bodegas. I did not look at the news feed on Facebook or even text from friends. At a restaurant, a TV showed a white cop kneeling on a black man's neck, and I left before my food arrived. The video of Officer Derek Chauvin killing George Floyd ripped the scab off of our blackness. Inside, where color connects us, pain throbbed. We just buried our grandparents and friends who died from COVID-19. We just lost our jobs. Maybe the worst was over. I mean, damn, can we catch a break? But no. When I left the bodega, I saw a circle of my neighbors staring at their cell phones, faces twisted in horror. Did you see how they did that, brother? One said. I can't breathe. That's what he said. I can't breathe. Fuck the police. I saw open pain in their eyes, and beneath the mask of street machismo was a deep underground cavern where life's bitterness had pooled. And Floyd's death was a lit match falling in.
I think it's always been the time. I think it's been the time before now to protest. I think that now is the time for the world, actually, to become a participant in this protest, because I think that we're living in a fascist state. People's lives are threatened right now with a virus that disproportionately threatens the lives of African American people. I think that we are participating in a certain way right now because the economy is what it is, and 40 million people are unemployed, and there's an outrage. It's an accumulative rage that happens.
What I've seen over the years, from Sean Bell to Trayvon Martin to Eric Gardner to George Floyd, is that the movement has become increasingly large, very multiracial, and I think that's what's given us a hope, is that we're not alone anymore. That now we actually have, not only it's multi-city, but it's really multinational. Is the reason it's catching on like a wildfire. It's like fire only catches if there's fuel. So there is an underlying pool of discontent, of rage, of frustration that people have been feeling and really been hiding inside their bodies. Like their bodies are like these sponges filled with gasoline. And that gasoline is all of that shame and fear that happens when you're constantly either being surveilled, stopped and frisked. Broken windows policing is basically almost like factory farming people into the criminal justice system. And so all of that has been bottled up in so many people's bodies all across the world. That fuel is really what's causing the explosion.
Attention, quick march, so much. Left turn, right turn, about turn, double up, salute, open your hat, stand it ease, no fall in, fall out, fall down.
I understand that for dramatic change to happen, I mean, riots and all that stuff have been part of any dramatic change in Western society since forever, since Rome, since Egypt, like it's been how society changes. That along with, discourse and along with all the other elements. So I know that it's a part of it, but it's the reasons that can sway it this way or that. The reasons that things pop off. Is it through actual social anger? Is it through some instigating third-party initiative? So I ran up to the front of the groups and I started watching a white girl on a megaphone, and she obviously was not down with the movement, and she obviously wasn't from New York. And she was just like using the catchphrase BLM, getting the crowd amped, and then she would instigate them to destroy property. And then there was white cats dressed up fully cloaked, and they would have hammers and bust down the windows of stores that we would pass. All the black kids were young kids, Generation Z. They're all being manipulated by these people that were definitely in cahoots with each other because they would discuss and like plan and everything. These white cats that were either anarchists or masquerading as anarchists. The person on the bullhorn would amp everybody up, and then the person with the hammer would go and just initiate the looting or the break-ins with a hammer, just busting down windows, almost indiscriminately.
You tell me my people are free, but that's a lie I've learned to live with. The last time I checked, strangers who share a dark complexion are still overwhelmingly being segregated when it comes to overpopulated prisons, outdated textbooks, over-police ghettos. And that was the first time I was called a nigger. And I've never felt so much rage in my life. And words don't usually get to me, but maybe transgenerational trauma is real.
There was almost just like a swell in the collective unconscious, I would say, that has gathered everybody into focusing collectively on this thing, as of 2 weeks ago or so, and almost with continuous momentum up to this point. The whole experience for me has been transformative because I have always located my activism exclusively in my art. Something about this just felt like it is definitely the time to do this in the same spirit of enough is enough, and also like some sort of deep, collective unconscious tug on the heart and mind that made it feel important to be present, which I think, so many people are feeling.
Mama, can't you see? Mama, can't you see? What the system's done to me? What the system's done to me? They keep on shooting us down. They keep on shooting us down. No, you can't hold us to the ground. You can't hold us to the ground.
I was born in Bed-Stuy. I consider this my neighborhood, my community. I'm very protective of it. So when I found out there was a protest going on in Bed-Stuy, I was like, who is putting this together? Bed-Stuy is being violently gentrified, violently colonized. So I just wanted to know, who was doing this and what made them decide to do it here. Found out it was December 12th movement, which is a long-standing Black-led community organization. They're the OGs, and they've been actually doing marches and protests every week before all of this. They were doing protests and marches and, stand-ins way before George Floyd, way before all of this. And that gave me the confidence to know that I could be involved with this specific action and feel, secure, that it wasn't going to be no messy stuff. I feel like when it comes to engaging in action, you want to know who's organizing it. You want to know what the purpose is. You want to know what the end goal is, what route people are taking. I wonder if people are getting that type of security training that is required to be in a space with thousands of people resisting, pushing back against systematic violence, it's sometimes met with violence. Sometimes people just need to be prepared for that.
Be safe, be healthy, be strong, and be revolutionary. Free ourselves from mental slavery. Never falling for false security. I want to see I want to grow further. Open my eyes and fight the good fight.
You know, there's an old saying that to a hammer, every problem, looks like a nail. It's about how police were incentivized through the drug war to continue really hammering down on low-level drug offenses and then, stuffing state and then also eventually federal prisons with low-level nonviolent drug offenders. And some of the other forms of policing that actually were helpful to the community were not as prioritized or not as funded as, locking up low-level drug dealers or drug users. Good actually now to see that a giant wave is actually shaking the very foundations of the police and criminal justice system. And I hope that the wave is big enough now that we can really defund the police and dismantle some departments and really start replacing it with something that's more effective.
I'm totally down for defund the police. And I'm almost completely down with dismantle. All this is an evolution of the slave catchers. And you add that in with, this subjective reality that everybody in different groups in America operate under, and you have a totalitarian system. You have this 1984 dystopic system that people don't realize that we're living in.
You refuse, I think, to allow a Hitler, Mussolini moment again in the world. I think that's why this moment is really important. Just to speak to the Black Lives Matter movement, we've certainly been outraged for a very long time and have seen over and over and over and over and over and over again the unnecessary deaths of too many Black and brown bodies at the hands of police.
A lot of people talking about defund the police, but what they really mean by defund the police. So tell me why the people want to defund the police. Why? Cause they take your money. Defund, what's that mean? If they don't know where their funds are, who's gonna protect us once defunded? That's the fun part. Allocate what would be spent to process arrests for education, housing, healthcare, and the rest.
In New York City's budget for 2019, they spent $6 billion on the NYPD. Take it down to $5 billion, make them leave a bill behind. That's still more than several other major agencies combined.
I went to the protest in Foley Square. We'd been chanting like, whose streets are streets, but we're all getting out of the street. And then I had this moment of lucidity where I sort of realized what the meaning of civil disobedience is, that to make a point, the point is to break the law. The point is to say, no, the law proceeds from the collective will of the people, or it ought to. It is our right to be here to make this point, A handful of us sort of joined arms in spite of the fact that, there was these automated messages coming from the NYPD's amplifier that if you stay on the street, you'll be arrested, and we got arrested, and then off we went. All of my pushing and moving has been from the comfort of me in my recording booth. You know what I mean? It's been different, and something clicked, I guess, in that moment. My personal experience came at no physical harm to myself and little mental harm to myself as well. I was treated respectfully. However, it was easy to witness while going through it that not everybody had received the same treatment that day, and that things were rapidly changing. Some people had been roughed up, some people had a much more tumultuous experience of being arrested, and even, some of the people that I met who were arrested around the same time as me who appeared to have been treated much less courteously. It's about generating anthems, content, emotional responses to all of these issues from every corner and from every color and from every type of person, because the more people participate in that, the more progress we make.
Yeah, we really want to amplify Black voices and messages that are anti-racist and support anti-racist policies, and educate our followers on how to do that as well.
Make sure that you know what you're doing. And what you're doing is that this guy will not play with you no more. No more killing Black people. Yeah.
This has to be a prolonged protest. This has to be on some South Africa apartheid level. I'm scared that once this COVID lockdown stops, that people will get distracted, not have the time. I really hope that people remember all of this, like the police brutality, the reasons that we're in this, that this stuff is ongoing, that we can actually bring about core fundamental change.
They took away the drum. They took away the drum. So I use my voice to resurrect the bones that rest alone at the bottom of the sea. I'll use me. Okay?
I just want us to be careful about buying into the narrative that the worst thing going on right now is the looting. Use that word too for a moment. Think about it. Is it looting to basically be a major corporation in this country and receive billions in tax breaks while supposedly there isn't money or means to give every American health care? I don't know. I think that's looting.
When I was a kid, I remember going by some businesses that were boarded up and they looked weird and like no one had been there for a long time. And someone in my family who's an elder told me, oh, this place has been closed since they killed King and it got burned out and it never really came back.
There are boarded up places that got boarded up after the assassination of Dr. King. There are vacant lots where buildings were burned down, that were burned down in 1968. Nothing has grown up to replace them. And while we appreciate the peaceful demonstration, and we all have a need to vindicate our presence and to express what we think and what we feel. But we also have a responsibility to acknowledge certain things work and some things don't work quite as well. And so pillaging, looting, burning down, tearing up what is in existence does not necessarily bring the results that we're looking for.
But sometimes an act of aggression yields the exact desired result, and some unintended consequences.
A crowd that grew to 200 people gathered in the streets outside. The crowd got hostile when it witnessed police officers' rough treatment of the men and women, from pushing to kicking to arm twisting. Someone yelled, "Black power, don't let them take our people away." And quickly, folks started throwing bricks, rocks, and beer cans at the police. One bottle smashed through the last police cruiser to leave the scene, and what forever came to be known in the media as the, quote, Detroit riot, what government officials dubbed Detroit's civil disturbance, and what Blacks called the Great Rebellion, erupted. No numbers ran during that entire week as looting, burning, and violence wore on for 5 days. A combined force of nearly 17,000 officers, National Guardsmen, and federal troops was sent in. And by the time the uprising was suppressed, as many as 155,000 rounds of ammunition had been fired by law enforcement. 43 people were dead, 30 of them African Americans, including a 4-year-old girl named Tanya, victim to a .50 caliber bullet fired by the National Guard. More than 7,000 people were arrested on riot-related charges.
So you and I sitting here both know that that happened in 1967.
Yes.
But I promise it could be a blog entry from 2 or 3 nights ago as we sit here in 2020.
Exactly. I've been having flashbacks, Brian.
And you were just a girl.
I was just a little girl. I was not quite 7 years old when it all happened. And it absolutely is a scar on my memory. The fear, the sense of not knowing what was happening. And now when I think about it and I realize the damage that it left in its wake, not least of which was Detroit never really quite recovered. A lot of those 2,500 buildings were not rebuilt. That's the anxiousness I feel now. What will be left in the wake of this devastation?
In addition to being a living witness to the Detroit uprising of '67, Bric Davis is the author of The World According to Fannie Davis, a memoir of her late mother, an independent Black businesswoman who ran a numbers banking business from her Detroit home for more than 2 decades.
You, more than almost anyone, had a firsthand view of what economic independence and the multiplier effect that dollars in Black communities can have when they stay inside the Black community, both in the short term and historically.
Yes, even though small businesses were gone, a very significant underground economy continued to thrive. And so people had a means to continue to support themselves, to rebuild their businesses, to contribute, like my mom did, to rebuilding. Those things were in place because that particular underground economy was already in place. And that's what's so different from today. And that's another feeling that I have, my concern about how we'll regroup.
Let me tell you, without help, these small businesses, many of them, will never come back.
And while the loss of prosperity for an entire generation of Black communities is nearly incalculable, Blacks have suffered higher mortality rates from the coronavirus and greater joblessness. And a recent study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found the COVID-19 pandemic led to the closing of some 3.3 million small businesses, 440,000 of which were Black-owned. A 41% decline from February through April, making Black business owners the most impacted group. For Congressman Danny K. Davis, who represents the neighborhood where my parents still live and holds a seat on the Ways and Means Committee, that wealth gap has a very human face.
Yeah. It's African American men who've never had a job. It's young women with 2 and 3 children earning $30,000 a year, if they earn that much. How do you take care of yourself and 3 children as a clerk at one of the dollar stores or one of the places, or working in a nursing home as a health aide where you're making less than $15 an hour?
And there's something about COVID-19 that has changed the conversation, right? No longer can government say what it can't do. The government stepped in and provided millions, billions of dollars in aid.
The Ways and Means Committee tweeted this, saying that over 110,000 Americans have died due to COVID-19 and 42 million are out of work. And you add that to the strain that was already on small businesses, Black businesses, minority and women-owned. So do you think something like a Marshall Plan for Black communities would be something that the US government should get behind and develop?
Unequivocally and without a doubt, I mean, we can call it the Martin Luther King plan. We can call it the Roy Wilkins plan. We can call it the Sojourner Truth plan. What's so important is that we do it. I mean, we don't have any other way to infuse capital into disadvantaged areas and put people to work, guess what? The money that they generate is going to flow right back into the economy.
Right.
Because now they're paying taxes, they're working. So that money is going to put money back into the treasury, which gives us money to do other things with. I don't call it spending, I call it investment. If there's no investment, no return.
I am ultimately, ironically, Brian, positive about this moment. I am. It's painful, it's scary. We still are in an unknown territory, but I do believe that that's how progress works. And so this is this generation's opportunity to push us forward. I believe in them. I believe in my son. I believe in all these young people out here. I believe in people like you doing the good work, the hard work, you know, and I think that it does matter. It matters.
For the most part, for me, still is really the base of it, the crux of it is documentation. But as we move forward, it became, you know, the story. It became, this was an American uprising of sorts, and something that's never been seen. So a lot of times, you know, my lens tends to gravitate towards that aspect of history that needs to be documented in a way that's going to be looked upon for future generations as this thing, like what happened then. This is what happened then. So it's kind of like my message to future generations. You know, I make images. I try to make impactful images. I try to make images that make a statement in my own way of protesting, I guess. The whole documentation process itself is about making images. I don't necessarily record, but I am recording, but I'm making images. If you have a camera phone and you're not necessarily trained as a photographer, or you're recording, I make images, as well as other photographers who are photojournalists or who are image makers. You have people who do that. That's what they do, as opposed to like, hey, I'm a photographer because I have a camera phone. No, not in my mind. So I kind of like just try to like weed through all that and get to where the main source of what I want to put into the visual context. I want that to be the most important aspect of what I'm doing on that particular day. And that really causes you to, to kind of like make images. You have to sit there, you have to watch and wait. You look at people's behavior, their facial expressions, and you wait for that particular precise moment, which I like to call the sovereign moment, that precise moment where you have to you're going to make that decision visually to make that image come into being. I'm thinking about getting to the main source of that particular image. Sometimes I gravitate to the outskirts of that event itself, or just people who not normally would be photographed, or people who were kind of like playing the wall of sorts. What's really going through my mind a lot of times is really to be safe and photograph in a safe manner, and photograph in a way that's not going to necessarily be exploitative, still allowing dignity to be shown through the lens itself, as well as not necessarily allowing like pure sensationalism. I do know that a lot of the people who are coming in to loot, I mean, this is me just really being on the ground and seeing it firsthand, we're not necessarily protesters. These were people who were opportunists. These were people who specifically came there with the intention of getting some free stuff. Those stores have insurance that could cover that. I'm not saying that was right, but they do have insurance that could cover it. I do believe that the economic opportunities for some people do not exist in their world, so they find it, easy to go ahead and like, I'm just gonna rip off, and because I'm caught up in this whole materialistic drive to go ahead and say, hey, I got this, I got that, mine is better than yours because it's that name brand. But that's American culture for you. You know what I'm saying? That's where it is right now. This is what's being advertised and pushed to the youth. And unfortunately, it manifested itself in that aspect of the protest. But it's not the protest, so it can't be really compared. And people who try to compare those two extremes as one are foolish and are people who really should not have a mic. Seeing the brother of George Floyd, I thought was very relative to what is being. He was like I said, he was very thankful and he was very gracious in his presence. And just seeing that in itself inspired me to walk across the bridge. So I'm thankful for moments like that because it sends a message that's bigger than necessarily that photograph at that moment. I'm gonna say the one with John Baptiste on Union Square with his hand extended in the air, and then you see all the other instruments, because that was a really fun day to bring in music to heal and music to go ahead and push you further, and just that expressionism of creativity, I think lends itself to solutions. So that picture in my mind stands out to me because it's a form of protest, and as well as you're having musicians and creatives involved in the process of change.
I've raised the bar in the sense that I've been able to get promoted. I decided to join the police department in many ways to do what I'm doing right now, which is try to see what can be done to improve it. I was naive thinking that they'd embrace this, someone from the community that could bring better ideas. I didn't realize that the system would push back on that. But I joined because I knew what I experienced, what my friends and I were experiencing, and what was going on throughout the United States and how Black men were being policed. And I figured, let me join and see what I could do about it. I work for the New York City Police Department, going on 11 years, and I'm currently in the rank of lieutenant. Just a kid from Flatbush, born, immigrant parents from Haiti, who was raised in tough times, tough situations. My mother died when I was real young. I was 3 years old. My father wasn't working since I was 6, and that was some serious ingredients right there. Usually success is not on the other side. So this is a building I was born and raised, grew up in. And, this is where it all started, man. It's funny because I started reading late in life, and I would literally sit here and read, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, all types of books. This was right around the time that Operation Impact started in the police department, and what they basically did is they flooded certain neighborhoods with rookie cops that stood on every corner, and they gave them quotas for how many arrests, summonses, and stop and frisks they each have to bring in on a monthly basis. So a lot of times the rookie officers would come here to see what we're doing because they see a whole bunch of young black men congregating. And then yet I'm reading books, I'm quoting Marcus Garvey, I'm quoting Malcolm X. I remember they looked confused and they would just go back to their corners. You know what I mean? They were trying to meet their quotas. I didn't know that then. What's good, King? Doing some filming, you know what I mean?
Of course, everything good?
You know this.
What's the word?
All right, shit.
You just came out here.
Huh?
You just came out here?
Me, I just got here. When I was real young, cops were heroes. Cops were the people you call when something went wrong. That's it. And then I remember slowly seeing certain headlines like Amadou Diallo and Abner Louima, even Sean Bell a little later on. When I started seeing these issues, I started questioning policing a lot. And then I started getting harassed by cops. And at first I didn't really know what it was, especially because most of the cops were white. I assumed they were simply racist. They were white. I was a young black kid. They hated black folks, so they were racist. But once I actually joined the department, I learned that it's much more complex than just simple individual racism. It's the racism that's interwoven in the system by the way of the enforcement quotas in black and Hispanic communities. So even a well-meaning white cop or a cop of any race can still contribute to a racist system if they simply do what's asked of them, which is to enforce quotas in minority neighborhoods. So once I started understanding that and breaking it down, it started giving me some trouble. Just going to work, every day I was witnessing things that I noticed that my colleagues didn't even lose sleep over. And again, it's not because they're bad people, but this was the demand of the system that they were just meeting. Being an activist that's trying to get police reform while being employed by the most famous police department in the world, I'm really at a loss for words, but it's really difficult to explain what that's like. To speak out against the detriments of policing and then walk into work 5 days a week, there's no explaining that. Because unfortunately, a lot of my colleagues and coworkers, they don't see it as me trying to improve the system, improve their jobs, their quality of life, relationship with the community. They see it as me being anti-police. Right now, cops feel as if they're under attack by the media and liberals, Democrats, and they feel I'm on the inside, a traitor that's contributing to that attack. So to have to carry that and go into work and do my job, it's insane. Sometimes it's real disheartening, the fact that there's not more support. Like the Stop Question and Frisk lawsuit. Because with that lawsuit, we were able to get real change. And I wish, along with Stop Question and Frisk, summonses and arrests were included, because it's very likely that a situation like Eric Garner would have never happened. Because everyone else just saw a white cop who didn't care about this guy, You know, they probably even saw him as a racist. I didn't see that watching that video. I saw a cop trying to meet his arrest policy. Always been outspoken. I realized injustice is something I was never a fan of. I used to get in arguments with my dad when he was unfair. In that sense, my family's not surprised. They know I've always been this way. They are concerned though, because historically, it doesn't really end too well for whistleblowers. You know, it doesn't. Usually, it's not as happy ending. Activism is not easy work, but what keeps me grounded in knowing that I have to stay the course is understanding the millions of lives that are going to be positively affected if I'm successful.
We captured footage of a pregnant woman who her son was being arrested, and she was grabbed and slammed against the floor while she was 6 months pregnant. We've gotten footage of street vendors who were selling fruits and vegetables along Fifth Avenue. At 5 o'clock, there was an end of a festival and the police shut it down at 5:05. These vendors were slammed to the floor while in handcuffs, kicked around, beat up, 16-year-old girl choked by the captain of the precinct. All of this on video. And these are the things that, you know, that happen a lot, you know? And if we're not there capturing it, people just won't believe that it happens, that it's going on. But it's in this city, it's going on every day. When I was younger, as a Latino, you know, young kid, teenager, people didn't believe you when you had a certain encounter with the police. Whether it was your parents, whether it was your teachers, you know, no one in power believed young people and what we went through. Oh, cops are not that bad, you know. But it really was until we started getting our hands on cameras and turning them on when the cops approached us to show, you know, what that looked like, what that felt like. You know, the first people to have to pave the way, you know, as far as in this cop watch movement, you know, we took a lot of hits. October 2002, I was a teaching artist for W.E.B. Du Bois High School. And after school, I witnessed the police manhandling a teenager at the subway station. And I decided to grab a payphone, dial 911, and pull out a point-and-shoot digital camera and start taking pictures from 20 feet away in front of a token booth where the public was watching as the cops were slapping this kid around. As I was on the phone talking to the operator, describing what the cops looked like, cops walked up to me while I was on the payphone and maced me. As they took possession of the camera and handcuffed me, they all slammed me to the floor, piled up on top of me, and one officer cracked my head open with his walkie-talkie. They stomped on my handcuffs that were, you know, behind my back, my arms. I got permanent nerve damage on my fingers, and a big gash to the top of my head, and I was sprayed with mace. I was taken to jail and charged with assaulting police, with obstruction of governmental administration, and a list of other bogus crimes that took a year for them to dismiss. When I filed a complaint, police were attempting to intimidate me. They would show up to my house. There would be an unmarked police car parked in front of my house. They would show up at my job. They would go to my mother's job, and they would just follow us around, want themselves to be visible, wanting me to notice them. And they would wave at me, and they would drive by me, and that was an intimidation tactic. What I decided to do was get my friends to come with me, have multiple cameras. So I would have someone across the street on one angle, somebody on another angle, you know, a chain of cameras watching over each other. As I would walk up to the parked unmarked car and knock on their window with the camera on and ask them, "Officer, can you identify yourself? How come you've been parked in front of my house for this whole entire week?" The cops would, you know, roll their windows up and drive away. It was that experience that got me to see that I needed to organize with a group of people with multiple cameras where we watch over each other. We don't interfere, we don't obstruct. We're there to document, observe, and collect evidence as to what happened. They're putting body cams on police officers, and they already set up the rules to make sure that the public will not have access to this footage. So there's a camera that is worn on his body, on the chest, and it points outward. So it's not recording the cop, it's not recording the police officer's expressions, words, or whatever. It's recording what they're collecting of the public. So that's why our cameras are recording them. We need to document what they're doing, and what's happening in the scene. In Sunset Park, there are NYPD surveillance cameras already lined up through the poles on the busiest avenues in this neighborhood. And there's been a history of incidents that have happened with the police right underneath those cameras. I myself have taken out FOIL requests, applied for FOIL requests for the police department to release this footage. We recorded our version, and there's an unedited version recorded somewhere that the police has access to. And people have been arrested, people have been assaulted, they've gone to court, lawyers have subpoenaed this footage, and the police have never released this. So this is evidence that exists that the police department, the city of New York, purposely withhold. We've been able to use our cameras and our videos as evidence to get charges dropped, to be put in as evidence, to, to protect people.
My name is Sean Leonardo. I'm an artist, and you are now seeing the work, my work, as backdrop to the exhibition Whisper or Shout. I'm here because just in a few hours, I will be performing a performance art piece called The Eulogy with an entire marching band. Teenagers of the Berean Community Drumline from East New York. All the power is in what happens tonight. All the power is in what it connects with the people present. And so there's no accident why we invited people to attend in funeral attire. This is a funeral, and this is an actual eulogy.
What are you waiting for me to tell you? What good will it do? What if I said that this isn't a funeral? That it's a holiday celebration?
All of my work, my career has really centered on definitions of masculinity. Broadening those definitions, questioning, problematizing preconceived notions of what manhood is. And now when Trayvon Martin was murdered, and I used that word purposefully, I looked at his image and two things started to happen. One, I was reminded of the same fear that was instilled, that was embedded at the center of my chest, right? The same fear that really stemmed from, let's say, a distrust growing up in Queens, right? Now I'm a Queensian, I'm from New York City. The second thing that started to occur and started to surface emotionally was that I realized that that young boy, his face could very well have been my face, could very well have been the face of a number of different people growing up that I grew up with, but also could be my son. I'm having a kid. I'm having a baby. The due date is May 30th. And so I had this emotional upheaval and I didn't even quite understand. And then I realized that I was coping with the fact that my potential son, my kid, was going to have to grow up with that same fear. And it would have been hypocritical based on my practice, it would have been hypocritical of me to not address masculinity in terms of young brothers of color. And so I'm reading this book. And what I really became inspired to do was take those words and instead of address and memorialize Brother Todd Clifton, that I would then insert the names of young men of color that have died at the hands of the police between the last 3 and 5 years. Unfortunately, it was very easy to do. There was no lack of names.
His name was... His name was... His name was...
It is personal. It is personal in the same way that anyone that witnesses those videos or experiences any level of aggression with authority, with power, that it might be personal for them. It is in our surroundings. You know, it is very much part of our reality. And I just thought to myself, what could I do, not only to further the conversation around police violence, but to force it into people's hearts? I wanted to do something that hurts, right?
Go home and forget him. He's in this box, newly dead. Go home and don't think about it. He's dead, and you got all you can do to think about it.
And it's not about empathy for me, and it's not about revisiting some sort of trauma, not about a level of catharsis. It's about bearing witness to something that is incredibly, incredibly awful and powerful.
Tell them to get out of the box and teach those cops to forget that rhyme. Tell them to teach those cops that when they call you nigga, make a rhyme the trigger that the guns backfire.
When you have issues, you know, you don't always have to bring in the police department. You could work that out. If you have a peacemaker and residents that are willing to listen and feel and later on understand the fact that we're not at each other, we're not against each other, but we just want peace, just like everybody else does.
We have judges who are smart enough, particularly at the Justice Center in Red Hook, who know that not everything that happens that's a criminal charge is in fact a criminal act.
If you look in the penal law, if I have an assault case, I can decide whether the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. If so, give a criminal conviction to a person in order protection for the victim. Defendant has all the consequences of a criminal conviction. Victim is still looking over his or her shoulder. Everyone in the area knows that the victim testified against the defendant. I want to send this case to peacemaking. I sent a case like that to peacemaking. My first case came back where the defendant was in court saying he knew that he had made some mistakes and he was sorry for the decisions he made. The victim decided to be there. The victim was there for the offender. They left arm in arm. The victim turned to the offender and said, "Do you need a ride home?" That's a result I could not deliver. That's a result that convinced me from day one of the power of peacemaking.
First, I'd like to go over a little bit of quick ground rules. This is the talking piece, and this is what we use to pass around. When someone has a talking piece, they have the stage pretty much, and they command your attention to speak and say what they have to say. The talking piece will ultimately go around the circle, and everyone will have a chance to speak.
I don't understand why you called the police on me. If he felt some type of way, he could have came to the party. I didn't tell him he couldn't come.
You have anything to say?
I didn't call the police on you. The only time I called the police on you was when we got into that physical altercation. I don't know what you're talking about. I got kids at home that need to sleep at a certain time. Now, come on. I understand the weekends, but you got to cut your party short now.
I really don't have much to say. I'm just over the loud music and what's going on, and it just need to stop.
The program was brought to the Red Hook Justice Center 4 years ago to help people that was having minor disputes, like somebody's playing their music too loud and they don't want to turn it down, so it becomes a court issue. Basically, I guess there's civil cases that we could show some civility and work these problems out with ourselves.
The peacemaking program came about as a result of our relationships with Native American tribes. We had been traveling around to tribes all across the country and learning about their approaches to justice.
We had the Native people, the Navajo, come in to train us in peacemaking, and we learned that peacemaking is an ancient way of problem solving, and we learned that peacemaking also has to do with storytelling, and that we have a commitment to each other, and we have a commitment to community. We have a commitment to tell our stories, and in telling those stories is how we solve these problems. That's one way of, kind of opening up the circle, and everybody has a story to tell.
We're always accustomed to using microwave justice. We always want things solved right away. But with peacemaking, it doesn't happen like that. Sometimes a case could take 1 week to 2 months, on a weekly basis.
I would like you guys to see how it goes, and we'll set up another date for him to come back. But I also want to know that just for you, how would he or she or his wife contact you if something arises?
Think of what the advantages would be if small disputes of community members were not in the courts, that youngsters who made a dumb mistake by starting a fight in the schoolyard did not have to have charges pressed against them or go to a facility or be fingerprinted, etc. Think of what it does to help a young person figure out, I am powerful in this situation, I can help solve this, Those are the kinds of things that peacemaking does. Think of how it feels for the community to have a voice in how something gets settled or solved between a dispute with neighbors.
So maybe we should do the cases first. Peacemaking is the most innovative and effective tool I've seen in the justice system in my over 35 years in criminal justice. It delivers better results for victims, for offenders, for community courts, and for police.
So I would say this, as far as working out the issue with you, it's cool Monday through Thursday, music be down 9, Friday, Saturday, 1 o'clock.
You're being very considerate. I do appreciate that. Now, you said 9 o'clock on the weekdays and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream
This is Cepeda Grocery, a bodega in Prospect Heights. For this season of Going In, our headquarters. Why are bodegas so integral to life in this borough? And what's it take to make one tick?
For each one of these you sell, how much comes back to your pocket?
19 cents. Coming up, we share a few bodega secrets.
So this has to be the biggest money maker in the shop.
We'll tell you the story of how, as a young immigrant, Nelson Cepeda built this business.
Todo yo mismo. Y así íbamos y durábamos hasta las 3 de la mañana.
And we'll ask just how is an old-fashioned market managing a new customer base?
But you have so many rich neighbors now. Don't they demand organic?
I know for a lot of people, they don't like to cook.
This week, Chapter 1 of a bodega in Brooklyn.
All bodegas are corner stores, but not all corner stores are bodegas. If Confucius were from Brooklyn, that might be something you'd read on a fortune cookie. And whether you call it a corner store or the bodega, those of us who grew up in the concrete jungle know the urban oasis where you can get an egg and cheese, a bag of chips, and a cash for life. Brooklyn's bodegas may be the most democratic spaces in all of New York City, where you can stand shoulder to shoulder with a driver getting a cup of coffee, a tween with a box of cereal, and somebody in yoga pants buying a carton of coconut water, all doing a discreet two-step to a salsa beat. Now, I've seen it myself. It's our city at its best, like the black and white cookie, perfectly in balance. The bodega is that Star Wars outpost bar, fully realized and rendered in all its multi-culti glory. Pork rinds and kosher dills side by side. We've spent the past few seasons of Going In, getting out all over the city, taking a close-up look at issues from predictive policing to cuddle parties. Now we're setting up shop right here at Cepeda Grocery in Prospect Heights. Bodega cats, check. Deli counter, check. Toilet paper and enough beer to kill a bear, it's all here. We have an idea that all you really need to know, you can learn at a bodega. And we're making it our home to tell a season's worth of stories about Brooklyn and how we really live. So welcome to Going In on a Brooklyn bodega.
The bodega is a hard job. It's the time you have to spend, the money you make it, the bill you have. It's not easy to be here 17 hours every day.
So if I'm gonna open my own bodega, what's the first thing that I have to get to sell to people? Like your first product that you start with?
First product, you gotta buy some scat tissue, paper towel.
Everybody uses toilet paper.
It. Toothbrush.
Okay.
Paste.
Yeah. If you have a footprint like this, how do you know what to put on the shelf?
Because people come and ask you, you got that? No, I don't have it. Oh, okay, no worry about it. I write it down in the paper.
Yeah.
And then the next 2 days, they be here. Pequeño. Okay, uno solo. Yeah, like before, ice cream, 2 or 3 flavors. Now it's more than 100 flavors.
Oh wow, I never tried that one. So ice cream is a big, like they say, oh, you ain't got Rocky Road.
One time we bought so much ice cream.
Yeah.
We put it out the box like $1,500. We paid the guy. And then I said, my brother, I bet you the next guy, when they come, we're not going to have the flavor. Just like that. He come and ask for a flavor, we don't have it.
Really?
I said, I don't believe it.
What was the flavor? Do you remember what flavor it was?
I forgot because, you know, people sometimes they make their own flavor. And the flavor is not here.
It doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
How do you decide if you want to sell Frito-Lay versus Utz or Wise?
Or you give it the order. If you don't like this company, you don't do it. If the guy try to cheat in you when they deliver it, then you throw them out. Say, no, I don't want your service.
So
but in that you don't make no money.
No? I spend a lot of money on these, but you don't make any money.
You 19 cents in this bag.
So wait. It's $1.69 from the company. You gave me a break and said, no, 99 cents.
99 cents.
But for each one of these you sell, how much comes back to your pocket?
19 cents.
19
No,
cents.
at this price.
Yeah.
At this price.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the best thing that you can sell to make the money, to bring the money in? What's the number one thing? If you have this is your money maker. Because it ain't the chips.
The beer.
The beer gets the money.
Beer and the water. The water number one.
Really?
Yeah.
Water is free.
I know. But when
I
you
got
come
water
to
in
the
my
store,
toilet.
you have to buy it.
So if I wanted to start a bodega in Brooklyn right now, what would the biggest expense be? Where would I spend most of my money if I wanted to open a bodega in Brooklyn?
Right now, in the place, fixing, making new shelf, making the floor, buying the refrigerator, and then the license.
The license?
Yes.
How long
it's
does
a
it take
couple
to
of
get a
license.
license?
Oh, it's depending on your work.
Yeah.
Yeah. If your work is not good, you never get it.
Okay, I'm clean.
You're wasting.
They never caught me yet. So how long would it take for me to get a license to say, hey, I want to open the Brian Vines food court?
Like 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah.
How much?
Right now is $500 for the beer.
Yeah.
$400 for the license for the sandwich.
Okay.
Is
so I'm at $1,000 for a ham and cheese and a beer.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the cigarette license, a different license. That's crazy.
How much for a cigarette license?
It's not how much.
It's what?
It's hard to get it.
So this has to be the biggest money maker in the shop.
In this.
1 cup of ice.
1 cup of ice.
Who buys a cup of ice for $1?
Anybody wants something cold, they buy anything or some.
You have a 33-degree freezer over here, and they need ice?
They want to keep it cold.
Oh, bah.
They buy this, they get in a straw, put it inside. Yeah. They put it in there, and they can go anywhere.
So do you sell these in the dead of winter? Like right now, it's about -0 outside, but people still come and buy ice cups?
Yeah. And ice cream too.
And ice cream, ice cream. But an ice cup, where you
ice
going?
cup, they like to mix their own drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is how you know it's still Brooklyn, because the Goya hasn't been overtaken by Annie's Organic.
Yeah.
Where's the organic?
For sometime, no, we don't have special organic.
No?
No.
But you have so many rich neighbors now. Don't they demand organic?
I know for a lot of people, they don't like to cook. You see, all of this, it used to sell a lot before.
Yeah.
Now it's selling less. Los clientes son blancos, latinos y negros. Pero son más blancos que latinos y que negros ahora mismo, actualmente. Porque el área se ha mudado toda la gente que vive en Manhattan, parece, para acá. Y entonces son los blancos que vienen para acá, porque pagan mucha renta a la gente. Y el latino no gana tanto, y el negro también, y entonces ellos no pueden pagar esa renta y se tienen que mudar.
So what was the biggest change from 1983 when you opened and the police weren't even in the neighborhood till right now when you got rents and everything happening,
It's so
gentrification?
So much different.
Yeah.
You come like from crazy place to the nice place.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to say that because it's not easy to see the big change.
Yeah. Do you get offers? Are people calling you every day saying, hey, you're on the corner there. We want to move into that space. We need a new Starbucks.
A lot of people asking to you to sell it and stuff like that, you know.
So what's it going to take for you to give it up? How big would the offer have to be? If some man is looking, some business lady who wants to own this corner of Brooklyn, what's it going to take to get it?
I don't know because I worry about my kids.
Yeah.
When they get ready, that's different. 294. With the light in your pocket.
Is the clock ticking? Do you think about retiring?
Soon. I'm 62.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when is a good age to retire from a bodega in Brooklyn?
That's the time. Now,
That's the time.
When you in power. When you don't have no power, you know.
All right, let's go buy a lottery ticket then.
Yeah.
Make sure you retire right.
Because when you get old, you don't need no too much money.
Mm-hmm.
Just medicine and
Yeah.
food.
Yeah.
So now you can enjoy anywhere you want to go on the beach, go this, buy a nice car.
Yeah.
You know, play around.
Yeah, your prime time.
Yeah.
Okay. Karen, we got some questions for you.
Okay.
Welcome to Going In.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
We were curious as to how much Nelson could get for Cepeda Grocery. So we asked Karen Cohen of Karen Cohen Realty to take a walk around the block and give us a peek into the commercial real estate world.
So how long have you been in the commercial real estate game?
So about 13 years.
Yeah.
About 13 years.
13 years. So you must have seen a nice little arc here in Brooklyn of the ebb and flow of how neighborhoods change.
Yes, yes. This changed because a lot more of those artisanal type tenants are coming to Washington Avenue.
Yeah.
About 10 years ago, I rented something closer to Eastern Parkway. About 8 years ago, I rented something on Franklin Avenue. You know, the tenants are changing.
Yeah.
But the makeup of the neighborhood is also changing. There are a lot more strollers around. There are nannies. There are dog walkers. You know.
We spoke earlier, and I was saying that bodegas can't be a growth business. I don't see people opening bodegas all around, but you told me I'm wrong.
I have a lot of calls for bodegas. A lot of calls. I have a whole email list of people who want to open up bodegas, and they call me constantly. Karen, what do you have for me?
So we've got 3 businesses that are shuttered here. Is this like making the commercial real estate person tingle, or is this like a blight on the community with all of these sort of closed places?
So when I saw the first one, yes.
Yeah.
Little tingle. I saw the second one, little tingle. And then this, with the construction fence here, tells me that this is going to be a building.
So you can
This
see
is probably
the writings on the
already
wall.
gone. Yeah, this is probably already gone.
So I'm looking at the footprint of the future of Washington Ave between Park and Prospect Place over here. So there's a new development coming in here and it's apparent, but so often we see places shutter and they stay that way for years. And you wonder, why isn't anyone building here?
Landlords want the right tenant. They don't want to just rent to anybody. They want something that's going to make their property more valuable. So they're okay waiting. They just want the best for the neighborhood and they don't want to put in a tenant that's going to be out in 6 months.
Well, they could always open a bodega.
They could always open up a bodega.
So we're standing here on this corner, but their neighbors just down the street have recently sold.
Yes. Yes, there's a building on the next block that sold for 4.3. But it's smaller. It's not even. It's not a comp for this building because this building is much bigger.
Yeah.
But they're selling.
Residential on the ground floor.
Residential
I'm sorry,
up
residential
above,
upstairs.
and
commercial
on the ground floor. It's called a mixed-use building,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of desire for that kind of a building because it has both residential and commercial on the ground floor, and it's in tax class 2A or 2B, which is beneficial to the buyer because their taxes don't go up as high in tax class 2A and 2B. This happens to be also 2A and 2B. Their taxes can only go up 8% a year.
Wow, and you've got your rental income from the ground floor commercial, and you got some tenants upstairs paying, so it's 2 checks every month.
2 or 3 or 4, it depends on, like the Cepedas have 7 apartments upstairs.
Yeah.
That apartment probably has, 2 on each floor, so.
So we're looking at about 4.3 as a buy-in on this strip in Washington, on Washington Ave right now. So how much could I get for this baby if I can convince Nelson to go in with me?
Only if you use me as your broker.
The pitch.
Karen Cohen Realty.
Saludo. ¿Qué tal? Gary. Oh, yeah. Okay. ¿Y cómo ha estado? ¿Bien?
You need to write stuff down today for tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
La vida ya era un poco cómoda porque no había muchas cosas. Y uno, después que ya uno tenía que ir a la escuela, cuando regresaban, tenía que irse a trabajar a los cunucos para mantener los terrenos limpios, para que los productos den fruto. En la noche uno cenaba y al poco rato acostarse, porque no había más nada, ni luz. ¿Cómo se hace uno? Ni luz había. Después, luego, mi papá vino a pasear en el 69, duró 6 meses aquí, pidió a mi mamá con todos nosotros y nosotros vinimos en el 74. Desde que llegamos a trabajar, entonces compré un camión, me iba a comprar fruta y vegetales y salía por todas las bodegas a venderlas. Entonces me iba muy bien. Me busqué un socio y ahí yo hice todo lo que había que hacer para poner una bodega. Todo yo mismo. Y así íbamos y durábamos hasta las 3 de la mañana. Desde las 8 hasta las 3 de la mañana en la bodega.
Yo quiero ir para Panamá ya. Quiero ganar. Sí. Bueno, espérate, dame para ver si tengo plata. Ay, no tengo plata, tengo chicle. Dame para allá a comprar el número. Vamos para allá a comprar el número. Vamos a comprar.
Como me dedico totalmente full trabajo en la bodega, trato de buscar la forma de cómo a las amistades mías, invitarlos, los llamo, ven para acá un rato y así. Pero a veces no hay que llamarlos. Ellos vienen solos porque yo les trato bien y nos tomamos un trago ahí. Hablamos mucho, de todas cosas se habla, de deporte, de novela, de todo.
So he's a good one. We don't look related, but spiritually we are.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't go for the money. His customers is worth more than money. He wakes up every day not to make money, but to make sure his customers come happy. And if you're $1, $2 short, he'll tell you, come back, come next time. Some stores would be like, you know what, don't come back, we don't want your money. But this guy here, for me, is uncle, family, and if he got it, he's gonna give it.
Éramos pequeños todos en Santo Domingo y yo trabajaba en un colmado allá de mi papá. Y ahí ella cruzaba por el frente, yo la miraba, que pasaba y eso, y nada más la miraba y decía, oh, esa muchacha, mira esto. Pero no le decía nunca nada. Hasta que después regresé para acá y cuando vine a este país, digo yo, oh, pero la muchacha que yo veía ya, que la veía bien, yo voy a llamarla. Pero ¿y cómo la llama uno si no había teléfono? Lo que hacía, le mandaba una carta. Esa carta duraba un mes en el camino. Y así yo la conocí. Y después fui allá, llevé una maleta preparada de estudio. Mira, yo traje esto para ti. Ella no sabía que no, porque como por carta no podía mandarle a preguntar que me iba a casar. Porque yo no sabía cuándo iba a recibir esa respuesta. Y llevé una maleta llena de esto. Digo, mira, esa maleta es tuya. Y nosotros vamos a casar pronto. Y él decía, ¿qué? Sí, nos vamos a casar pronto, tú verás. Y después así me casé.
Estoy en una habitación de la casa, era una casa muy humilde. Se usaba poner cortina para que las paredes para que no se vieran las paredes que no estaban en buenas condiciones. Y aquí muestra todo exactamente como uno vivía. Y aquí está mi mamá poniéndome la corona. Tanto el vestido como la corona, Nelson la llevó de aquí. Nosotros nos casamos en diciembre. Ese día se estaba casando otra pareja, que es aquí, se puede ver. Aquí está él poniéndome los anillos, y es con el pajecito. Y aquí estoy yo también poniendo los anillos. Y aquí, diciendo adiós, nos vamos de luna de miel. Terminado.
Después el hijo mío crece, Nelvi. Y bueno, Nelvi, tú tienes que trabajar aquí porque tienes que saber que el dinero hay que ganárselo. Y empezó ahí y después dice, oh papi, yo quiero ser policía. Entró al programa y lo llamaron de una vez, cogió unos exámenes y lo llamaron, pasó muy bien. Ahí teníamos a Gary estudiando en Pratt, en el instituto, pagando $31,000 anual para la carrera, salió muy costosa esa. Sí, y Gary se graduó de la universidad, todo salió muy bien, todo A. Yaleni nunca quiso trabajar en la bodega, porque era trabajo muy fuerte. Y después decidió, cuando se graduó de high school, le dice a Yanel, y dice, oh, yo voy a estudiar diseño de moda. Y se hizo bien, se graduó muy bien.
La abuelita mía, la mamá de mi papá, ella cosía. Pero para la familia, no vendiendo nada, pero ella cosía un poco. Pero desde niña a mí me gustaba todo creative. Anything creative. Dibujar, anything art related, eso es lo que me gustaba. Y desde niña yo con la muñeca le hacía ropa a la mano. Así fue que me comenzó el gusto de diseñar ropa. El año pasado, por Instagram, yo conocí a una muchacha, Genesis, y comenzamos a hablar por ahí, y ella vio mi página, ella dijo, oh, tú haces vestidos. Yo quiero que tú me hagas un vestido, que yo voy a entrar a la competición de Miss New York. Y yo le dije, bueno, claro que sí, que yo te hago el vestido. Y ahí comenzamos, y yo le hice ese vestido, y ella ganó. Y ese fue mi primer año haciendo un beauty pageant. Y ahora este año hice 3 vestidos para Miss New York. Vamos a ver cuál de ella gane. Viendo a mi papá, dueño de su propia cosa. Y eso, you know, that influences you because you're like, oh, my dad's a business owner. I want to be a business owner. I want to do my own thing. I want to be the boss, you know? So I guess that does influence in that way. Y él trabaja duro. Tú sabes, él trabaja 7 días a la semana. Trabaja. Y no se queja, nunca. Nunca se ha quejado de que está cansado, de que tiene sueño, de que no quiere trabajar, nunca dice eso.
Antes Brooklyn había muchos edificios abandonados porque los dueños de los edificios se iban y se los dejaban a la ciudad para no pagar tanto impuestos y seguro y no cobraban renta tampoco. Por donde quiera eran muchos edificios juntos, todos abandonados. Y hoy en día esos edificios ya no aparece ni uno, están todos renovados, todos nuevecitos. Y es ahora como una diferencia demasiado de grande. Antes Brooklyn usted conseguía un edificio grande de 4 plantas, 8 apartamentos y se lo daban hasta por 2,000 pesos. Hoy en día cuestan millones. La diferencia es muy tremenda. Y ahora nosotros, bueno, tenemos parte de Brooklyn aquí porque logramos comprar este edificio. Este edificio lo compramos cuando las cosas no valían. Y nos tocó parte de eso, gracias a Dios.
Thanks for going in with us on a bodega in Brooklyn. We hope you enjoy this season as we bring you stories of where we live. To check this episode out again or any of our past catalog, visit us on the web at youtube.com/Bric TV. Bye now. After 3 seasons of going in, we've met a lot of people and been a lot of places. But there's no place quite like the bodega. Every neighborhood's got one. And this season, we'll be telling stories of where you live through the lens of a bodega in Brooklyn.
Bodegas are a central part of interaction in communities of color and have been for a long time.
These are the people that live here currently, that work in the neighborhood, so my hope is that they get to stay in the neighborhood.
Terrence Wilkerson had to suffer through a long legal odyssey before he knew he was out of danger.
Ooh, what a fight, what a fight. I was charged with, I believe, 1st-degree armed robbery, 2nd-degree robbery, grand larceny, possession of a weapon.
But because of a controversial New York statute known as the blindfold law, Terrence's attorney was kept in the dark about a certain cell phone number.
And that phone number was the key to breaking this case open.
So how is it that the DA can withhold evidence like this?
And you have the proof that a person is innocent and still don't give that up to attorneys is not right.
It can be hard to respect the law when you take a good hard look at what's actually on the books. That's what one attorney decided to do when he created a Twitter account called Crime a Day.
To count every act that is a crime under federal law.
And there are laws about everything. Dead bees, corn husks, gesturing at a horse, even the outfit you wear.
The prosecutor decides whether your clothes are unusual or unnatural.
But this man is fighting to get a new law on the books. It's called the Child Victims Act.
It's hell when it happens to you, and you really never get over it.
Gary Greenberg, who was sexually abused as a boy, wants to change things so victims like him get more time to bring perpetrators to account.
Did you know? After age 18, New York State only allows 5 years for most survivors of childhood sexual abuse to access justice.
So many of those abusers still have access to kids.
So what's holding up passage in the state Senate?
I'm Senate Majority Leader John Flanagan.
Good laws, bad laws, laws that just don't seem to make much sense. Join us as we take a look at the law and disorder.
In the first half of 2017, of the 1,612 people arraigned in 4 of the 5 boroughs, excluding Staten Island, 89% of those arrested were black or brown. Are black and brown people just more lawless? Are white people better at getting away with crime? And what does any of this have to do with ice cream? In about 3 seconds flat, I'm gonna go from a law-abiding, ooey gooey butter cake loving citizen to public enemy number 32 flavors. It's against the law to put an ice cream cone in your pocket on a Sunday. Yes, this is a real law on the books, right here in New York City. But like that proverbial tree falling in the woods, if no one actually enforces it, does anyone really care? The two-headed monster of over-policing and overzealous laws does. In 1845, tenant farmers in upstate New York, upset about falling wheat prices, dressed up in disguise and attacked officers of the law, giving birth to the anti-mask law. 100 years later, that law was updated to prevent mass gatherings of 2 or more people, except in the case of masquerade parties, a stupid law that sat collecting dust on the law library shelves until 2011, when police arrested Occupy protesters for loitering and wearing masks. That law, too, is still on the books. America is a nation of laws, not of men, meaning no one person is above the law. But are the mostly men who legislate the laws that govern our lives actually doing what they were elected to do? Like protect children from individuals who would rob them of their innocence and penalize the institutions that shield perpetrators from being held accountable. Like prioritizing a speedy trial over an outmoded prosecutorial advantage that leaves defendants blindfolded. Like making my pants a haven for the dairy dessert of my choice any day of the week. So with that, let's go in.
Well, Bronx County Courthouse. This is it. I'm glad this is over with. Yes, sir. Ooh, what a fight, what a fight.
I've been a public defender at Legal Aid Society since 2002. I can't tell you how many times my clients did not believe me when I said, well, I actually don't have the evidence. Especially when—
You're my lawyer.
Right, you're my lawyer. What do you mean? That can't be right. But because New York State's discovery laws are so antiquated, so broken, so unfair, that following the laws are actually creating really a situation of injustice.
Our state's current discovery laws were amended in 1979 to protect witnesses in criminal cases. New York is one of 10 states where prosecutors may withhold witness statements and police reports from criminal defense attorneys until the day of the trial, a period that can last years, essentially blindfolding defendants to evidence and even who's accusing them. A practice the New York State Bar Association characterized as outdated and unfair.
So I'll give you an example of a client that this affected, and that's Terrence Wilkerson. He was prosecuted in the Bronx, one of 5 people charged with robbery. And for 2 years, he went back and forth to court fighting his case. He was offered a plea. He said, no, I didn't do this.
My name is Terrence Wilkerson. Born in New York, raised in the Bronx. Currently still reside in the Bronx, South Bronx area. You know, that's where the crime happened at, I suppose. This is what happened at this grocery store over here. But yeah, I remember being in my brother-in-law's apartment. You know, we was hanging out. So I said, let me run to the store. So I went outside to go to the store, but the store was closed. It's just a window area where the window revolved. So I remember standing there, but I felt like a lot of crowd was behind me. So I turned around and it was a bunch of police. I realized it was police there. So I said to myself, nothing to do with me, let me get back in the house. So I skipped up the stairs and got back in my building. I think it was like 5-6 minutes later, the door kicked in. Just boom, there's a boom. I lift my head up and it's an officer come right in and he says, what's your name? And I says, for what? What are you even doing in here? And he says, okay. And he come towards me and grab me by my arm and bring me outside to the front of the stoop of my building. The next thing you know, I was preparing to go to court. So I was charged with, I believe, 1st-degree armed robbery, 2nd-degree robbery, grand larceny, possession of a weapon.
Mr. Wilkerson was arrested May 13th, 2015. We received this document when we got sent out to trial in September of 2016. In this document, it says that the complaining witness noticed that there was a phone number on the phone that had been taken from him by the real perpetrators.
The prosecution thought its best evidence was a number dialed from the cell phone stolen from the complaining witness at the bodega. The problem, as records would show, was when the calls to that number had occurred.
We were able to figure out that the phone number belonged to an escort, and that escort was advertising on Backpage. And we were able to get all of the documentation as to that to show that this complaining witness knew whose phone number that belonged to. This complaining witness had called that phone number previously. This complaining witness had called other escorts previously. And since he was robbed by this person, he happened to keep calling that number. More than, say, I think 32 times he called that number in just the month after he says he was robbed.
Wow. The evidence that was withheld, a phone number. They withheld this for 1.5 years. They been had this, a phone number that proves that it wasn't me. It was someone else, or it wasn't even anyone. But a whole 1.5 years later, that's when they decided to give up a phone number. It make me feel like my life don't matter. My opinion don't matter, my innocence don't matter. And you have the proof that a person is innocent and still don't give that up to attorneys is not right.
We were able to investigate this, and thank goodness, because we came back with a not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. And the jury loved Terrence. They stayed afterwards. They all waited for him. They all wanted their picture taken with him. They hugged him. All of these people who were so, I think, incensed by what happened here, but also just so moved by somebody standing up and saying, I didn't do this.
Going through the process, you know, yeah, that was very hard for me and my family. Going back and forth up and down these blocks, back and forth to court. That was very hard.
So looking at New York State, I saw a number that 98% of the felony convictions that happen are based not on trial, but people taking the plea.
If we were to have this open discovery process, what do you imagine that number would look like?
It would certainly go down. The difference is they're going to plead guilty knowing that the evidence might have been stacked against them, that the deal that was put on the table in relation to the evidence against them was fair. And so it's a fairer knowing process, whereas right now you're blindfolded.
So cast a villain for us. Who's the enemy of reform standing at the State House door saying no?
So, discovery reform, bail reform, and speedy trial reform were in the budget package that the governor put forth. The Senate didn't even come to the table, didn't include any of that in the one house. We're hoping that that will change now during legislative session.
Until that happens, what's the real human cost?
It's injustice. Every single moment we don't do this is another moment somebody's taking a plea blindfolded.
If you thought the law against the ice cream cone in my pocket was ridiculous, and it is, take a look at these.
People who have followed Crime a Day have accused me of being a bot. Never a Russian bot, but a bot. People have accused me of being a
computer algorithm,
disgruntled prosecutor. They don't know who I am, but I promise I'm human. For the last 8 years, I've been practicing as a criminal defense attorney in Connecticut. In the 1980s, the Department of Justice set out to count how many federal crimes there were. How many crimes are there? The Department of Justice put a team on it and ultimately had to abandon the project with nothing more than an estimate. Crime a Day tries to do what the DOJ didn't do, which is to count every act that is a crime under federal law. During the day, I represent clients in criminal matters, but at night, when the day's over, I spend hours reading the Code of Federal Regulations, reading statutes, reading legislative history. That process involved hours of analysis. Ultimately, it produces 140 characters of a tweet with a silly-sounding crime. There are other laws that are still on the books from hundreds of years ago that were inspired by uniquely New York things. What I found was, most of the time, these laws grow out of a legitimate need or a legitimate problem, but have been drafted in such a way that they rope in conduct which really shouldn't be criminal. It's a crime to bring an unshucked ear of corn out of New York into any other state. One of the things every first-year law student learns is that every crime requires an actus reus, which is the act that you have to commit, and the mens rea, which is the mental state you have to have when you commit the act. Mens rea asks, what was in your head when you killed that other person? Did you do it on purpose? Did you do it in self-defense? Did you do it by accident? Theoretically, it can mean that you are or are not a criminal. If there are hundreds of thousands of laws, and if it doesn't matter whether you know the law or you don't know the law, you can be charged with a crime that you had no reason to believe existed. In 1986, a jazz musician named Kirk Lightsey was trying to get on the subway. His hand came too close to a passenger's purse, and he was charged with the jostling statute, to put your hand on somebody's purse or too close to their purse. And that creates a problem. While we trust law enforcement officers to exercise the right decisions, if a law enforcement officer were to choose to target an individual for an improper reason, they could pick the defendant first and the crime second. Some people that have followed Crime a Day have raised the prospect that Crime a Day itself might be a crime. I haven't found any statute that prohibits listing the statutes that Congress itself has passed or the regulations that regulators have issued. A local example of this explosion of criminal laws is one of the older penal laws in New York prohibits wearing unusual or unnatural attire. What does that mean? Attire has been construed to mean a man wearing women's clothing. A prosecutor decides whether your clothes are unusual or unnatural. That creates a little bit of fear in people to realize that just by living, I could potentially be charged with a crime. Legislative inertia to not repeal old statutes is fine as long as we assume that those statutes are not going to be used to prosecute people because they're vague. It's a crime to board a ship that's about to arrive but hasn't arrived at shore yet. It has to do with a time in history when people were essentially being kidnapped off ships. That crime was dusted off and used fairly recently to prosecute Greenpeace activists because they were trying to unfurl a banner on a ship. I don't think that they imagined that they were going to be charged under federal law for early boarding of a ship. That risk that a person could be prosecuted for a political reason, a racial reason, a religious reason, it's too great of a risk for us to not address it. And that's why we shouldn't leave all of these criminal possibilities on the table. And we should start paring them back. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that everybody has committed a federal crime, because so many of them don't require an evil state of mind when you're doing them. Things like throwing balls at somebody's head while they're in public to humiliate them. Supposedly, carnival workers were getting mistreated. In a national park, it's a federal crime to make an unreasonable gesture to a passing horse. That raises questions. Unreasonable to who? The horse? Should it be a crime? I don't know, but it is. The future of Crime A Day is to keep doing exactly what it's been doing. I think as long as it's still making me laugh and be scared all at the same time, then I'm the right person to keep doing it. And based on conservative estimates, I have a couple hundred years left to go.
To be sure, there are some mystifying laws on the books. Laws that may very well have addressed genuine societal concerns, but are now the relics of bygone eras. You can learn a lot about a culture from their laws and just who they choose to protect.
You know what drives me? That doesn't happen to anybody else. It's hell when it happens to you. And it takes you a long time to get over it, and a lot of therapy, and you really never get over it.
50 years ago, Gary Greenberg suffered a brutal attack at the hands of a serial child rapist, making him one of the estimated 42 million adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse in the United States.
It was a couple months after that I was abused. My mother saw that I was not acting right and asked what was wrong. She got out of me what happened. My parents went to the police and they were told that, forget about it, just go on your way.
5 decades later, attitudes towards victims have evolved, but the laws in New York State have not.
And the average predator will abuse 100 kids in their lifetime. The abuser who abused me, the predator, 300 kids that he abused in 30, 40 years. And to be honest with you, Brian, not one damn thing has changed. There's abuse going on just as there was abuse then. And shame on this legislature and governor for not doing something about it.
Did you know that more than 40,000 children are sexually abused each year in this state? Did you know, after age 18, New York State only allows 5 years for most survivors of childhood sexual abuse to access justice?
In New York State, a victim's 23rd birthday marks the end of their ability to file a civil suit or make a criminal charge against their abuser, one of the most restrictive statutes of limitations in the country. A proposal known as the Child Victims Act would change that. Under the act, victims could file civil suits until age 50 and see criminal charges until age 28. Since 2006, New York's Democrat-controlled Assembly has repeatedly passed a version of the Child Victims Act. And for the last 12 years, the bill has died in the Republican-led Senate. Senator Brad Hoylman is the ranking Democrat on the New York State Senate Judiciary Committee and the prime sponsor of the Child Victims Act.
Nobody comes forward to take responsibility to oppose this legislation. It's just blocked. The Senate had never voted on anything like this in its history. So it is a sad state of affairs in Albany, but I hate to say this, but it's true. It's business as usual.
Gary Greenberg has taken the unusual step of creating a political action committee to advocate for the act by challenging lawmakers at the polls.
You've actually gotten politically active in funding folks to that end.
Yes, I formed a PAC, Fighting for Children, and I put up $100,000 of my own money.
We don't often hear about political action committees for survivors.
No, it's the first of its kind. It's a revolutionary approach on the politicians' field, and we're going to go after them with and support candidates of our own.
Who's the bad guy? If you were at a protest, is there one picture that we could put on a picket sign and say, this is the enemy of reform, this is the person who's protecting predators?
Oh, certainly the senators that have continually voted against the act, like Senator Bill Larkin and Senator Kemp Hammond and the Majority Leader John Flanagan. These individuals have continually not supported victims, and John Flanagan killed the bill this last June. He's the Majority Leader, and he wouldn't let it come out onto the floor.
Hi, I'm Senate Majority Leader John Flanagan.
John Flanagan is a Republican senator representing Suffolk County in Long Island, and the Senate Majority Leader elected by legislators as the main spokesperson for the party to ensure members don't vote against the party consensus.
So if you had John Flanagan right here as close as I am to you right now, what would that conversation be? You know that he is not against protecting victims,
right,
but he's done some things that are clogging up the works.
Right. I would, want to know why. The streets are unsafer because John Flanagan and the Republican majority would not bring this bill to the floor, so I'd ask him that. Why is he allowing these predators to stay on the streets and keeping kids' safety at risk?
Bric TV made several requests to Senator Flanagan for an interview or a statement. None of those requests were fulfilled.
My colleagues who oppose this should be smoked out, should be shamed, should have a spotlight shone upon them, and should be asked by their constituents why they oppose giving survivors their chance at justice.
Flanagan and the Republican senators have an ally in their opposition to the bill, in the form of the Catholic Conference. The main point of contention is what's come to be known as the look back, a one-year window allowing victims to file civil lawsuits for alleged abuse, regardless of when the abuse took place. A fixture in 8 other states, including California. It's a proposal opposed by the Catholic Conference of New York, who issued this statement to Going In. We support the complete elimination of the criminal statute of limitations for cases of child sexual abuse, as well as significant lengthening of the civil statute. The one area of disagreement is the concept of an unlimited retroactive window that would allow new lawsuits for cases from decades ago. We believe such an action could have serious unintended consequences for organizations that provide essential services to communities and would do nothing to protect children from abuse today.
Are you afraid of what that could potentially do to members in your district who happen to belong to churches?
There is a justice system, and I believe in it. And just because we're lifting the statute of limitations doesn't mean that everyone's going to be found guilty or innocent. So many of those abusers still have access to kids. And by allowing the one-year look back, we actually provide a mechanism for the public to know who these abusers are. We have a process, and there are laws of evidence that make certain it works well and protects the innocent.
The Catholic Church has funded a compensation program for victims of sex abuse. And though they won't say how much has been paid out, 118 abuse victims have accepted compensation, with the condition that they take no legal action against the Archdiocese.
But the hell with all those other people, they do not support the one-year look back particularly.
That's not a compromised position for you.
No way. I
you'd
wouldn't take
back.
anything without the one-year look back.
You got $100,000 in seed money versus their millions of dollars worth of influence and lobbying. How much is it worth to the Catholic Church to keep people like you locked out of the floor to vote on stuff?
The accountability is on them to acknowledge and to let this law pass so the victims of priests, the victims of rabbis, the victims of anybody can, the last 30, 40, 50 years can go in and they can get what they need to get as victims of child sexual abuse, and that's accountability of their perpetrator predator.
76% of New Yorkers polled support the passage of the Child Victims Act, but the bill has never been brought to the floor of the Republican-led state Senate for a vote. How did protecting children from sexual abuse become a partisan issue? Survivors will continue to advocate for accountability and pray for answers. Thanks for going in with us as we chronicle the little law and disorder. Keep those ice cream cones out of your pocket and check out past episodes of Going In at youtube.com/Bric TV. Bye now. Every week, we go in. Emotional, in-depth, and unfiltered stories that explore the complexity of how we live. It's news worth knowing in the time it takes to tell it. So find us for new perspectives on the place you call home.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Welcome to East New York. I'm going to show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, is it like a family to me now?
There you travel. He came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
New York nightlife matters. It is an essential place that people socialize, gather, and connect and meet each other. It also provides a lot of jobs to thousands and thousands of people. The formula for a bar restaurant to be profitable, you need to have at least 80% capacity. Operating at 50% and still having fines, having to pay 100% of your fines, is just not equitable. It's a quagmire to say we're gonna have you operate at 50%, but everything else is going to remain 100%. Our business is not at the capacity it was when we had the indoor. It is at least allowing us to make some income, but it is just not enough to sustain us, but we are starting to catch up.
Phase 1 of the restart has been successful so far. Phase 2 has been successful so far. Today, we begin phase 3.
We've never seen anything like this. The industries that we're in is meant for people. It's the hospitality business, and it's about people coming together and being close proximity to each other. I feel for some of my customers who are regulars who come there 4 and 5 days a week just to connect with their neighbors. And so not to be able to provide this resource in a way that restaurants and bars have done it for thousands of years is disheartening. There are only a limited number of businesses in the downtown area. We're in Fort Greene, on the side of Fort Greene that is very middle class, upscale. No less than 4, maybe 5 businesses have not reopened around, and that have been around for more than a decade. My prayers go out to so many of my fellow brothers and sisters who own bars and restaurants and clubs and hotels, and that may not survive.
A bar or restaurant that is violating these rules can lose their liquor license. And that is a big deal for a bar or a restaurant.
I was so overwhelmed and just elated to see so many whites and Asian and Latinos and other people of color and just out there supporting Black Lives Matter. And so I think one of the ways we can help Black Lives Matter is that we have to have an economic element to that. And the only way to do that is to have Black-owned businesses. Seek out Black-owned businesses. Those people, all those whites that I saw marching, seek out Black-owned businesses. There were far more Black businesses 100 years ago than there are now. We only own 3% of businesses, and so we have to change that. I'm concerned about how is my business, can we survive a second wave of this? I'm really unclear about the future. I'm not sure. I know New Yorkers are very innovative. We have survived this epidemic. We're down to, we had 0 deaths for the first time. So that was very optimistic about that. And I feel like New Yorkers, we're survivors.
When COVID hit in mid-March, my family and I left Brooklyn and came upstate to the Hudson Valley. Sometimes it's called the breadbasket of New York City. And with 6,000 farms, it's a good place to observe what's been our country's worst food crisis in a generation. But at the moment, I'm on my way back to Brooklyn, following a farm truck to Bay Ridge to see the local food supply chain in action. Some farmers call it the spring flush, the time on dairy farms in April when typically calves are born and their moms produce more milk. This year, it came at the same time as COVID. Enclosures to schools, large cafeterias, and dairy processors meant fewer places for this milk to go. You can't just shut off a cow, so many large dairy farmers were forced to do the unthinkable.
It's hard to find milk in some stores, and at the same time, some farmers around the country have had to dump their milk. David Summerstein of North Country Public...
According to some estimates, they had to dump almost 4 million gallons a day. I actually heard about this as I was headed to buy milk at Ronnie Brook Dairy Farm in Pine Plains, New York.
Hearing about the dairies that were dumping milk, did you guys have to do that?
So luckily for us, we're sort of in a different, from here to there, all our milk is used.
This is Dan Osofsky, one of Ronnie Brook's owners. He was pointing to the barn where the cows are milked, then to the facility across the road where everything is processed into a variety of products, including their signature glass jug milk.
So you guys didn't have to dump anything?
We had to dump nothing. I control my own destiny.
This was early April, and soon there were other stories of trouble at factory farms. Reports from the New York Times of a single chicken factory smashing 750,000 unhatched eggs a week, large hog farmers exterminating hundreds of thousands of pigs, and farmers elsewhere plowing fruits and vegetables back into the earth. All this while the country was growing anxious about finding and shopping for food. The pandemic hasn't been kind to factory farms with their rigid supply chains. But I began to wonder about local farms, ones like Ronnie Brook in the Hudson Valley, that supply the city farmers markets, farm-to-table restaurants, soup kitchens, and food co-ops. How are they doing during the pandemic? And as food security questions abound, where do they fit in the equation of how we get fed?
Okay, so he says 8 cc of the Multimin 90 and follow directions on the vitamin E.
Before COVID, local farmer Sean Stanton of North Plain Farm in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, relied on restaurants for 50% of his business. He produced beef, pork, chicken, and dairy for Blue Hill Farm Restaurant in Greenwich Village. That business disappeared in the middle of March, but his season started with an additional challenge, one that wasn't related to the pandemic.
I have a cow that's not feeling well, and so we're going to try and move her. She can't get up right now. She got up once and moved, but now I got to go get her some water, and then I got to try and get her up again. It could be so many things. It could be parasite overload. Could be there's a cancer that older, especially beef cattle, can get. It's one of those things where you're like, am I gonna just shoot this cow, or am I gonna try and get her better?
North Plain has 90 head of beef cattle that feed on hay all winter and move to the grass in the spring. This is the day they head to the grass. They're eager to go, but it seems like they don't want to leave anyone behind.
There's a psychological challenge of losing animals. I mean, even sending them to slaughter has its own challenges. But there's also the financial challenge. I mean, the animal's worth $1,500 at least. Okay, what do you want to do? Go this way.
The animals are only worth money when they can be turned into food. The spread of COVID in large meatpacking plants has complicated that picture. It's boosted demand at smaller slaughterhouses, but there are fewer smaller facilities than ever. Most have disappeared over the last 30 years, either gobbled up by a handful of giant corporations or put out of business by the rock-bottom prices they ushered in. Today, 4 companies process more than 80% of the beef in America. But North Plain's family-run butcher east of Albany has stayed open. So these cows will eventually end up on someone's plate. Somewhere.
And the one that was down is on her feet and in the grass, so that's good scene. And the grass it's like gold for them. I mean, it can change everything.
With their product intact, next came the question of how to bring it to market after their main retail outlets had to shut down.
Like March 15th, they closed. I think it was March 15th. And we just like hit the ground running. I mean, we weren't really scared, but we sort of knew what we needed to do. And the fact that we have a farm store, we're able to just turn right around and start selling direct to consumer. And that's the only thing that's saving us. I mean, it's not to say that it's going to save us long term, but it's been pretty amazing to see that also the consumer awareness. The consumers get that, you know, they're alternatives.
The alternative being local, more sustainably grown vegetables and animals with fewer antibiotics, growth hormones, chemical pesticides, or artificial fertilizers.
It's the moment where it's really coming to light that the industrial food system is so fragile.
By contrast, smaller farms have seen their stock rise, and in early spring, cash flow for many was reaching record highs.
And you wonder, when you're in our position, if it's possible that maybe it'll change consciousness and maybe it will change buying habits. And, you know, that's really that's the American way, right? Voting with your dollar.
Another way people have been voting with their dollars is with community-supported agriculture, or CSAs.
CSA farms are booked out this year, like for the first time ever for a lot of them.
Hardy Roots Farm near Hudson, New York has been running on the CSA model since its inception in 2004. A CSA is a farm where people can purchase shares to get regular deliveries of food. Their program currently feeds 1,200 families in the Hudson Valley in New York City. Daniel Woodham is their harvest leader.
Community-supported agriculture is now a sought-after thing.
This year you've seen more demand than ever in your experience?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. CSAs kind of came into the U.S. in late 70s, and they're sort of popular some in the 90s, and I think it was early 2000s. Oprah said something about a CSA, and then they spiked again. But I don't think they've ever been as popular as right now.
Ben Shute is the owner and operator of Hardy Roots Farm.
We were able to get this farm started from scratch on a very small scale because we decided to use the CSA model. Every spring we would sell our CSA shares and get payments from our members up front, which would enable us to literally take that money and buy the seeds for the season, buy our supplies.
He went from a 3/4 acre rental to owning 70 acres, farming about 50 different vegetables, with 75% of their business coming from the CSA, and a new farm store that accounts for much of the rest.
Our approach, which is this kind of community-focused approach, enabled us to get through, various wrenches thrown in the works with the pandemic. Every vegetable we're growing, we've managed to sell to a CSA share. It wasn't all dependent on one link in the chain. People were definitely made a little more aware of where their food is coming from or not coming from when they started to see grocery shelves empty or limitations on where they could shop and how they could shop.
The CSA relationship is unique. It's like paying for a personal grower who also happens to be thinking about your cooking habits and your salad.
All our plans for this season are based around our CSA. We say we're growing for this many families this year, then we plant our field according to that. We never want to have, just a ton of two different things, because that's not how people cook. People want a salad and they want some roots and they want some cooking greens and some herbs. And so we carefully plant to make sure that we have all those different things every week of the season, starting on day one.
There's a resiliency to these farms by design. They offer a range of products. They're small, so they're versatile. And they're also built to be self-reliant.
Unfortunately, you can't reverse the track. That would be ideal.
Sean Stanton from North Plain Farm talked to me about this while he was trying to fix a stuck manure spreader stuffed with the winter bedding of their pigs and chickens.
We compost it, and then we use it for spreading on the pasture or whatever else we want compost for. The reality is you have to have fertilizer to grow vegetables for the most part, and there's different ways of doing that, and one of those ways is to have animals.
It's part of the biodynamic philosophy, a holistic process that's even more rigorous than organic farming.
It's a cycle, it's an ecosystem within a farm, and it has plants and animals, and humans are basically skimming off the top of everything.
But a push for productivity in the 1960s gave way to huge factory farms that would produce few things, and smaller, more sustainable farms, from the federal government's perspective, became an afterthought.
All in the name of efficiency. It's not actually efficient when you look at all the external costs that aren't calculated when you go to the grocery store. I mean, this isn't terribly efficient either.
It was May when people started talking about a meat shortage in the United States. It was more of a figment, but the talk came with a panic, boosting North Plains sales even further. Even though one of the main sources of their income, the farmers market, opened late and with restrictions.
Attendance is down, but this farmers market, we've seen almost double in customers for the past 3 years. This market's bonkers, and it's a beautiful market. Got the eggs, the sauerkraut, 24 total. The stops are, okay, the total's $133.78. It used to be sort of like our advertising budget, we would say, and now it's a huge part of our income. So we really hope that we can maintain some of that. We'll see.
The CSA model has been more predictable, and currently there are more than 120 in New York City. Hardy Roots is preparing for its second delivery of the season on Saturday to one of its oldest CSA partners, one in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
So we need 600. So that's the fourth one, I think. So if you want to keep a count, continue to do our 30s here.
When I wanted to do my own farm and rented a little bit of land, wanted to not only meet the needs right in our, town, but also to be bringing food down to New York City. And that seemed like an important service to be providing.
If you leaf like this, we're going to take that off.
His farm also provides 2,200 pounds of fresh produce a week to city food pantries.
So we're going out in teams, picking bunches of greens and digging up roots.
All right, let's pack it.
And sending everything into the barn where we're washing it, getting it all in great shape to then pack up into shares.
All right, so let's do Bay Ridge first. 107 shares.
This year, putting them all in boxes or bags for people so that people aren't having to touch bulk bins of vegetables at the pickup sites. And we get all that together, goes in the cooler overnight. First thing in the morning, for New York City, we're loading up the truck and sending that truck down to the city to drop off at our different neighborhood sites.
You saw me put the paperwork in the van, didn't you?
Despite the restaurant closures and restrictions, these trucks from the Hudson Valley have continued to roll down the interstate with their fresh produce, destined for grocery stores, food pantries, farmers markets, cafes, and CSAs. This food isn't cheap, but if cheap was the point, these farmers would be using different methods and producing fewer things. Still, the food can be affordable. Schutz says his CSA is less expensive than natural food stores, and some New Yorkers receive discounts when buying at city farmers markets. Prices could come down even more if farmers are able to own a larger part of the supply channel and secure more federal support, which right now goes mostly to large-scale agribusiness. The CSA drop is at the 4th Avenue Presbyterian Church in Bay Ridge.
We're going to all stay on this side of the pits, maybe Run will be there to try to keep track of how we space apart our volunteers.
When describing the CSA, Schutz recalled the words of an upstate member, an 80-year-old retired dairy farmer.
She had farmed her whole life. She knew how to grow every vegetable. Other people in the CSA would, call us a farm, and we called ourselves a farm. But she would always call it a garden because she saw what we were doing as gardening. And I think that there's something to that. We're kind of acting as a really big and efficient garden for 1,200 families who in many cases are in the city where they don't have access to land that they could have their own garden.
It's not surprising that smaller, local farms appear to be more resilient now during the pandemic. But it turns out this isn't something new. A 2015 U.S. Department of Agriculture study found that farms with direct-to-consumer sales were more likely to remain in business than those without. But the study found that they make up less than 8% of American farms.
Do you think people are appreciating the importance of, kind of local, small farm and...
Yeah, I think...
Yeah, people get it. They want to support it. We could have been completely devastated, but it turns out that our neighbors are knocking at our door and see the value in this type of farming for the environment, for community resiliency. They want to have local food. They don't want to get screwed. What if another pandemic comes in a couple of years? It's definitely not out of the question.
On the small list of good things to come out of the pandemic is that people are now thinking more about their food and where it comes from. The farmers in the Hudson Valley hope this trend will continue.
However you figure out that your food is connected to your health, it's connected to your community, it's connected to your environment, and make that a priority.
I was even looking for some lipstick. So
Okay.
I talked to you guys. I put on some earrings. This must have been the first earrings I had on and since this stuff started. And I have 10 tubes of lipstick. I couldn't find one.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
How was class?
Listen, I need somebody to rub me down after them classes. I could barely walk again.
Real Circle, we provide advocacy and support for LGBTQ older adults. Even today, a lot of seniors who identify as LGBTQ, they may go to a senior center and feel ostracized, or they may go to a senior center and have to go back into the closet based on how they identify. And for us, we created an affirming space where you don't have to go back in the closet, you can be who you are, but also we tailor a lot of our programming which centers around African-American experiences.
They kind of saved my life. When I didn't have anything else to do and my situation changed, they were a savior for me. And I really loved them for that. I really did. And I appreciate that we have somewhere like Rio for elderly people, my age and stuff. It's just perfect for us. I say maybe 4 days into it, all of a sudden I stopped eating and I lost a lot of weight. I just couldn't eat, because like I'm here alone. I went out and filled my freezer up and stuff like that, but I couldn't eat. And one day I was laying in the bed and I looked at my leg. It was just nothing but skin. And that fast, because I must have didn't eat for a week. And I talked to a member, I'm gonna just mention her first name, Mary. She said, Dorita, go to the store and get stuff that you like to eat. I got ice cream and sodas and cookies and everything. Do you know that gave me an appetite and I started eating again. It's good to have people to come to. It's good looking in your face. It's good that I can call somebody. I don't have a lot of friends, I never did. But now I feel like I have sisters and brothers and family
maybe for a non-LGBT individual, a senior, they may have extended family, immediate family and extended family. They may live in a home with their sons, their daughters, or family members. Those seniors who identify as LGBTQ, they don't have that. That is sometimes just them. In fact, we have members where they've expressed that it feels like a prison within their own home because they have nobody to speak to, nobody to engage with, and this fear of going outside. So that is definitely something that is rising with our community.
I'm just thinking about a time in our not so recent history when we were looking at LGBTQ people and isolating from them, and the way that the first wave of AIDS hit the community and the ripple effects that have continued after, and thinking about the isolation then and the stigma that was attached, and now having to separate and people being immunocompromised, all of the ways that we're separating right now. And I wonder if our senior population that you work with every day has some of those hard-won lessons in the back of their mind.
Oh yeah, definitely. And in particular, we work with HIV individuals over 60, and for the what I hear from them is that this is such a reminder of the stigma that happened when HIV/AIDS first came. The stigma of the body reactions that people experience when somebody knew about their status, the fear of even discussing that you had, HIV/AIDS, where nowadays the fear of people admitting that, hey, I had corona. A lot of our older adults, especially those who've been living with HIV, they've expressed that they've lived this battle before, that they've been through this war. So it's so not only familiar, but it's a battleground that they've already walked across. And, and with that, I think they may have a stronger resilience.
What is it gonna look like at Griot Circle on the other side of this when our seniors get together and have community again and are able to share a meal and conversation and be with each other? How do you think things are going to change?
I know, first of all, we're gonna have a party. We're gonna have a big party. We are gonna get together and celebrate. We're gonna have a potluck with all kinds of food. So that's gonna be our first day.
And we're going to be out partying and boogieing down, and I'm going to have on my gloves and my mask and my dress-up clothes, and I'm going to be hanging in there, but I'm going to have on my mask and my gloves.
As people of color, we hold fast to resiliency of the hardship we experienced in the past. And I know we'll get through this, but the only way we'll get through this is together. But with the spirit of our ancestors guiding us, I know we'll make it.
Pride is love, moving forward, fighting for what we believe in. And I cannot sit here as depressed and sad and mentally depleted because of my personal circumstances, because my mother's health, because I live in the Bronx, because I'm suppressed, because of COVID-19, because of these protests. I cannot sit here, not my wisdom, not my love, not my passion, to sit and be in a dark place. Been there, done that. Pride is us. Live it, learn it, and pay it forward. Love and light.
It's the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, such an important anniversary for the LGBTQ community.
And this probably will not surprise you, but I'm now reporting today that we will cancel city permits for June events as well.
Due to COVID-19, we had to shut our services. It has been absolutely difficult to keep our clients engaged and connected. we're reaching out to our clients, and I'll speak about some of the stuff. We're providing HIV home test kits, but now we are sending them out to people. And for the trans community, likewise. Even though it's a male empowerment program, we accept all. But we're real close and connected with the trans community and the coalition and leaders in the community that can support our trans community.
When this is over, as larger community are going to be having to grapple with this sort of after effect of corona or social isolation of our mental health, Ballroom's already been doing the work, and in some ways is a model for the world over to see. About 3 years ago, we began to take young folk, young ballroom people particularly, through the HEAT program, through 3MV on a away retreat for 3 days. But my desire was to shift it from an HIV prevention, behavioral change intervention to a community organizing, leadership development, self-efficacy development intervention. Because I think that is where the power is, right? So across every geographical region, particularly in the US, there's a coalition of leaders. And that translated to social media. So if you go on Facebook, every ballroom coalition, so there's a West Coast ballroom coalition, there's an Atlanta ballroom coalition, but every house, for the most part, has its own Facebook forum. So when this happened, ballroom immediately just does what ballroom does. I think marginalized communities, when they're at the brink of annihilation or extinction or crisis, they're very creative in our survival. And so we went just virtual. And we wind up having these virtual balls.
The future is unrestricted.
Precious. Dynamic. Latinx.
The future holds that we continue to be wise, but not forget where we came from and what we have fought for and what our ancestors have fought for. So I see a thriving, hopeful future with lots of abundant and joy and happiness and pride.
Pride in and of itself is born, birthed through the backs, from the backs of Black and brown trans women specifically, right? And mostly. We must remember that in this moment. So we can remember, number one. Number two is our ability to adapt and respond to crisis is beyond, right? It's in our DNA. It's absolutely in our DNA. And so it's why Ballroom responded almost immediately. Not the notion that, oh my God, after this, we're gonna have to deal with communities' mental health. No. We do this all day, every day. If I can get on a live with another Ballroom person and read each other, I can get on live and take care of each other.
You matter. Black lives matter. Trans lives matter. LGBTQ, Latinos matter. We matter. We're not gonna settle, and we're not gonna fall behind. We won't let those fall behind. Not on my time.
My name is Leanne Field Stewart. I use they, them, she, her pronouns, and I'm the founder of the Oprah Project. Today, I call upon each and every one of you to make a commitment. Today, I urge you that today is the very last day that transphobia will bring the lives, loves, and joys of Black trans people.
Basically, I make these noises constantly. I cough, I sniff, move my head, I make loud vocal noises. I have Tourette's syndrome, that's why I'm making that noise. I can't help it. I'm not sick.
Everyone is very hypersensitive about contact, being around people, and first of all, catching the virus. So that leads very interestingly into something that you've been experiencing.
Pandemic or not, when you're clearing your throat, coughing, sniffing on the subway, it attracts attention.
I just want to give you a little snippet of a solo show. I'm performing soon. Everyone's going to be rolling their eyes thinking about that. And I just want to, the show is all about my life with Tourette's syndrome. The show is called The Elephant in Every Room I Enter. Tourette's syndrome is a neurological disorder that you're born with that makes you have these uncontrollable tics, movements, or sounds. Some people say words, shit, shit, fuck, 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 shit, shit, shit. But I don't do that. And neither do most people with Tourette's.
For me, it's often a throat clearing like that. And now that I'm talking about it, I'm going to do it more. Sometimes sniffing, but everyone has both a vocal and a motor tic. So, for me, sometimes my motor tics are sort of, clenching my abdomen, moving my shoulders, stuff with my neck, curling my toes.
I'm in this conference room with tons of people ticking. It's incredibly wild to be in these large conference rooms with tons and tons of kids and adults chirping, barking, with disgusting coughs like mine, echoed words, conference, advocate, we're so happy, happy, happy to have you. For the first time in my life, it was actually normal to have Tourette's.
When I exercise, and I exercise a lot, partially because of the Tourette's and the noise that needs to sort of quiet down through exercise. When I exercise, sometimes that stimulates a need to tic more, unfortunately. So I've noticed recently when I ride my bike in Central Park, for instance, one of the only places I go to that it is crowded, regardless of how, how careful I am about how, far away from anybody I am, it will sort of perk people's ears as if, it's they're a sensitive robot that, notices noise or something like that.
I know there's tremendous concern in our disability community, dealing with all the unknowns everyone else is dealing with, but needing to make sure that there'll be sensitivity and concern in our city government and all the institutions of our society, that there'll be information flowing and messages that will be helpful and necessary information for the community.
Well, I think, yes, Brian, I think you're right. We are in some very difficult times right now. And people with disabilities are feeling this. And traditionally what the mayor's office with people with disabilities does is it works hard to ensure that every person with a disability has access to everything the city has to offer. And we do that through referrals, through transportation, housing, benefits. We have a program called NYC at Work, Project Open House, that comes in and makes people's houses accessible. And we have ASL Direct, which allows people who are deaf to be able to contact our office. People with disabilities are the most resilient people that are out there. We've adjusted to things like this throughout our lives and with our disabilities in society every day that people don't see. We adapt every day. And now every other person has to adapt every day. And just like you said, we're just like everyone else, but we're just a lot more resilient than anyone else.
I definitely credit Tourette's with making me the actor I am, partially just because it makes me so much more obsessive in the attention I pay to everything.
Realizing it with other people. And my mind is just racing. But I'm perfectly expressing all the thoughts. And people actually get them and understand
Are you at all concerned about discrimination that folks may face coming out of this thing, knowing the climate before and what it can be like after?
Absolutely, I am. Yeah, just knowing how sensitive people are to, you know, public health, independent of, you know, a pandemic like this, I do expect there to be much more heightened awareness and probably discrimination for something like this. On some level, justifiably, you know, I hate to have to put it that way, but, you know, we're all concerned about our health, and, you know, if someone is, you know, does have a communicable disease, they should be covering their mouth, you know, so that's always sort of the difficulty.
Thank you, everybody. That's the elephant in every room I enter at La Mama. Check it out. It's a really interesting solo show. If anyone wants to come, they're $10 tickets for every night.
All right, hold on. I think the microphone is off. Can you turn the microphone on? Oh, okay. Got it. How are you?
We're good, thank you. How are you, teacher?
I'm good. Just, you know, it's a little crazy right now. How's school online on the computer?
Boring.
Boring? A little weird? So, have you been practicing the piano at all? A little bit? What?
I can still remember my song.
Can I hear it? Can you play it?
Hi guys, it's me, Sarah, your reading writing teacher, in case you forgot who I am. I just wanted to give this introduction video to our course so that you could really understand how we're going to be doing things now that everything's moved online. CUNY Start is part of CUNY, and we're kind of an alternative to traditional remediation. When students come into the college, some of them are kind of deemed not college ready. They kind of have to work on some of their skills, whether it's reading, writing, or math. And so our program is meant to serve those students.
I'm a hearing education services teacher. I teach students K to 12 who are deaf or hard of hearing. I also teach a music class for District 75 school.
This came on really suddenly, and the shift to remote learning for everybody was a big shift. The shift to remote learning for students with disabilities was an even bigger shift, because it took a while to get what they call the remote learning plans that are developed for kids with disabilities up and running. It took a while to give families input into those remote learning plans. It took a while to get things like their assistive technology home with them.
There was this moment of realization, which should have been obvious, which is that our students have major access issues. Many of them don't have access to computers. They are sharing devices with family members. They have inconsistent Wi-Fi, if they even have Wi-Fi. Some of them are using hotspots on their phones to access, classes. So CUNY had to kind of pause and say, wait a second, if we're going to do online learning, we have to make sure that our students, who are some of the most economically disadvantaged when we're talking about students in higher ed, we need to make sure that our students have access to basic technology to allow them to participate in this course and be successful in it.
I still, to this day, I have a few students I have to FaceTime because they don't have access to a laptop at home. I have one student, I had to call his father's cell phone before he goes to work, and then the phone's gone and that's it.
We wasn't prepared. They had to scramble. This virus took everybody by surprise, and they are not all up to speed yet, especially African Americans and Latino and poor children who's already behind.
I think it's so easy to forget about the parts of the student population who have such high needs in times like this. It's not that kids with disabilities can't learn, it's that they need the supports and services to do so. And it's so hard to get them all that they need right now.
Can you clap this measure for me?
Okay. I did.
The pandemic obviously isn't causing the problems in CUNY. The problems in CUNY have been there. The gross inequities within higher education, the rising costs of tuition. So I do think that this pandemic is kind of just revealing that, right? It's kind of pulling back the cloth on that. And we have to kind of figure out how are we going to make sure that these inequities don't prevent certain students from thriving, especially if this online learning is our new normal.
I'm just waiting for the pandemic to be over.
Yeah, why?
It's just totally different. I'm 48. I prefer being in a class setting. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm older, but I like to be able to approach the desk and ask a question in person, and I feel like I'm able to grasp things a little bit easier.
I have some older students who have said that they, really don't use the computer, and so it's been challenging for them to even learn how to attend a live class, to locate where a Google Meet invite is. It's been hard for them to figure out how to submit an assignment, and they have kind of given up because they felt frustrated by that.
There are a lot of variables as hearing teachers that we have no control over with remote learning. For example, sound, background noise. I can't tell you how many times I've been on the line with a student and I hear so many things in the background, a TV, a little sister, brother yelling, a dog barking, and it's an absolute nightmare for when you're trying to get a hearing session done.
I've been teaching classes and some of my students will be sitting in their car because it's the only quiet place that they can learn. Some of them have to go into their bathrooms to hear the lesson.
So is not passing and he hasn't done any work since writing paragraph 1 and 2.
Right. And he's so great when he's in the live classes, so I want to figure out a way to kind of loop him in. But it's hard because it's like he also, had a family loss. So it's like,
right.
I'm like, are we still holding these students to the same standards? I don't know. Like, when I'm teaching in person, I can check in with 10 different students in a matter of minutes. When I'm doing it online, I have to schedule those interactions and hope that they attend and show up. I mean, right now we have students who are struggling to show up, students who are not turning in assignments, and we are just trying to kind of triage.
Them being able to go to school and be in the same room with kids just like them who have hearing loss too, I don't know of a way to replace that online. I mean, yes, we have Zoom, we have sign language interpreters. It's not the same as being in the room together and having that camaraderie. A lot of them have one-to-one paraprofessionals who are there with them all day. That's not happening now. So it's hard to say what is really going on at home, and through no fault of the parent or anyone, it's just not the same experience. And I just hope it's not that detrimental.
The whole point of the special ed supports and services is to enable them to access the curriculum, to give them the tools they need in order to learn alongside their more typical peers. And if they're not getting all of that, which they're not, because the remote plans are not everything that the IEP is. So if they're not getting all of those, it means that their access is more and more reduced, and that those gaps between kids with disabilities and their more typical peers are growing.
A colleague of mine who teaches a middle school classroom of deaf and hard of hearing children, she has one of my students from 5 years ago, and she noticed that he wasn't turning on his video during the Zoom calls, and she figured out that it was because he's discouraged from using sign language at home. And he knew that if he turned his video on, he would sign because he's an excellent signer. And that just about broke my heart that he couldn't turn his video on because he knew his mom was going to tell them to stop signing. Obviously, that would not happen in the classroom. And I've seen the students sign as a primary form of communication. So I just like gotta check. Yeah, so.
This probably won't be the last time that the schools have to go remote. Lessons need to be learned, planning needs to take place. We should be ready next time this happens to put remote instruction and appropriate remote instruction in place, from day one or day two at the latest.
Well, it's really wonderful to see you, and hopefully we can do a video again soon. Okay?
Bye. Bye.
So if we're going to work on a plan for restoring Brownsville to better than it was before, tell me one thing from each of your respective points of view, and I'll start with you, Dr. Lewis. One thing that has to be a part of that recovery plan.
We have to invest in the brilliance and strategy and resilience of community partners that are there and have been doing work and have survived multiple things before. But that also means we gotta, divest from the things that have harmed and hurt people in Brownsville, all the panic and neglect and the issues. So yes, invest in our dopeness and divest from the things that harm us.
My mantra for all these issues is that we have to get at the root. The pandemic exposed already glaring health disparities that exist. So what we have to do is really dig deep and go to what is the source of why we are affected disproportionately across the board with all of the various diseases. And it's because of neglect, medical apartheid, the racism within the healthcare delivery system, the employment system, the housing system. And we have to name racism, and we have to have race-specific solutions that are grounded in equity. Because if we kind of have a race-blind solution, the health disparities will stay after COVID is gone.
Underlying the racial disparities in health are the kinds of stress and trauma that go with being in poverty or not being able to pay your bills every month, worrying about that, worrying about where you're going to live. Conditions produce stress. Stress produces hypertension, produces diabetes, even cancer. And Black folks have been living in trauma, as Monifa Bendelli said, well before COVID. COVID just brought it out into the news.
The systems that would help us to not have these comorbidities, our health and hospitals, our emotional and wellness systems, our education systems, the employment systems, they have really, really small budgets, right? And we're living in a city where the police budget is $6 billion. And so our budget is a value statement. There has to be a shift in the values of the city so that we're really investing in these systems that we know are going to close those gaps. People are in the streets, people are demanding these investments. And so we need to strike the iron while it's hot.
All over our neighborhoods and all over Brownsville, there exists these kind of small businesses that tend to the mental, physical, and spiritual health of the community, with a small business frame, with ancestral and culturally relevant and respectful techniques. Those folks should be poured into to continue to create an ecosystem versus having to struggle to look at month to month, day to day, the bills of things.
One of the narratives that we believe is that, the person on the white or Black horse isn't coming to save us, right? And so we collectively, myself and a number of community-based organizations, residents included, have decided that we were going to start taking back, some of the ownership. Right now, if we wait for anyone else to do it, it won't get done.
The lived experience of my community, whether it's Bed-Stuy or Brownsville, or just Brooklyn or Black women or Black people, is that what we've seen and felt over the last couple of months is, you know, as Anita was saying, language that didn't really resonate with us, stories and feelings of loss and death. I mean, people, we could all do more than two hands of people that died. But then all of a sudden we saw all sorts of money come in terms of riot gear. The way we've experienced the budget and the city's priorities has been more kind of in those palpable spaces than the things that we needed just to live.
Just last year, the NYPD paid $70 million in settlement cases. So that's not, to get rid of that number, it's not about laying off people who were hired more recently, but who's committing this abuse that's causing the city $70 million in 1 year? And what kind of things could Anita and her task force do with $70 million a year? Dr. Lewis said that the people of Brownsville already know what they need. They already have the genius, it needs to be scaled up, and they also need to have the power to execute the solutions that they know work for the communities and not be blocked, from a top-down way. So, it's money, but it's also money and self-determination.
What is the prescription for getting Brownsville well on our terms?
Trust Black women, listen to Brownsville Genius. It makes sense for folks within power to create the space to hear the voices, to talk about what needs to be done. And it always triggers me a bit when folks are asking for additional labor from people who we've all just said are dealing with all of the inequalities and inequities. And there are folks like the Brooklyn Rapid Recovery and Response Team, BCJC, Combine, the Health and Wellness Table. We're organized. We know we could create the space and invest. You got 3 Black women here who could easily pull together a group of folks to tell you what we need and put some numbers behind it too. But the prescription is to just love each other well and listen and invest in that dopeness.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, is it like a family to me now?
There you travel. He came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The help of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
Hey Brooklyn, how you doing? I'm Hubby Jenkins, and you're about to get hit with another dose of B-Side.
You know, music has the unique ability to transport us across years and miles. One pop hook and you might find yourself back at your senior prom, awkwardly shuffling back and forth with your special someone. Or maybe some classic R&B throws you into your childhood living room on a lazy Sunday afternoon with the fam. Well, tonight on B-Side, we've got one of those bands with a strongly evocative sound that's sure to take you on a trip. Maybe to a frontier town saloon in the Wild West, or perhaps a Kiwanis Hall semi-formal dance in a sleepy prairie town. The Horse-Eyed Men draw inspiration from a myriad of American music traditions and offer up a singular sound that's something a cowboy might play on a cattle run as he serenades his herd to sleep. We've got them for an hour of music and conversation on tonight's B-Side, so stick around.
One thing is for sure, I hate the long haul. First comes the lightning and then comes the fall. Then the winter time, then the thaw. One thing is for sure, I hate the long haul. I landed just south of Mexico. All the women there talk a language I don't know. I met one girl down at the rodeo, and we got lost out on the Brazos. One thing is for sure, I had the long haul. First falls the lightning and then comes the fall. Then the winter time, then the thaw. But one thing is for sure, I hate the long haul, yeah. Oh, hello, Houston, give me Central. Hello, Central, give me time. Goodbye, Golden Compass. You've been leaving me. One thing is for sure, I hate the long haul. First falls the lightning and then comes the fall. Then the winter time, then the thaw. But one thing is for sure, I hate the long haul. Wake up, little cattle. When you can't tell the darkness from the coming dawn. When you can't tell a coming year from a year that's gone. Ain't that right, hubby? Passed out drunk on your lover's lawn. Oh, you make the best of the situation.
Thank you. Small but mighty. Thank you.
Oh man, I love that song.
Thank you very much, Javi.
I'm also very happy because I've known you for over 10 years,
Yeah.
almost 10 years.
Yeah.
And I spent a lot of time, when I met you, you were in a band called the Cowboy Killers.
Yeah. That's when
And,
I was smoking.
And you were playing a lot of like traditional music,
Right.
traditional American music, which is, sounds like that's fed into your music now, songs you're writing.
No, that's a huge part of it is perverting traditional music. Yeah, that was kind of where I came from. My dad's a folk musician, so I grew up playing acoustic guitar and banjo, and so a lot of that stuff worked itself in. And through Roots and Ruckus, that was a weekly showcase that started in the West Village, and now has moved to Red Hook, and so that's where we met, I believe. One late night.
One very late night. But I think it's kind of cool. Like you come from Rhode Island, your dad plays music, you learn all this traditional music, and then we kind of had this scene in New York where we were taking all these traditional musics and had no rules with it.
Yeah,
and it seems like you've been able to channel that into something really nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that ancient new music, something like that, a brand new anachronism. I'm not quite sure what it is. Taking traditional forms and then working with them so that they have to find the living root of traditional music is kind of the goal.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Hello Houston, or that first song we played, is very much about trying to find the root of the thing that you feel that happened long ago, something like that. Yeah.
And what about, like you spent time in Europe for a really long time. Do you want to talk about that experience, how it influenced your music?
Yeah, I personally lived. Did you guys ever live in Europe? You lived over in Europe a little bit, I guess. Yeah. I lived in Berlin for about 3 years, and we went over there because we could be. I went over there with a couple friends because we could play at a lower level and be more appreciated for it. Or maybe we were just playing so much that we got better. But yeah, that was the appreciation. The appreciation of a European audience was a really huge thing for us in terms of getting some confidence, I think, playing, and also just playing a lot. And the first album that we have out, Grave Country, we recorded in Copenhagen, in Denmark. That was in 2013 in an old malt factory, in the attic of an old malt factory, with a guy named Anders Christoffersen. And we just recorded a new full length, which we recorded in Berlin. So yeah, I've spent a bunch of time over there. It's nice to go away from the place that you're writing about, because it gives you a little bit more perspective, I think, on the thing. You can kind of see it from a different angle, or you can see it in 3 dimensions, maybe, when you're not right in the middle of the soup.
Right, not down in the trenches.
Yeah, you're not down in the trenches.
Isn't that like a Hemingway quote? When I'm in Paris, all I can write is New York. When I'm in New York, all I can write about is Paris.
Yeah. And when I'm on the plane, all I can do is cry about bad movies.
Yeah. Do my taxes in the bathtub.
Do my taxes in the bathtub, yeah.
You want to introduce the band?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Aaron Fraser. I play the drums and I sing.
Ken Woodward, and I play bass.
I'm Steve Okonski, and I play the keyboard.
They're very subtle men.
They're the horse-eyed men,
They're
right?
they're subtle horse-eyed men. Yeah, that's right.
Like not like bovine America, but horse-eyed men.
Right.
You want to break it down?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's right. Not bovine America, a little bit more gaunt America. Maybe men, but with a memory of something a little bit more wild. Like you can imagine looking for food, and the storm is coming, but you're not quite sure where you're going to spend the night. And so you're trying to find food, and then you fall asleep at dawn because it's been storming all night, and you wake up and you're desperately hungry. You haven't found food, but then you find a strawberry, and it's the most glorious thing. That's when you're horse-eyed.
That's on our Facebook page.
It sounds like you're busy writing another song, but just play us one right now.
Yeah, sure. It's called The Hired Hand.
I do not have a horse to ride. If I did, I'd surely go where you cannot see below, to where the waters hiss and boil. tear you up beneath the sea. My man, don't lie to me. In my dreams I can run for miles. I only have one wing but fly. I'm not afraid to see the corpses of my days. They're stretched out in the open grave. My man, don't lie to me. Did they shoot you up with gasoline? Did they tear you up beneath the sea? My man, don't lie to me.
Arnaud, you want to tell us about that song?
Yeah, I do want to tell you about that song.
Tell us about that song.
I worked on a film in Bolivia that's coming out. It's playing on October 15th at the Margaret Mead Film Festival. You can come. You can buy tickets. I encourage you. It's called Solero, and it's about a salt flat. You saw, I think, an image of the Salar de Uyuni, which is a large salt flat in the south of Bolivia. And it's also, the salt flat is really remote, and most of the people that live around the salt flat just make their money gathering salt for a living. Money was introduced in the early 90s into the economy. It was all barter before that. So the landscape was a huge inspiration for that song. It's just this kind of coasting, like being on the ocean a little bit. You have to navigate kind of by the far end, so it's a little bit like sailing. But the lyrics of the song are related to a dictator named Hugo Banzer, who is a really brutal guy in the 80s who disappeared, quote unquote, a lot of people. And so the song is written from the perspective of a woman whose husband has been disappeared. So it's dreamy, but it's got a political edge to it for sure. So that's where that song comes from anyway.
I feel like a lot of your songs have a political edge to them. How much do your political beliefs come into play?
Well, you got to have something to write about, right? That's maybe the best place to start writing a song, I think.
But you could just stop at love songs and you'd be good.
Silly love songs. Yeah, sure, love songs. But I think that, for me, I think also that comes from the folk tradition of there's all those old folk songs, the Titanic, whatever. Even if they're not directly political, there's a story to them, or there's some kind of content. There's some nice line about songwriting that a song feels a thought, and I can't remember who said that, but that there's got to be a little bit of an idea to the song to give it some weight and to land it, because I think that that people feel naturally through listening to music, but then the words have a chance to make people think a little bit. And yeah, I feel like it's for me anyway. It's important to reflect on what in the hell is going on. So, and we'll get there. We have a special election trilogy prepared for tonight. So you guys will get that in a little bit. But yeah.
Speaking of elections, you know, you don't only make music, you don't only do documentaries. You work on other things. You want to talk about any extracurricular activities?
Oh, maybe you want to talk about that. Sounds like you do. Yeah, we went to, so I with hubby and a couple other people, I work on a magazine called The Quiet American. And we played the party for it, the release party for it this past Friday. We went to the Republican National Convention in Cleveland without any access, with no press credentials, and a very foreboding feeling about what was going to happen out there. But we did about 150 interviews just with street vendors and, you know, political barkers and whoever would talk to us. We got yeah, and so I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it. What about you?
We also spoke with elephants, ghosts.
We spoke with elephants and ghosts.
Donkeys, children.
Yeah. Well, you tried to speak with the elephant, but they wouldn't let you.
They didn't give me all access after the donkey incident. But I mean, I think that's part of.
And what do you think about the current state of the 2016 presidential? They say, whoa, whoa, whoa,
True
whoa,
story.
whoa, whoa,
Zoo shut down the interview.
Yeah. No more access. No more access to the elephant.
But I think that's part of it. It's just, you know, having something you believe in, right?
Yeah.
Feeling that, like, because of what's happening today,
Yeah.
politically, socially, like, you know, your art has to be about something.
Yeah.
You can't really be on the sidelines, right?
Yeah.
But also feeling like, you know, everything is kind of absurd. Everything happens. Everything happens over and over again. Or Donald Trump is funny also, still, you know? So having an absurd spin to it is kind of what The Quiet American was about.
Yeah,
But I think
right.
like when I listen to your music sometimes, like that same mentality allows you to kind of a freedom with your imagery.
Mm-hmm.
And like I feel like that comes into it, where it's you know, not being so direct and kind of being playful and being led astray to get closer to what you really believe. You know?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a huge thing, because you can't approach, you know, if you're sailing and you want to get to a certain point up the bay, then you have to tack a bunch of times. You can't just head straight up into the wind, because it doesn't work, right? And so you need to, in order to get to the goal, you kind of have to hit it at a more oblique angle. And I think that partisan politics, or politics with a capital P, is exhausting. You know, that's what everyone gets. And so The Quiet American, but I think also the songwriting is a lot about trying to get to the weird, creepy, mythological level of the political, because that's what art can do. You know.
Do you have any new things you're working on? Anything in the works?
Yeah, there's a really exciting project that we're going to record for, that's run by this small label that's based out of the Jalopy Club, which is where Roots and Ruckus is, which is this weekly showcase, and it's a year-long monthly subscription to New 7 Inches. So we're going to record 4 new songs for that. We're going to play one of the ones a little bit later on that we're going to record for that. But there's a Kickstarter up there now for it. I think there's about a week left on it. So yeah, it's Jalopy Records, and that's going to feature a whole lot of people that play pretty regularly at Roots and Ruckus, and at the Jalopy, a bunch of mostly Roots musicians. Are you doing that too?
Yeah, I'm doing it too, and yeah, it's in very good company with a lot of the artists who are going to be on it.
Yeah,
and records are cool again. Like, I know Mike is all about tapes, like cassettes, but I don't think that's going to catch on.
No, I don't think so.
What's next? 8-track? It's getting out of hand.
Right. Yeah.
But why don't you play us another song?
Sure. I'm gonna send this one out to you.
Do it, baby.
Radio Bill.
I love to listen to the radio. I'd listen to them sing it soft and low. There were no lies exchanged, no promises were made at all. I love to watch the time roll by. It's such a simple alibi. It leaves missed calls constantly, a simple melody these days. Come to me, sweet memory, and let me learn to know your name. Let me not fear the shade of things the way they used to be. Stay with me, sweet memory, and linger in my sweet refrain. Let my hands hold you as true till you pass on to the shade. I weaken through the winter tide, my shadow creaking as the days rolled by. The drugs, they ease the pain, things don't stay the same at all. Who really knows just who the hell I am? Who really knows just where the hell I've been? I'm no more surprised by the night I turn out the light at dawn. Come to me, sweet memory, and let me learn to know your name. Let me not fear the shade of things the way they used to be. Stay with me, sweet memory, and linger in my sweet refrain. Let my hands hold you as true till you pass on to the shade. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for playing that.
Yeah.
That's actually my favorite song from Grave Country.
Yeah.
Which I listen to over and over again on the road.
You sent me a video from a mountaintop of you playing that one on the band
Yeah,
show.
so something like 10,000 feet in Colorado on a mountainside. But I was just like touring a lot. That album like got me through like a 3-month tour that was just like somehow bringing me further and further away from everyone I knew, and like that album.
Yeah.
Anyway, I could love on you later. We don't have to do it in the middle of the show.
When you're alone.
Huh?
When you're alone.
Yeah, when we're alone. Yeah.
Private time. None of your business time.
But tell us where that song came from.
Yeah, that song is written for my grandfather, Max Harley, and my dad's actually got a song called "Daddy Played the Phonograph." My grandfather really loved to listen to records, but he also loved the radio. Max Harley, he was born in Fountain City, I think, on the border of Indiana and Ohio. I was watching the Super Bowl with him once, and he said, there are all these life insurance advertisements. Like, it's not the small moments that matter, it's the important moments. You know, all of these kind of inane things that is like, is this meaningful, or is this just, what is happening? They're manipulative. And I said, wow, Grandpa, it seems like the life insurance companies are our greatest philosophers. And he turned to me and said, in his big blue chair, which had like his imprint on it, and said, well, Noah, that's because they have an intimate acquaintance with death. So he was in tune with that aspect of life. So, and he's also passed. So that was a way of remembering him. Yeah.
And is that where you get your wry sense of humor from?
From him? Yeah, it might be. Yeah, that might be.
And he didn't play any music?
No, he didn't actually. He really loved it. He when I told him I was playing the banjo and fiddle, he said, "Oh, Jesus, you're playing that plink plink music, aren't you?" Because he grew up in a farming family, and all the people from Kentucky and West Virginia would come up as migrant laborers when he was growing up. So that was kind of there was a beef there, as there always is, I guess, or as there is currently, also. So he had that prejudice, but he really loved classical music, actually. He didn't like plink plink music too much. So
I barely like it.
Yeah, I don't even like it. It's just that the money's so good, I couldn't turn it down.
And so then, what about your dad? Like, what kind of music does he play?
He's a children's musician and a storyteller. Yeah, his name is Bill Harley, and so he travels around the country. He's a national children's touring act, and he's writing more kids books now. But yeah, he's always been a pretty strong advocate of playing music within a context. I feel like a lot of bands in our world end up chasing some phantom cool audience of 20 or 30-year-olds,
The prime demographic.
Yeah, it's something like that, but it puts you in a rock club, and it puts you in some place where people have to pay money to go see it, and the people don't know each other ahead of time, and it's all mediated through this experience of a night out or something like that. And so I think, anyway, for me, from my dad, he was always kind of emphasizing playing, and if it's just playing music informally or with people that you already know, or playing music at events that are already happening, kind of putting it in a context, rather than just, here's my band, like us, which is kind of
and it's not predicated on insider culture, like a lot of what you'll find in the indie music world, which I think is nice, for children's music and for folk music, for that matter. The accessibility of it, that is for everybody. I think that's kind of that's the draw for me.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it for me too. That's really right.
And it's for everybody, but it's also partly doing you. I just hit the mic. Doing what's important for you, what you believe in, not because it looks good on Lady Gaga or because some other famous person I don't know a lot about popular culture right now did it. It's about doing you, whether it's accessible or not.
Yeah, that's right. Living it rather than wanting to be it or something.
Believing it instead of trying to wear it.
Yeah, wearing it instead of trying to do it.
Don't eat it.
Don't eat it. Just love it.
Song.
Okay. East Virginia. That's a good suggestion. I'd forgotten about that one totally.
Ghost story.
I was born in East Virginia, North Carolina I did roam. There I met pretty fair maiden, whose heart I longed to hold. Her hair was black, but her cheeks were rosy. Her eyes burned as bright as coals. Around her neck something wrong with the captain's daughter. Something wrong, it was plain to see. There was something wrong with the captain's daughter. Though some will laugh and they won't believe, they will not believe. Some will laugh and won't believe, man, they won't believe. Some will laugh and they won't believe.
Yeah, play it again.
So if you ever meet a pretty fair maiden with a yellow ribbon, don't. Now you know that her head is tied on by that.
I knew.
Yellow ribbon.
I already knew that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where'd you get that one?
Very Scary Stories by Alvin Schwartz. It's a children's book of ghost stories. It's got this really creepy skull, like a watercolor skull on the front of it.
With red, white, and blue.
Yeah, with red Patreon.
They're making a movie or
Essence
something.
might be green.
Is it green?
Might be, but it probably doesn't rhyme as well.
Yeah.
It's only got one.
I think syllabolically
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
a little bit easier.
Maybe symbolically too.
A pretty green ribbon. I guess it also works. Yeah.
The yellow ribbon is like tie a yellow ribbon, around the old oak tree.
Right.
It's got some
And the yellow
symbolic
wallpaper by Charlotte
weight.
Perkins Gilman. It's got kind of like yellow is kind of a death color maybe.
And that's part of the classic folk tradition, is taking something and making it your own.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I kind of thought that was like my original take, is changing the color of the ribbon. Kind of like adding.
That's like your TED Talk?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like
Yeah.
The folklore.
We also are doing a TED Talk. Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, we're just going to talk through all these songs.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk more about like how the folk scene in New York, like how is it different from other scenes you've seen? How does it strengthen you? How does it inspire you?
You should talk about Bloomington, man.
Well, I mean, I drum with some different, with a bunch of different bands, in different styles. So I see a few different communities, and I think the nice thing about the folk scene is it's finite. Like, it has edges. You can kind of see the lay of the land. Whereas with indie rock, it's like pretty staggering. Every single person, has some like synth duo, that plays in some, dive bar, which is great too. I mean, it's great that anyone can make music in that way. But I don't know, through the folk scene, I think it's been more of a family vibe, a stronger unified community. And yeah, it just kind of reminded me of Indiana, Bloomington. That's where I moved here from. And yeah, it's like a small but mighty group of musicians who support each other and make good music. So.
Yeah, and I also think, Bric Tv, for example, is also good, because I think that New York, everybody knows what the weather is like in Brooklyn. New York has so much power over the media. It's like a huge camera trained on itself, and so people from all over the world read about New York and they know about New York. And so I think that one thing that does is it makes New York a kind of international place, and people forget that there's actually, what makes New York great is that there's like a local thing going on, that it's happening here now on Hicks Street, on Lafayette Avenue, on 3rd Avenue, wherever. It's happening right here, and it's the people here that make the city. It's not like the city just manufactures them, although that's also a nightmare that I've had before. But sometimes.
The Condo People Factory?
The Condo People Factory, CPF. Yeah, CPF, totally. But yeah, that there is a really strong local root scene here, and I think that's it's not like a zero-sum game, right? That there's
yeah,
like,
it's not. You could find a synth folk duo maybe sometime.
Yeah.
Then it becomes like another question, like, I don't even really know what indie music is. I don't know where it starts and ends.
Oh, for sure.
And you could have the same argument about folk music, like, you know, Does it end at soul? Is hip hop a folk form? A folk form, you know, jazz an American folk form? It kind of gets really blurry, you know. And like with your stuff, it's like, is it country? Is it folk? Is it?
Who knows?
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
asking.
I don't either.
Anybody up here?
What do you guys think? Country?
Indie?
There's a bin large enough.
For
there's
us?
a dumpster. There's a dumpster, and on the front of it it says Americana, and I think that's where most people would probably toss us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're swimming around quite comfortably.
Yeah.
There's lots of room. Surf, country, some psych.
I think one thing is to not let it's a drag when you know too much about what you're doing, you know, and so it's got to be a little bit blind. So if you know we're this kind of band, then you end up playing to the genre, or you end up playing to a kind of crowd. And if you're a little bit blind about what you're doing or about the kind of music that you're making, then the names will come anyway. Someone's going to represent you, right? Because that's how that works. I guess.
A lot of the best musicians were blind too.
Yeah,
sure.
That's also true.
Stevie Wonder.
As long as you're not deaf.
Yeah.
Beethoven.
Any good? Yeah, Beethoven. He was kind of
But that happened over a period of time.
And that was before indie, I guess.
That was before indie.
I don't know. I don't feel like we should box Beethoven in.
Yeah, that's great.
You want to play another song?
Yeah, definitely. What are we on?
How about some money?
Okay, here's the election special. We're gonna go all the way into this one for you.
Everybody gets a brand new car. I heard about it on the radio. Everybody gets a grand to blow till the money runs out, till the money runs out. Till the money runs out, till the money runs out. If the day job don't get you, then the nightlife will. Running the mill on water that's past. Building a house like it's meant to last. Till the money runs out, till the money runs out. Till the money runs out, till the money runs out. Till the money runs out, till the money runs out. Till the money runs out, till the money runs out. Till the money runs out, till the money runs out. Can't you hear them howling? The wolves are at the gate. They're all high on cellophane. They're in no mood to negotiate. Put the pistol down, baby. There ain't no need to be so scared. I put a candle in the window to let the planes know we're here. Harry, I'm
that man that you're seeing on screen right now is a fellow that we saw out in Cleveland. So that song is a little number for him.
Yeah, one of the delegates strolling out of the arena.
One of the delegates strolling
ready
out
for
of
the
the
after
arena.
party in the hotel lobby.
Ready for the after party in the hotel lobby. No, we just took his picture.
Did you ask to take his picture?
I didn't take his picture, but it doesn't look like it.
It looks like some sort of, well, some creature in headlights.
Yeah, especially through the sunglasses,
yeah,
you can kind of.
like windshield.
Yeah, windshield.
It's almost like he's wearing a disguise and he thinks maybe he's been caught out. Like, that's how he dresses on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's Elvis. That's right.
Yeah, it's Elvis. Yeah, yeah, he's back. He's back and he's not looking so hot.
Who took that picture?
Horatio Baltz.
Did he also work on your music video?
Yeah, we made he shot a couple of those videos, or all two of them.
Tell us about your music videos.
The first one is for a track off Grave Country, the first track called Nobody Is a Long Time. And it's, I don't know, you'll have to watch it. It's a man who's just taken a job maybe, but he has some feeling that there's some other self that didn't take the job. And then he falls asleep watching himself dance in a theater. And then the other one is for a song called Come On Cowboy that my brother Dylan wrote. And that's about just a sweet romantic night at a cowboy bar between two cowboys. And
documentary.
It's a documentary. It's like a hopeful documentary. Yeah. It's what we were hoping, and we shot that one at a bar in southern Rhode Island. Yeah. But he shot both of those.
Yeah, they have a good style. Check them out. Do your homework.
Nobody's a Long Time and Come On Cowboy.
That's right.
Those are the videos.
And that last song, who's Mary?
Mary, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. I floated those lyrics by you at some point.
I remember.
Do you remember? And you're like,
I remember.
Nah.
I wasn't so sure about the Mary. I was like, who's Mary?
Yeah.
I get the whole rest of the song. I don't get the Mary. Mary, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Mary, Mother Mary. It's a little bit sarcastic. Mary. There's a friend of mine, Mike Plunkett, who's a filmmaker, has a short film called Mary Mary. Maybe that's where it comes from. I don't have too specific of an idea about who Mary is.
I think about that folk song, Mary Don't You Weep, you know, the gospel tune?
Yeah.
Mary Don't You Weep, Don't
I
You
told you once and I told you twice, you can't get to heaven with another man's wife.
Right.
Pharaoh's army. Yeah.
And it's kind of like the same thing. Like, don't cry. Like, I'm telling you all these bad things that, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
So I thought maybe it's a cousin to that kind of thing.
There's a Leonard Cohen kind of like, after the bomb has fallen, there's a couple hiding out in some house, and there's some kind of like reassurance amidst the debris going on, maybe. Yeah.
It's a little biting, this reassurance.
Yeah.
Sure. Also. What else? They told me to ask you about the neighborhood you live in, but I don't want people to know about.
Yeah.
My neighborhood.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
We'll skip that one.
I live on the Upper West Side.
Yeah, it's really cool up there.
Yeah, it's really cool up there. Really cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a mayonnaise store now.
Yeah, I got a mayonnaise store.
That's cool.
Yeah. Work in my mayonnaise store. Neighborhood, what else? Yeah.
What else? Musical influences, literary influences?
Guillaume Apollinaire, the French poet. I don't know. Who are musical influences for you guys?
Curtis Mayfield.
Curtis Mayfield.
Yeah, for sure. Gil Scott-Heron. Lee Fields is a more contemporary guy. A lot of soul stuff. Mahalia.
What about you?
Metallica mostly. AC/DC. Journey is a special soft spot in my heart for Journey.
That explains the jean jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with Aaron with a lot of the Motown and soul stuff. That's just what my parents were spinning the whole time growing up, and so a lot of that just sort of seeped in, and I don't know, kind of, I guess.
Carole King, also.
Carole King.
Yeah, really, yeah, Tapestry. Like my mom played that album all the time. I think the album's incredible, yeah.
Is there any like contemporary, local stuff that you guys listen to? People, bands people might not know about?
There are so many.
Yeah, so many.
The list is just goes on forever. It's like
Journey.
Santa Claus is like
Is that a band name?
good
That's a really
and
long name.
bad list of children. It goes on and on.
Metallica.
No, they're pretty famous. I don't know. Yeah, there's a bunch.
Yeah, dude, I don't even know.
How
where
about
to
you? Like,
start.
I'm still a big fan of Farrell Foster's record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Layla McCalla just put out a new record
Oh,
that I really
cool.
love a
Oh, I
lot.
haven't heard that.
And her last album I thought was great.
Who have I been listening to? There's a band called the Handsome Family that are they're not local. They're from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and they have a lot of story songs. I like them a lot.
What was the guy you told me about yesterday? From the Dakota something?
Oh, Tom Brousseau. Tom Brousseau is a really brilliant songwriter and also a storyteller. He's got a new album out called North Dakota Impressions that I've been listening to a lot. Michael Hurley. Michael Hurley for sure.
Sean Cronin.
Sean
Sean Cronin's
Cronin.
very good. He's like a crazy freak folk, out there band. Katie Von Schleicher is another one.
Tamar Korn.
Tamar Korn, yeah.
Tamar Korn is a local jazz singer. She's really amazing. She's really worth getting out to see.
It's so funny being on this TV show because I had this conversation with you like 2 days ago, and you were like, "Listen to this! You got to listen to this, man! Like you're gonna freak out! Like check out this music." And I run the studio. It's just like, "Yeah, this band's pretty good." But I think it's time for a song. You wanna do one?
Sure, we can do one. Maybe The Butcher's Boy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you were thinking?
Yeah.
Okay. In the key of 3?
She went upstairs to make her bed, and not one word to her mother said. Mother, she went upstairs too, and said, "Oh, daughter, what troubles you?" Said, "Oh, daughter, what troubles you?" Mother, oh, mother, I cannot tell. The butcher's boy I love so well has courted me my life away, and now at home he will not stay. Now at home he will not stay. There's a place in London town where the butcher's boy, he goes and sits down. He takes a strange girl on his knee, and he tells to her what he won't tell me. Tells to her what he won't tell me.
old is that song?
1,000 years.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
The Butcher's Boy, the Clancy brothers. Who else?
Everyone.
Everybody. Willie Gantrum.
Willie Gantrums.
That's another
I think I heard it on the folk anthology, Harry Smith folk anthology, the first one.
Yeah, that's right. It's
Is that Bull Kazee?
Well Kazee, yeah.
Well
She
Kazee.
went upstairs to make her bed, not one word. Yeah.
So what's next? What's your next gig? What's your next adventure?
Sure. Well, the thing that we'd really like to do, and if there's any patrons out there watching, then please get in touch with me. My email address is n.block.harley@gmail.com, phone number 508-641-7627, birth date 11/29/1983, social security. And the plan, the thing, and I don't think Aaron or Steve know about this, but Ken does, is to go to Cuba and film a music video for this new album that we recorded in Berlin.
Right.
And to just go for 2 weeks and do a kind of travel documentary where we go around in a truck and play this music wherever they'll let us play. So that would be in March, and we need about $10,000 to do it. So if anyone's got deep pockets, it'll be an amazing piece of art, and unhomogenized culture needs your support. Bric needs your support. We need your support. We need more degrees. We need more movies like the one that we're about to make.
Yeah, save your pennies.
Save your pennies, save your nickels, save your dimes.
All right. All right, it's about time for us to ride off into the sunset. Many thanks to all of you guys, you fine people. I love you very much. Thanks for sharing your songs and thoughts with us tonight. And if you missed any of tonight's episodes, do not despair. You can watch this and all B-sides of the Bric TV YouTube channel. I'm Hubby Jenkins. I love you very much. Thank you for tuning in, Brooklyn, and have a good night.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
A space to be means
now let's hear you talk like pirates. Let's hear you say, yar. Yar. Yar, that's extra credit. All right, not bad. Let's hear you say, ay.
You like after school?
Yes. Yes.
What about music class? Do you like music class?
Yes. Yes.
What I think is so wonderful about Extreme Kids is every family gets something different out of our programs.
When I started speaking with parents, I just felt like, you know, it's okay to cry. It's okay to be excited about things that people take for granted. And I was able to speak about some of those things.
So, I'm feeling great about Extreme Kids because they teach me a lot of things, and I play Roblox and I learn something new.
There were over 900 families that entered the shelter system from East New York and Brownsville alone, and that's a shame. The rental units are being priced out. People in East New York can't afford these rental units, and they're going into the shelter system. We are, like I said, in a housing crisis, and we have all these vacant lots in East New York that are not being utilized, that are underutilized.
If we look at this lot right behind us here, this is an HPD lot, right? And it's being used for parking. Parking for the police. Why? Why should they have parking in a community that is suffering from homelessness, right? And being displaced at an astronomical rate. People can't even afford to live in the community anymore, and they're being priced out of the entire city.
So policing does not equal safety. We know that. We know that. We've seen so many police-involved incidents go left really fast.
The 75th Precinct in East New York has a long tradition of abuse, corruption, of malengagement with the civilians and residents of East New York.
Why is NYPD taking up public parking? Is being blocked by NYPD. How is my brother supposed to get onto the bus?
So we did a database and we found out that there are over 145 NYPD lots throughout the city. Why should the NYPD, that has caused so much harm to our community, continue to take over and use our public land for free parking? We should be having these lands put into COTs so that we can build truly, not low income, but truly affordable homes for our Black and brown people.
This different sort of organization can really be beneficial because we are boots on the ground in the community. We have surveyed over 250 lots right here in East New York that are city-owned, which are vacant. Vacant.
We surveyed the lots. We set out to talk to the community to find out what it is that they wanted on these vacant lots. Yes, some of them wanted housing. Yes, some of them wanted commercial spacing. Yes, some of them wanted entrepreneurship, commercial space.
Community self-determination. It's different when
you're being dictated to, being told. But it's something different when you sit with a body of people and decide what do you want to see.
How we, the Eastern York CLT, that's how we operate in Brooklyn and Brownsville. We go out and we speak to the community. Join our movement, the land justice movement. We need our land back, our community, our land, our decision.
Public land, public hands.
Soul to Souls offers social emotional learning, leadership development through peer-to-peer discussion groups, college and career preparation, and the creation of PSAs or issue-based films.
So Jalen, I heard that you have a crush on someone.
Yeah, it's all over Insta.
So, who's the name, Jillian? Oh, it's not you, Omar.
Oh, I know. It's me.
Who said it was a boy?
Cashley, don't.
Don't what? Tell everyone you have a crush on Diana?
Hey, you two need to stop. We call it issue-based filmmaking. What are the issues that are going on? What do we want to change and what do we want to make better? That's what Soul to Souls is about.
I walk through life completely alone and think that everyone is talking about how bad I look.
First, teaching students how to storytell. So once they discover that, they create what is important to them and they decide as a group of their topic.
Looking back though, I see that everyone has their own problems. And they're not talking about me, but having their own conversations.
After that, we then start to teach the different aspects of filmmaking, producing, utilizing the camera, lighting, and all of that.
What I like most about Soul to Souls is filming because I like to film and I like to play parts.
I love to write and I love to act and I like making plans before we even start acting.
Our kids are a powerful influence over each other. A part of Soul to Souls programming is teaching young people to do peer-to-peer discussion groups, which allow them to do what we're doing. We're utilizing movies, videos, things that are talking points of realistic situations that happen in the world and in their lives, and asking questions around what decisions you would make and why. We make young people and every participant that worked with us know that they matter.
I believe that for most of the students in the New York City, there is a vast need for social and emotional support. I know that principals are looking at organizations to provide those support, but the support that I received from Soul to Soul, I believe is the ideal support for students and ideal support for the schools.
Working with Soul to Souls, I was like, oh, this is phenomenal. This is actually a great program. And we did a lot of critical thinking, writing exercises, looking at films, pretty much identifying with different themes that they were exposed to or not even exposed to for that matter. Because I realized that some of our kids only knew their 5-block radius or didn't see themselves outside of the certain box. So this gave them the opportunity to see themselves in a larger box, to step out of that and go into a deeper world.
I've learned to work with different people from different backgrounds, share ideas with them and everything.
You get to learn about making connections and through different people while also having a fun time while doing it.
I have learned how to work with cameras and also to treat others with respect.
If you meet somebody new or different from you, you shouldn't treat them a different way.
From Soul to Soul, the students derived what I consider to be lifetime benefits. A lot of them are now out of school and are in profitable jobs and making very valuable contributions to society.
I was one of the members back in my high school days. We were learning a lot of skill building, especially around soft skills, which helped in just peer mentoring, being able to solve situations. Having reconnected with Soul to Soul recently, what I love most about it is seeing those skills play in daily life.
Soul to Soul taught me so many things like leadership, which I developed and incorporated in my lifestyle. I became an EMT, and it developed my mind in a way where I can teach people to be leaders, to not be followers, to do the right thing.
All we need to do is encourage young people, and that to let them know they have the power to not only help themselves, but to help their peers in developing. And that's why paying it forward and having that attitude is something that we stress in Soul to Souls, because it's not just about us, it's about how do we make this world and our community a better place.
Hello and welcome to Real Brooklyn, powered by BKReader.com. Real Brooklyn is a show that takes a closer look at the people who make up our ever-changing neighborhoods. In this episode, we go to Crown Heights to meet Malika Oyo. Malika is a top real estate broker and the founder of the House of Oyo, a unique brownstone mansion that is both a private residence and, as she describes it, a quiet event space.
What's up, everybody? It's Takala here from Real Brooklyn, here with Malika Oyo, here in the House of Oyo on the second floor deck. It's so beautiful out here. When you describe the House of Oyo to people, how do you describe it?
I describe it as a unique brownstone mansion that is meant as a home sharing space, and we do quiet events. People always say, "What's a quiet event?" One where people aren't jumping up and down, playing a bunch of music. It's bridal showers, it's board meetings, it's readings.
First of all, that lamp is a superstar. What's going on?
Oh yes, the giraffe lamp. So the giraffe lamp. So apparently, this lamp was in this club called Treehouse in the city, and when they went out of business, they auctioned off all of the lamps. I think there were 12 of them. Mm-hmm. Rumor has it Brad Pitt has one.
Really?
House of Oyo got 2. Awesome. Hey! Awesome. In this room, this was an interesting piece. When we came through, this was a solid wall, right?
Really?
It was a wall, and it was an awesome, it's a dope room. And we're standing outside, just in front of the house, just talking. I'm looking up, and I'm just like, did y'all see another window in that room? And we come back in, it was like, yo, there was a window behind the sheetrock. Man, we pulled that out, and it was like bling bling, so much sun.
Wow, awesome.
Yeah. We call this the landing, right? Mm-hmm. What else? How about the steps to get to the landing? You go to the next one, it's the landing. Yay!
Come on now.
Laundry. Right?
Bananas.
And so this is like the best laundry room ever. Come, let's sit and have a drink, you know? Oh, I just had these real posters from this guy over on, his name is Ronnie. He's like, everybody in Brooklyn uses Ronnie for real poster.
It's a beautiful bathroom.
Yeah.
This is a stylish bathroom. This is an IG bathroom. It's like...
I like the man's face. This was a bedroom, so I sometimes sit around daydreaming and coming up with ideas. And so I had this idea. So this wall had originally been red, and we were using it for set locations. And then I rented it, and the tenant painted the wall white. Can't have no simple white wall. So I was like, what am I gonna do with this wall? I gotta do something. Do I just put a big piece of art? You know I love art. And I was like, nah, man, the wall is the art. And so if you come in close, you can see all the different tapings, and you gotta get it right. And so what I've done is it's a black and white wall, an ode to, did I tell you I grew up in a zebra house?
No, you didn't tell me that.
No. Yeah. So I grew up on Bedford and St. Mark's, and my father painted our house black and white. and we were known as, you live in that zebra house?
Wow, crazy.
Quite embarrassing in elementary school. We're talking about I live in a zebra house. And yet, we all loved that zebra house. And so, this is an ode to 1390 is what we call it. That was the address, 1390.
It was a beautiful space for a beautiful person.
Thank you.
And we're happy to be here. So that's us signing up from Real Brooklyn. Takala in the house, Malika Oyo, House of Oyo, Crown Heights. Come check it out.
At Girls on the Run, we inspire girls to be joyful, healthy, and confident using a fun, experience-based curriculum that incorporates running. Coaches lead small teams through the lessons to build social emotional skills and to move their bodies. Over the course of the 20-session program, girls in 3rd to 8th grade develop skills to help them navigate their worlds and gain an appreciation for health and fitness.
All right, so we can be a part of smaller communities like this team, not a huge group, or bigger communities like Violet was talking about, the whole city. During our workout today, we're going to do some brainstorming about communities that we are a part of. So, here's our poster. As usual, one of your coaches will be here at our start line, our corner here. As you find your laps, with a run buddy, I want you to talk and think about some of the communities that you're a part of. Ready, steady, go!
Social emotional learning is the foundation of our research-based curriculum. Lessons are 75 to 90 minutes and support girls in identifying and processing their emotions. We teach critical life skills like how to manage emotions, help others, make intentional decisions, and resolve conflict. By knowing that they are the leaders of their lives, these are the girls who will change the world.
And also, I like Girls on the Run because we get to learn about friendship and we learn about like star power and how to do nice things to other people and help the community.
I learned a lot about star power. It's the energy inside you that ignites when you're happy or excited.
A lesson, I think every season I'm reminded about how special, Girls on the Run is, and it's always nice to see the relationships that they build with each other. And so somebody that comes into the season that maybe feels a little quiet in the larger group can really shine at Girls on the Run because it's a safe space for them to feel like a place that they can be themselves and be accepted for that. So I think that's just an overall lesson of acceptance, and every year I'm reminded of that. So it's really lovely.
Girls on the Run is so much fun. Girls on the Run is number one.
My favorite lesson is that you can do and be anything at Girls on the Run. You make new friends, you learn how to work your body, and you get to be you. And Girls on the Run is like so accepting and like so cool, and like I'm glad that I'm actually joined it. So that's what I learned.
I'm so proud of you, and I know that this is your first walk and you're gonna have many, many more to come. Okay, keep it up.
you
Hotep community, this is Man Up Inc. We are a Brooklyn-based organization here to service the community. Due to COVID-19, we need you to help us help you. So wash your hands, wear your mask, and maintain your social distance. Practice these safety tips and remember, stay safe, stay home, and don't pass it on.
Hotep, I'm Brother Naquan from the Media and Arts Department.
Hotep, I'm Brother AZ from the Media and Arts Department and the Athletic Department. Hotep.
Yo, so this is the inaugural episode of the Men Up Inc.'s Hotep television podcast. This is our inaugural episode. We're going to get a lot better. You're going to see backdrops. We're going to have some special guests. We're going to have people calling in and all of that. But we just getting it started. So we just getting it running, right, eh?
Yeah. Hotep television coming at y'all. You know what I'm saying? Getting into the deep topics. Stuff that people need to hear, not necessarily what you want to hear.
Yeah, so a little later on, we're going to be talking about, the shooting of Jake Blake and the civil unrest that followed. But we're going to start off talking about the social distance diplomats and the SD work that we've been doing with Man Up since starting like in early April when we've been combating this coronavirus and getting the information out to our people. Hotep, welcome back, yo. You seen that? We just showed y'all the little clip and about the social distancing works on what we've been doing since like since April, actually. When people were still scared to come out in the street and all that, and everybody was scared of their own family members coming over, we was already out here doing the work. What you think about the clip?
Yeah, we were definitely, piggybacking on what you just said, we were definitely out there really, really early. Definitely definition of front line, first line. About the social distance work for me, I appreciate being a part of it. It's fulfilling. It's a fulfilling feeling, helping the community and helping give information about this virus that's really penetrated our community.
Yeah. And you, as you heard or saw in the video, like we trying to start this hashtag ICSD. You know what I mean? Because we need the people to acknowledge that we in the neighborhoods. They need to acknowledge that. Like if we giving out thousands and tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, then that means that we are directly having an effect on the spread. So the fact that the numbers is not going up and going crazy right now, we can honestly say that we did something to help perpetrate that scenario. So, but I already know that, we helping a lot of people. We doing a lot of things for the people in the neighborhood, and a lot of people, when we doing the social distancing work, like, you get different reactions from people. So, and the trainings, like the training we just had for the SD work, they was telling us about not taking things personal, because sometimes, like, you trying to give somebody a mask, or you just, trying to stop them while they moving, they automatically think you're trying to solicit them. They think you're trying to sell something to them or whatever. So sometimes they just be automatically rude to you, not even knowing that, I'm trying to give you something for free to help you and help your family. So we get a wide range of responses from F you to God bless you. You know what I mean? So
and that's also a New York City thing.
Yeah, like, everybody ain't gonna feel the same way. And then sometimes, we actually get into conversations with people that want to say, like, the COVID thing is not real. Like, they want to say it's not real. They want to say it's a hoax. They want to, but that's because it ain't affect them personally. But see, working in this organization, we know people who have caught it personally. We know people who have died personally. So we know that it's actually real. But just like with anything else, the fact that we don't have that abundance of resources, we don't control a lot of our hospitals and all of that stuff, we can't control how it affects our community once they get in there, right? Like, so once they in the hospital and then something happens, like, you know, we don't really know about that process, but we know that we are dying faster than everybody else. And we could directly correlate that to, you know, our people not having resources, which we're trying to help with, but it's also got to do with, you know, how they being treated in these medical facilities. And that's going to be something that, you know, has to be handled like on a level that's higher than us. Like, you know, Brother AT and them, you know what I'm saying? Brother Charles and them, they like to rush the Capitol and you know, yell at the lawmakers. That's what they on. So we going to play the ground, they going to play that part, right?
And also, the important part of this work is the communication. You can't learn and succeed at anything without communication. And we're on the front line communicating with these people, spreading the information, giving them the information, which is literally more important probably than giving them a mask, because if they don't know, you know what I mean, for example, what you just said, some people would be like, yo, it's not real. But at the same time, my response would be still take the precaution, because you're being selfish. You know what I mean? You still may spread it. Even though your belief, your individual belief, you still share the earth with 8 billion people. So, you know what I mean? Just be a little mindful and don't let your conspiracy theories really get out of whack. You know what I'm saying? It's understandable because there's a lot of information coming our way, but we can't be selfish. We got to look out for our fellow man.
For more info or to support Man Up Inc., please go to manupinc.org. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impacts individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
This is the Bronx Baptist Church. I'm Reverend Frank Williams, and I serve as the lead pastor here. The church was founded in 1964 as a chapel or a mission of Evergreen Baptist Church. They commissioned and sent Reverend Dr. Samuel G. Simpson and his wife Lola Simpson to the Bronx to start this work. The ministry has seen the Bronx through some of the most challenging times, including the burning of the Bronx in the 1970s, where so many of these buildings in the neighborhoods were burnt out and abandoned. Dr. Simpson, along with several other pastors, founded organizations that would revitalize communities. In the area of health in particular, our medical ministry here at the church continues to provide blood sugar screenings, blood pressure screenings. The church has operated a soup kitchen and a food pantry program. This program began sometime in the 1980s, and since then we have been providing food packages for members of the community. And this is done through our women's ministry, but it involves the men, it involves our youth who participate in packaging the products and distributing it to the members of this community. The church has been involved in the area of community education for many years. We've also had our mental health training that we've done more recently. We've also had sessions in the area of parenting. It involved parents within the church community, parents who are residents of this community, and also parents whose children attend the daycare. We've had seminars, we've talked about immigration, we've talked about financial wellness. So from our food distribution that's been going on for many years, to the housing that we've been involved with, to more recently some of our education programs, I've seen ongoing impact of this ministry and its work in the community. The the daycare center, which continues to thrive today. And it was founded really for the direct purposes of impacting that upcoming generations to stem trends like high school dropouts or the low reading rates among Black and brown people in the community.
The work that we do here at Bronx Baptist Daycare and Learning Center is extremely important, not only to the community, but to society as a whole. We believe that it's easier to build a strong person than it is to fix a broken one. We take our job of building children's foundations very seriously, and that includes not only building the foundation of the child, but the foundation of the family as well.
My experience at the daycare has been great. The staff is very caring. I feel like they treat my son as if he is their own child. It is a really good environment for a young child. I've seen his development since he's been at the daycare. He's really happy, and if he's happy, then I'm happy.
We believe in teaching the whole child, not just academics. We focus on social emotional health, physical health, mental health.
In the area of health in particular, I've seen initiatives like our Eat Well, Play Hard initiative really help families to better manage the overall health choices that they make for their children and for themselves.
Through that initiative, had cooking classes for the parents, teaching them how to cook healthy foods on a budget. The number one way that we support health equity at Bronx Baptist Daycare and Learning Center is through the provision of information to the parents. We provide them with information about immunizations, developmental milestones. Another way we promote health equity is through teaching diversity and inclusivity. It's very important that the children learn that there are people that are different from themselves, and that doesn't mean that it's a negative thing. And so that's something that we really stress here at Bronx Baptist, is not only pride for our own culture, but respect for the cultures and ethnicities of other people. There are a lot of resources in this community that are not being utilized due to lack of knowledge. So by providing the parents with those resources is one way that we help to support the foundation of family, which in turn supports the foundation of the child.
Everyone has a gender identity and a sexual orientation, but these are not the same thing. When we're born, parents, the doctor, society at large will categorize you as either male or female based on the parts that you have. But that's not the same thing as your gender identity. Your gender identity is what lives in your mind and in your heart. It's how you see yourself. And all of those things are also different than your sexuality. You might think of your gender as who you go to bed as, and your sexuality as who you go to bed with.
You can never tell who is transgender, gender nonconforming, or non-binary in the room that you're in. Gender expansiveness and fluidity helps everyone, including cisgender people, because the gender binary and the rigid gender roles it produces is a primary reason for gender-based discrimination and violence.
Often when trans and non-binary individuals come out, they may change their name or their pronouns. And the best way to show support is to simply ask them what terms feel most affirming for them. In that way, you can show your support and show them that you do care about affirming their new identity and who they are.
What's really important in this stage of the process is that we are supported by our friends, family, or even a support group. Because in the year 2020, even though transgender and gender expansive people are very visible, we are not protected and we are not included in the conversation of what we actually need.
What does acceptance for trans and non-binary individuals look like? It can take so many different forms. Acceptance is fighting injustice at every turn. Acceptance is fighting housing discrimination, unemployment, poverty, and other issues that trans adults might be facing. Acceptance is supporting trans youth in schools by creating inclusive and welcoming environments. Acceptance is creating community resources that is accessible to all trans and non-binary individuals.
Acceptance looks like protecting transgender, gender nonconforming, and non-binary people. One such example is including pronouns in your introductions. If introductions start and pronouns are not being used, a cisgender ally can step in and request that they be used so no assumptions are made.
Many trans and non-binary individuals will attempt to come out at some point in their lives, and this takes so much bravery and resiliency. But unfortunately, often they are faced with rejection from their peers, family, coworkers, and other environments. And so the best way that we can show our support for the trans and non-binary community is by allowing them space to be free to be themselves, to develop their identities, and to build community together.
Ultimately, it comes down to the practice of believing people when they say who they are. Transgender and gender nonconforming and gender expansive people, when given acceptance and when they're valued in their communities, can go on to have healthy and fulfilling lives. Acceptance is protection.
Welcome to the Family Acceptance Podcast, where we will hear the voices of caregivers who accept and celebrate their transgender and non-binary children, as well as the professionals who help them to get there. My name is Jane Rennert, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. The Gender and Family Project is a program of the Ackerman Institute for the Family in New York City. The mission of the Gender and Family Project, or GFP for short, is to empower youth and their families with gender-inclusive and affirming direct services, training, and research. GFP began a decade ago as a support group for parents and caregivers of transgender and gender-expansive youth. I was a parent in that first support group. So I'm joined today by Alexis Diaz. Alexis is the Gender and Family Project's Director of Services. Hi, Alexis. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hey, Jane. My name is Alexis Diaz. I use they and she pronouns, and I'm the Director of Services for the Gender and Family Project.
Back in 2010, when GFP first started, the conversation around trans youth was really just beginning. I can say that as a parent, I understood on some gut level that my child was transgender, but I had no idea what that meant, and it overwhelmed me. I really felt like my world was falling apart. I met Jean Malpas in 2008. Back then, he had started a support group for parents with kids who were transgender or questioning their gender. It changed everything for me. I went to a support group for parents of transgender children and met other people going through the same thing. It really normalized the experience for me and showed me that there could be a path forward. 2 years later, this group grew to become the Gender and Family Project. Today, we are going to hear excerpts from a group for parents of trans kids led by Jean Malpas. The voices you will hear are of 3 GFP parents, with occasional brief comments from Jean. Then, Alexis is going to guide us through what we've heard.
We went from a place of isolation where we knew no one that was going through this experience to being in a place where we had full support. So I don't know what I would do if I didn't have that support. We have members of our family that are at different levels of acceptance, and I have been able to come into a safe place to talk about that. Some people have identified with that struggle. Other people maybe not, because some people have awesome family members and nobody's, reluctant, but a lot of people do experience some resistance and some struggles with their family members. And here I can talk about that without the fear of someone judging or feeling awkward about it. I can talk about it openly.
I guess we've known her for a year and a half. She told us. So we were here last Friday, and she definitely, I hope she can find some community in the kids here. She really, she came out of the group smiling, so. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I'm a crier. you've had a rough road, and I think just being able to be among other people who understand what you've been through or what you're going through it's invaluable. So we are going to be here more.
And she was not just smiling on Friday, she was like fierce.
This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
I think the thing that Venture House does for me the most is it's enabled me to explore myself, explore what I can do, and have a community to share my work with.
Oh yeah, definitely. And
yeah, I
guess that would probably go into how Venture House kind of helps you with your personal and professional goals. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be happy to repeat it if you want me to.
No, that's okay, unless you want to. But is there any other way that Venture House helps you with your personal goals, or the community is definitely a huge thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, with my goals, yes, of course, it's done a lot from me to, first of all, like for instance, before I became a member at Venture House, I did not say to myself, okay, I should strive to become a filmmaker. It's becoming a member of Venture House sort of encouraged me to explore what I'm capable of, what my strengths are, and how I should strive to improve on my strengths. Because when I first became a member of Venture House, one of the first things that I noticed is there's a lot of people at Venture House getting into creative endeavors, or they might do something creative as a hobby. And one thing that really impressed me was the paintings around the building, the artwork, also some of the videos that were put out by VHTV. So it really encouraged me to explore who I am, as what my goals are, and I quickly established that my goal was to tell stories visually.
Awesome. Definitely. From what I've seen of some of your work, you've become very, very good at that too.
What am I doing? What am I coming here for? I don't want to just sit around no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be productive and I want to help out.
Yeah, and I think you definitely emphasized. Also, thank you for the pitch to the E&E unit. Come join the E&E unit, everyone.
Oh yeah, well, it's you too, but I mean, I'm just saying that's what it is. Like, that's why I say, all right, man, I can't wait till it opens again. But even without, like, the ideas to come up with all this stuff is good, man. It's motivational, to be honest. It's good that somebody somewhere is listening, trying to, to maybe even get motivated that they want to do one. But, it's fun. It's fun. It really is. The Clubhouse is fun. I'm not the longest attending member, but I'll tell you this much. There's not nobody that come to Venture House more than me since I've been there. I come 6 days a week, just about.
Yep, he does. I know I come in every day and I'm like, oh, hey, Wade, good morning.
I'm always there. Like, I live 4 blocks away. I could walk home from Bric House if I really wanted to. But, I like to go there. I like to, and now I realize even more because I did a lot of times sit around. But, I try to get in the huddles and, show that the workers as well as the other members that, we got to support each other.
Yeah.
So sitting in those meetings, having that positive attitude, wanting to apply yourself more, that's the whole defining moment of this whole podcast, tell you the truth, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think you really emphasized like a key point, being in the meetings and doing all this stuff. It's, we really can't do it without each other as well.
Somewhere in the world, somebody needs to hear it because they could possibly be going through the same thing themselves, but we don't know because we don't do things like this. And as these things go on, everybody will eventually tell their story pertaining to who they are. So more than learning anything new, you get to understand the person more. And you get a better idea of who they are as a person. So it's not like I'm going to tell you something so historical on this podcast that you might not already know. But it'll help you better understand me moving forward.
That's all we aim to do with these podcasts. And I'm glad that you even said that because that's really the goal. And you're doing a great job of proving that, I never met you before in person, but even these 20 minutes that we've been talking, I learned a lot about you so far. I know some of your inspirations. I know how you feel. I've just learned a lot, and I admire what you've been able to share so far and the growth that you've been able to reflect on. I admire that about you. So,
for more information on Venture House, you can go to venturehouse.org or call us at 718-658-7201. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
Close your eyes. Stand up straight. Relax your shoulders. Relax your belly. Let your body do what it does naturally. Breathe.
Let's do it.
And we're gonna just drop, bam.
We're going to start with a point and a flex and a point and a flex.
Welcome to Reactive Care. Thank you again for joining us. This is our third month. Please practice social distancing. Please make sure that you are apart from each other. Please be patient. No rushing. Keep your mask on, please. Reactive Care is an initiative that our board chair, Ms. Celia, and myself, with the regular general membership and the president, had put together. We know that there's a need in our community, and we got together. We decided to start this initiative about early May. We've been doing this every Wednesday. We've been feeding approximately 300 to 400 people every Wednesday. And you can see that, there are senior citizens within the community, single moms, single families. It's amazing to be able to provide a hot meal.
Everybody should care about what goes on in your community. We have the census going on. We've got elections coming up. We've got a lot of things on that is on the line for our community, Black and brown communities. And it's important for us to be all hands on deck when it comes to those decisions. What happens to our legislation, what happens to our education, what happens to our community, what happens to our programs. Because we have to be able to foster and encourage our youth to be able to be productive citizens and learn from our example. And since May, we have fed completely over 4,500 people in our community from Crown Heights, East Flatbush, mainly senior citizens and those who are inbound, delivering food to them, hot food, resources, and other items that they need, PPE, to be able to secure themselves while staying in at home. And with this COVID relief response, it allows you to still participate, get out of that self-isolation, help most people who are dealing with mental health and wellness issues to be able to uplift themselves and be able to participate as if they were out. That goes a long way as it relates to COVID relief.
We try our best to organize with everybody out here, print out flyers and go to each building and start giving out flyers so you know the anchor having something. So everybody will come and get what they're supposed to get. Some communities might do it, some might not do it. But we making sure the people we have will get.
So I always tell people I give for selfish reasons because it makes me feel good. And providing a hot meal is something that no one could really imagine. Some people will have it and some people don't, and you can never tell.
It's about love, and that's what we are. This year our theme is about bringing back the love. This is love, right? You have 15 to 20 volunteers that come out their house every Wednesday, taking a risk. We wear facial masks, we wear gloves, but they show their love and their passion, and they care about the seniors in our community. They care about the community itself. So we take our time, and we're very proud of that. It matters to me because it's the way I was raised. It's family. It's a family thing. My mom always said, you have a little share, and it's always be multiple, and I'm very blessed with that.